Welcome to Emergence 2021. I'm super excited that you can join us on this grand occasion where we empower innovation, capital, and ambition and create opportunities for tomorrow. This is what sits at the core mission and vision of everything that is Emergence 2021 and Wholesale Investor. I look forward to sharing with you what's in store for the North and South American segment of the event. Now, I'd like to introduce to you a special list of renowned guests, keynote speakers, and panelists that are going to be joining us for this session. Giraud, the co-founder and CEO of Damon, and Rishi Khanna, CEO of Rapid Digital Transformation. We'll be having panel sessions and roundtable discussions talking about what are the trends that are taking place in the VC environment, what are investors looking at, what are the thematics that they're going for the next 5 to 10 years, what has changed in the last 12 months, and obviously there's been a lot of change in the North and South American region. Now, when we're looking at this, we're thinking about how does this impact global markets, diversity, social impact, but also understanding what is the current startup landscape like with all the recent changes. Now, the areas we're going to be doing a deep dive into is life science and genomics, as it's become such a hot area over the last 12 months. Now, the segment will also feature exhibitors and companies in the education, healthcare, technology, software development, biotech, and much more. Now, as part of the event, we've got an event taking place inside the Brella app. Now, to get the link, it's simply in the stream. Go inside the Brella app. That is where the real action is taking place. That is where the networking, the meetings, and everything around this event is in there, including the live stream, right? So inside the Brella app is your chance to connect with the CEOs that are leading the companies that are featuring in the event, as well as we've got profiles set up for all the speakers and all the panelists as well. So a lot's happening inside the Brella app. Go inside of it. Now, also you have the ability to contact the companies directly in that event. So much taking place. Enjoy the stream. I look forward to having you join us for Emergence 2021. Our next speaker is Jessica Wang, who's a Chief Marketing Officer of renowned Canadian venture group INP Capital. Jessica's talk will be focused on investing changes and then emerging with greatness.
Hi, my name is Jessica Wang. I'm the CMO and the partner at INP Capital, a boutique VC firm based out of Vancouver, Canada, and a proud partner of Wholesale Investor for this conference. Well, when we look at companies and founders, a very important question we ask is their core purpose and drive. Why do you do it? Because understanding that, combined with a lot of the other factors like the what and the hows and the who's, will determine how far an entrepreneur would go and how relentlessly they would be pursuing it. So, well, here at INP Capital, our why is to invest in changes, into talents and technologies that would shape tomorrow and emerge with greatness. Our focus is to identify, grow, and emerge with unicorns. And we enable that by being global and local at the same time. With offices and partners covering North America, Europe, China, Southeast Asia, and Australia, we can truly leverage the global industry perspective from our senior team and advisors, as well as from our active participation in the local innovation ecosystem. Here's our how. Through a unique top-down, cross-region industry research, we identify sectors and technologies that are on the verge of explosive growth. And then we proactively seek potential companies from our global deal source and go through our screening process. Last, but perhaps the most important, we're very hands-on and put all of our resources to help our portfolio companies grow. So here's some more details of our how. For example, as a VC firm, we are one of the rare ones that are fairly active in the different regional and local innovative ecosystem. We participate in conferences and we put together different parties to help ensure a thriving local innovation system. This enables us to have access to a variety of high potential direct deals in the areas we want. Also, when we're working with portfolio companies, we truly put ourselves in their shoes, understanding their DOS, i.e., their danger, risks, and opportunities they're facing, and strengths they're relying on, and then match our strength to help and our resources to that. Here's a couple examples. Apply Board. This is one of our early investments in 2017. And when I say early, I mean our firm is very young, but we're very ambitious. This is a company, Apply Board is a company that would revolutionize the whole system of the international students studying abroad. Our value add in this case was a constant collaboration at every key step of the company's growth path. Also, we had assisted their business expansion in China. We are particularly proud of this venture, not only because it had grown into one of the very few Canadian unicorns, but also because it had proven our thesis. And the next one, GrubMarket. This is a first mover to re-architect and simplify the B2B food supply chain by establishing a producer-centric platform with clear price advantage for market participants. This is actually resulted from our top-down analysis when we saw how COVID had really sped up the digitization of some of the traditional industries with enormous market size. And here's some more examples of companies that we have searched and picked and invested in the past. Some of them, there's some more, including Wholesale Investor, the fintech company that's hosting this conference. Here's our current innovation themes, areas we're focusing on to spot early unicorn opportunities. At the start of 2021, as we look forward, there has never been a better time to be investing into the future. So with that, I thank you very much. And together, let's innovate.
Presenting now is Vantari Virtual Reality, training for healthcare. This company helps doctors and students practice and perfect clinical procedures in VR in order to reduce medical error and save the lives of patients. Here to talk further about this is co-founder and co-CEO, Dr. Nishant Krishnanathan.
Hello everyone, my name is Nish. I'm a surgical doctor and the co-founder of Vantari VR, virtual reality for healthcare. We are a B2B SaaS health tech company which helps doctors and students perfect and practice life-saving procedures in virtual reality. Our vision is to eliminate medical error and save patient lives. Medical error costs $1 trillion per year in the US alone, and this results in preventable deaths yearly. Medical procedures are a big part of this, accounting to over 10% of all medical error. The problem? It's a combination of the traditional apprenticeship model, which lacks standardization and is subjective, the use of restrictive and lifeless equipment, such as mannequins and cadavers, and finally, traditional sim workshops, which create a lack of access and take away precious clinician time. This results in a two-sided health economic burden, both in the delivery of training and the cost of it, which is medical error and lost patient lives. This is why Vantari VR was born. We eliminate medical error by helping doctors and students practice life-saving procedures in virtual reality. Our software platform is leading edge and is delivered on any VR headset in the market today. It gives users, clinicians, and students the ability to perform clinical procedures in a safe, scalable environment and has real-time performance tracking that allows them to know how they went in real time. In addition, we follow college guidelines, which means we can apply our technology all around Australia and internationally. How does our software work? Well, let me show you.
Pick up and uncap the lignocaine bottle. Attach the pink drawing up needle to the syringe, and then draw up 10 milliliters of anesthetic. Use the toggle on your right controller to move the plunger in the syringe barrel. Detach the pink needle from the syringe, place it safely on your tray, and then attach the blue injecting needle. Finally, inject the local anesthetic into the area marked on the patient. Using the scalpel, make a small incision at the marked area. Insert the chest tube into the tract created into the pleural cavity. Attach the chest tube. Review correct placement of the tube on the X-ray.
We're creating the new gold standard for medical training. From our inception in 2017, we've grown rapidly to be the #1 medical VR company in Australia. This includes partnerships with some of the leading organizations such as RPA Hospital and Westmead Hospital. Our clients are already providing great and powerful testimonial feedback, such as one anaesthetist who called Vantari the best teaching tool he's used aside from real experience. We're also getting preliminary data which supports our software when compared to online modules and traditional mannequins. We found 95% engagement and 75% retention after using our software. The data just speaks for itself. We've gone from strength to strength since we were incorporated. We've been through Australia's leading health tech accelerators. We've achieved national partnerships. We've got both state and federal grants. We've received international recognition. We've been through our seed round and really bolstered our team. And finally, we're placed in a powerful way to really grow our national footprint. Our real secret sauce is our rockstar team. I'm a surgical doctor, and VJ is an emergency doctor. And together, we have over 20 years of clinical experience. Dan is our CTO, and he has over 20 years of experience in 3D systems, VR, and AR. He's worked for leading organizations such as Rio Tinto and Xeros. Our talent is the who's who of developers and software modelers. They've worked for huge organizations such as PwC and Marvel. Some fun facts about us. I played for the Dockeroos, which is like the Socceroos, but nowhere as good. So this is the Australian medical football team I'm talking about. VJ was once an actor. He featured in the Chronicles of Narnia movie. And Dan, well, he actually famously met the Queen when he built Australia's first haptic bench. was supported by some of the leading clinical advisors who have international recognition. So we're talking presidents of societies, university professors. We've got a leading medical device advisory panel from organizations such as Johnson & Johnson and Stryker. And we're ably supported as well from a commercialization point of view from 3 people who have come from both the startup and M&A backgrounds. The market opportunity is huge. Our customers are both hospitals and universities, and with one eye on the US market. We're a B2B SaaS company, but we believe there's going to be a real game changer when there's a paradigm shift to B2C, where we can help clinicians and students train at home. So really, that's the Netflix of medical training, when content is provided directly to clinicians themselves. And as you can see those numbers, they're massive. What about the competitive landscape? Well, we stand apart thanks to our focus on critical care, as well as our technology, which features some of the best fidelity and market leading, as well as the interactions, which are mapped to real-time and real-life medical interactions. So what have we achieved to date? We've got a growing platform, which is rich in procedural modules. We've got 4 hospital partnerships nationally. And finally, we've achieved a channel partner with a major tier 1 medical device company, which will help us grow our platform, but also with one eye on our exit. So why are we here today? Well, Vantari is asking for $6 million to scale. This will give us a runway of 24 months, help us expand into the US over that period. It'll help us double our team size and build an increasing library of procedural platform, which will help address 90% of the procedures that clinicians need to know. So if I haven't given you enough reasons to join our journey already, let me spell it out for you. We're the #1 medical VR company in Australia. We have a scalable market-leading technology. We have a rockstar team with an ambitious global vision. And finally, we eliminate medical error and save lives. There's no better reason than to join us for that. Get in touch with us now with the link provided below. Thank you.
Presenting now is EG Private Wealth. EG Private Wealth grows the wealth of their private investors through commercial property syndication opportunities. They've achieved consistent above-average returns. Here to talk further about this is Head of EG Private Wealth Rodney Walt and Head of Capital Transactions Sean Fleming.
Hi, I'm Rodney Walt, Head of Private Wealth at EG.
Hi, I'm Sean Fleming, Head of Capital Transactions at EG.
Thank you for joining us. We look forward to presenting to the wholesale investor this morning. EG invests and develops real estate on behalf of super funds and private wealth clients to generate outstanding returns for investors and lasting positive social impact for communities.
EG manages the full cycle of your property investment, from asset selection and negotiation, undertaking a comprehensive due diligence process, structuring of the transaction, ongoing asset management, and ultimately divestment management.
EG was founded in Sydney in 2000 by the Easton and Kahar families as a specialist real estate fund manager. We built a name by investing in yield-producing sites along transport corridors and taking those sites through to rezoning. Today, we manage $3.2 billion in assets under management and have a development pipeline of $4.3 billion. Over the past 20 years, we have developed a proven track record in successfully identifying, acquiring, managing, repositioning, developing, and exiting sites across Australia. We are headquartered in Sydney with a team of 60 staff across Australia, Manila, and the US.
EG's institutional systems, processes, and access to off-market and pre-market deal opportunities through our extensive brokerage network are made accessible to high net worth individuals and family office clients. EG's data-driven approach to asset sourcing and our approach to assessing and pricing risk allows us to safeguard investor capital whilst maximising returns.
The EG difference has been built on 3 pillars. People first places. Building good, BIG, thinking is our unique approach to generating both outstanding returns and lasting positive impact. Much of our success as a real estate investor comes from thinking big about opportunities to create legacy. Technology. We have invested heavily in property technology, developing our own proprietary property risk management software, Prisms, to ensure that we are unlocking every opportunity for our investors while minimizing downside risk. Prisms is used to measure, price, and manage the various risks attached with commercial property investments. EG requires all assets to be assessed by Prisms to ensure relevant risks are identified and priced and appropriately managed post-acquisition. I truly believe this has led to our success and track record and never selling a commercial property at a loss. Culture. The people at EG are critical to our success. We have created a unique culture to ensure we attract and retain an entrepreneurial team of individuals empowered to deliver more. EG's vision is to be the light on the hill in the funds management industry. We believe we can achieve this by setting the benchmark in funds management, change and improve the way savings are invested, and lead by example. Private Wealth was established to provide high net wealth and family offices access to deal flow of commercial real estate, including access to institutional systems and processes, delivering above average returns and capital security, a personalized and aligned approach to every opportunity, data-driven, tech-enhanced approach to uncover new opportunities and enhance returns for investors. To date, we have invested $250 million of private wealth in property, achieving an average return of 27.8% IRR.
EG, through its extensive brokerage network, regularly assesses opportunities for our private wealth division. Given our national footprint, we constantly assess opportunities and values across multiple markets and sectors. Our deal flow opportunities target properties with a robust downside position via the sustainability of income and physical building improvements and acquiring assets that have multiple future exit strategies. EG also adopt a counter-cyclical view on markets using our data-driven approach and invest in opportunities whereby stable income distributions can be delivered and capital growth potential exists to offer additional protection for investors. Often EG will co-invest and in many instances will provide a first loss position with that investment. The Belrose Property Trust was established in early 2020, initially targeting quarterly cash distributions of 7.25% per annum. The trust comprises a multi-tenanted industrial estate on the northern beaches of Sydney and required some active management from EG to increase the weighted average lease expiry at settlement, which was 1 year, to nearly 4 years as of today. Throughout the turbulent COVID period, EG managed to stabilise the asset and increase distributions from 7.25% per annum paid quarterly to 8% per annum. The EG Long WALE Trust was established in late 2020, with EG negotiating a 15-year triple net sale and leaseback to a leading international dealership network of Toyota vehicles. The property is located in the inner eastern Brisbane suburb of Morningside and will initially provide investors with a secure cash distribution of 7.25% per annum paid quarterly. EG will be undertaking some refurbishment works on behalf of the investors shortly after settlement and expect to see the investors' distributions to increase to in excess of 8% per annum.
Sean and I have both worked for EG for over 10 years. Please feel free to view our background on the EG website and connect with us on LinkedIn or email us. The executive team consists of our founders, Michael Eason and Adam Gahar, the E and G in EG, and the executive directors, Roger Parker and Mark Turner. We are interested in connecting and sharing with you our property syndications opportunities. Please reach out to me on rwalt@eg.com.au or via the Wholesale Investor platform to learn more about our next offer.
Presenting now is Achieved Music, a mobile app dedicated to taking musicians from unknown to known with one big difference. the chance to be discovered. Here to talk about this further is founder and director Mitchell Gunner.
Hello, my name is Mitchell Gunner, and I'm the founder of Achieve Music, which is set to launch in March 2021. Achieve Music is an online social platform that will change the game of the music industry by allowing more opportunities for up-and-coming musicians. Musicians are often left in the shadows with the constant pressure of not making it in the music industry, leaving them no option but to quit before they get their shot. It's timely, expensive, and restricting. Musicians can spend months or even years sitting on music unaware of potential. High prices of studios leave potential customers unable to commit. And competitions on socials leave musicians without many views and often overlooked. The cost involved with recording and releasing music can be in the thousands, leaving musicians with little motivation. They will then upload to Instagram or other socials in hope that someone will scout them. But in reality, this happens far too little, leaving some talents in the shadows. Studio time will often cost you upwards of $1,000, and I can confirm distribution through a label is around $2,000. Let's remember, musicians make very little money, so it's time to create something for them. Little opportunity comes from people not knowing their full potential, both musicians and producers. Too many talents sitting in the shadows. Achieve Music will guide, develop, and progress musicians and producers to show that every part of the music industry can be more affordable, but still with much higher worth. Our database will unlock the full potential of all musicians and producers by providing a network of cheaper producers who will be recording music for release. We will also be sharing musicians' at-home clips to a wider audience and allowing free competitions to win great opportunities. Our producers will be regular people with a gift, with the aim of finding more work for themselves because of the competition that big studios hold over them, all because they are well known. Achieve Music will gel together everything that is good about making music into one place, bringing down the cost of other networks in the process. Achieve Music will be between $30 to $80 per hour for studios, where other studios are $125 plus. Also, with a network dedicated to sharing musicians' social clips, which will eventually turn into an app, Achieve Music will allow all videos to be seen, and unlike socials such as TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, not be based on likes or followers for their shot at winning. We are the first of our kind, we're trustworthy, and we're dedicated. Once the database of producers starts to grow on the website, as well as musicians uploading their music clips, Achieve Music will be able to promote more and more talent, leading to more engagement and trust. This will leave Achieve Music as the #1 music platform for people hoping to make it big and also make money producing. So there are roughly 60,000 active producers in the world. Out of 7 billion people, 5 million are actively releasing music. Say 5 million musicians recorded just once for the year with 60,000 producers and all pay approximately $200, which is still a cheaper rate. This then equals just under 2 billion. Let's say just 30,000 producers signed up to Achieve Music and recorded a 4-hour session for $200. That's 6 million in just 4 hours. Now, if Achieve Music was to take 10% revenue, that is 600,000 made in 4 hours of business. With an Achieve Music app also dedicated to doing even more for musicians, it's predicted that the app can make 2.4 million a year just from advertisement, and that's just from having 1 million users a day. So for producers, there's never been a better time to launch a company such as Achieved. With the growing tragedy of COVID-19, more producers were forced to work from home, many without means of income. During this time, they mastered their skills, and do-it-yourself producers have excelled. For musicians, many singers turned away from the industry as there was no real opportunity. young singers with so much potential giving up. The price of recording was still so high. We give them a cheaper way to record their music and excel their motivation. Achieve Music will launch its website and focus on building with the main goal to launch a mobile app in 2022. So 10% of each session goes to the company. And for producers, a $20 sign-up fee, which can be increased in the future to $40 just to register. But without capital, I'm dedicating $30,000 towards marketing. This will be a way for me to test the market further. If Achieved is successful in engaging just 1,000 producers and 2,000 musicians, the profit will be times 2, positive $30,000, $2 for every $1 put in. But given current results in trial advertising, I'm expecting a lot more, and I'll go on to this in future slides. So I made this graph, the forecasted revenue, upwards of 100,000, which to start with, launching in March 2021, total cost put into the company so far is 40,000. This includes the website build and the app prototype. I will invest a further 30,000 to advertising to test the market. The expected revenue from the engaged customers is upwards of 60,000, which put us just under zero. But once the market has been trialled, advertisement can be boosted. So the total of these earnings is worked out before the launch of the app and with no capital raising. Engaged customers is the sum of approx 1,000 producers and 2,000 customers. Return $2 from every $1 spent. So this simple promotion that I offered to producers before the website was even launched was to test the water, and with only $100, I was able to convince over 30 producers from all around Australia to register once the website is launched. If this stays the same, from $30,000, I could convert 9,000 people, meaning so much more than the prediction I outlined before in revenue, meaning a potential of 180,000 return from the 30,000 spent. And if this is just producers, picture the customers that can come along with them. So the risk is always competition and low sales. For competition, the plan is where possible, Achieve will be direct to supply exclusive producers that will remain loyal for their subscriptions. Achieve Music will specialise on its originality and provide up-to-date changes to provide the best retail for customers. For low sales, marketing is crucial to successful. By testing the market is an easy way to see the company's full potential. The right budget will be allocated for marketing to ensure proper satisfaction. Competition will not easily be able to be achieved, as we will be the first to crack the code and offer the best price. My name is Mitchell Gunner, and I'm the sole representative for Achieve Music. I've served 7 years in the Royal Australian Navy, which I contribute to my positive and engaging attitude. Having also been a musician and entertainer for onwards of 15 years, I understand the music industry and business to a very high level. Achieve Music is seeking a $200,000 investment in exchange for 32% of the company, valuing the company at $625,000. I wish for the investor to be a key partner in the company. A reason why I value the company so high is due to the potential I know it will reach in the coming years. I put a high value also on finding the right investor, as it is much more important to know I have someone engaged just as much as myself. As well as launching the website, Achieve Music is set to launch a mobile app purely dedicated to finding the diamond in the rough. The prototype has been completed and a cost of $200,000 is needed for the build. Through research, a government grant is available after the project has started of up to $90,000, which will aid in the company's progress to ensure there are active users once launched. More advertisement. So the highlights of today: Achieve is for musicians and producers. It's the first of its kind, and it's set to launch in March. We are looking for a determined investor. If you want to see more, you can engage with me on my crisp deal room, and I look forward to getting in contact. Thank you for your time.
Presenting now is the Experience Exchange, a marketplace platform that scales experience-based learning through personalized live one-on-one advisory, coaching, mentoring across organizational and geographical boundaries. Here to talk about this further is CEO Darren Scott.
Hi everyone, my name is Darren Scott. I'm the CEO and co-founder of TEX, and we're going to take the next 8 to 10 minutes to share a little bit about TEX and hopefully get you as excited as we are about the investment opportunity in TEX moving forward. So what is TEX? So TEX is an expertise marketplace focused at business-to-business exchange. It allows an individual to find the expertise they need when they need it. So think of it as coaching, mentoring, advisory, or simple peer exchange on demand. In my 25 plus years in working in global tech, one of the hardest questions to answer actually was from our customers saying, I just need to talk to somebody about X, and finding that person, understanding their skills, arranging calendars to get them to connect was difficult then. It's still very difficult now. But at TEX, I feel like we've cracked this code, and in doing so, we're on the verge of disrupting the learning market on how organizations both identify their skills and then work with others to upskill now and into the future. So let me draw out a couple of things on this slide. The first thing is the size of the market. So the corporate learning market is big, big by anyone's standard, 300 billion plus, growing at a really good clip, 10% year on year. The second thing is, where is the innovation in this market? So the innovation is coming mostly in video on demand, so recorded video produced for the masses. Now, when you have video on demand, you have a teacher, you have impersonalized content, and you have a time lag from when there's a need to when the video is created to when users adopt it. Here at TEX, we're going after a unique learning area, and that is the learning that occurs when two people come together and they work through a problem. So advisory, mentoring, coaching on demand. And this not only gives a better learning result, but it also improves employee engagement. And we feel will be the next large area that drives innovation in this learning market. So let's talk a little bit about the root cause of this problem or opportunity. And one of the reasons the corporate learning market is growing so fast is around digital transformation. So the pace of change of technology and the associated transformations that need to occur in business is causing this need for workforces to be reskilled. In fact, if you look at some of the stats, more than half of all corporate employees now need significant upskilling and reskilling in the next couple of years, which will continue to go on over time. Let's talk about the platform. I'm not going to do it justice in 90 seconds, considering it's taken us 9 months to build the MVP. But I'll talk to some of the key features, and these features have been built specifically to address barriers that we feel sit inside an organization that stop person-to-person learning at scale. So let me go through a few of them. The first is a profile that both allows you to show your unique capabilities and experience, but also has a common language that allows you to connect with other individuals, both within and outside of your organization. The second is the skills engine. We work with a company called Burning Glass. We've got a consistent taxonomy of 700,000 skills. And for any job, we can tell you the most in-demand skills for that job. So that allows you both to identify the skills you need, but also identify the skills that you need to aspire to for your current job or future. That allows our matching engine to work. The third is our commercial model. We have a flexible structure that organizations can build both commercial, as in charge for their learning, as well as free programs. So it takes care of internal programs, new hire onboarding, graduate onboarding, professional services programs where you're charging for your expertise out to the market, to customers or partners, or social impact programs where employees are giving away expertise for free to non-for-profit partners. The fourth is the live video is built on the platform. So you have this session in the platform, we gather metrics and allow you to manage those sessions within the platform itself. And then lastly is around reward and recognition. We recognize the impact that people make on their platform. It allows them to do their own reporting and showcase that to their manager, and allows us to give metrics to organization so they can do off-platform recognition as well. And the beauty is, if you're an employee and you leave your current position, you can take this brand with you and continue to build on it over time. So we talked about the individual value proposition. Let's talk about the enterprise one. So we've built this with a lot of enterprise rigor into it and answered some of the key questions that enterprises are thinking about. Namely, what are the skills in my organization? We get that through the profile data, and we can also identify what are the priority skills that people want to learn. Then you can use the platform and connect with individuals in your organization or outside to upskill those individuals. So this is how you bring your partners into the conversation and share expertise. From that, and by using this in several different use cases, you build a continual learning culture within your organization, and you reward individuals for doing that. And then lastly, with that capability, you can take that capability out to your customers and partners, drive revenue from it, or drive customer intimacy. And we can give you reporting of all of this data to track your impact. So let's talk about the TEX commercial model and how we make money. There's three parts I'll talk to. The first is a platform fee. So every time a session comes up on TEX and two people exchange information, we will charge each one of those individuals a small platform fee. Now, what we do, we work with organizations to predict their use cases and predict a number of sessions they're going to use monthly, and we put them on a subscription model, driving up annual recurring revenue. That's the first one. The second is, if you're taking your services to market and charging a fee, we will take a small commission on that charge. And then the third is, obviously we're gathering a lot of data. There's project management fees for setting up the platform. There's advertising fees. All of that could be monetized into the future. Let's talk about the competition. I mentioned when we talked about the market that this we feel is a new area of innovation coming into corporate learning. In that respect, there isn't a solid incumbent player doing purely person-to-person exchange. There are organizations interested in corporate learning, whether it be video on demand. There are players interested in skills for enterprise. There are individuals looking at fragmenting the expertise market, like an outsourcing area, like freelancing markets. I feel like we can work with all of these different players and potentially augment their services. Saying that, I do think with our focus on person-to-person learning, we will disrupt some of these markets as well. Let's talk about our customers. This conversation resonates in a number of different areas, but bringing up skilling as a core focus area is clearly on the mind, as is reconnecting individuals and not just looking at content. We have had some good traction. Our key anchor client is PwC, but we have a number of other customers trialing on the platform right now. We have 20 customers on board, which we're looking to accelerate that towards this part of the year. You'll see too that the brands that we have enable us to do a controlled Australian-based pilots, but we'll be using their footprint and reach to extend overseas towards the later part of this year. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the timeline. Three broad areas that you can look at in the pack. The first is how we've got here. So we've raised around 600 US through angel investors, allowed us to do the launch and business development last year. Our next phase is really taking our initial customers, scaling through that business development effort, and accelerating pilots here in Australia. And then the third phase will be prepping us for a Series A raise. We're trying to hit $1 million in recurring run rate towards the end of Q3 this calendar year, early Q4, which will position us well as we launch into the overseas market. So let's talk about the two founders. We've got a broader team than this, but I'll focus on Shane and I. I've known Shane for 10 plus years out of Cisco. Both of us bring a huge amount of enterprise experience. I've lived and worked around the world, working for global tech firms in the US, in Asia, in India, in Australia, building services businesses and working with customers. Shane is a seasoned sales exec, selling technology into some of the biggest brands in the world. So we both have that enterprise rigor and experience, and we bring that to the TEX platform. So that's a lot to go through in 8 minutes. I hope you are as excited as we are about the journey that we've gone through in TEX and where we're heading to. If you have any further questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Interactive Engineering will now present, who have been building out a vision of an active, undirected structure in a computer, first as a decision analysis tool, then applying the technology to allow a machine to read and understand text, while expanding what it can understand in general.
At Interactive Engineering, we build machines that can read text and build semantic structures so that they understand the text and can make use of the knowledge in it. In 2014, we built a semantic system to read U.S. health insurer policies and answer member questions. The industry fields about 1 billion calls a year, and each insurer has thousands of policies. Interactive Engineering's technology beat out around 15 other companies, landing our licensee a multi-million-dollar contract from one of the largest U.S. health insurers. We built that system by hand, but now there's a better way. But first, what's wrong with the current systems? You can make a semantic system work while largely ignoring the multiple meanings of many words. If you stick to a narrow but valuable domain, for instance, U.S. health insurance. Even for medicine, it doesn't work very well, as you'll see in the following examples. Combine several fields, and the reliability is terrible. For example, the word set has 74 different meanings. So what's the solution? If you want to make a semantic system more general and potentially more profitable, you have to start worrying about what words mean in different areas. Words carry meaning, often many meanings. AI hasn't attempted to handle this problem, instead running on associations or statistics or keywords, which is fine when nothing changes, like the rules of chess, or when the request is simple, like turning up the volume. But it can also be potentially deadly when tasks are complex, or when things change rapidly in our world. For example, you might want to combine the following. As you can imagine, this opens up a real Pandora's box. Okay, so the system doesn't know a word, so why not let it use the dictionary? This poses a few problems. Only human-readable dictionaries are available. The dictionary staff become part of the machine's resources. And a bigger problem? People who write dictionaries have no idea what the person does when they read an entry. We have to fill that gap using an understanding of the unconscious mind. When we talk about a dictionary, we don't mean a dog-eared book that is out of date. We mean an internet interface to a continually updated database of the meanings of 800,000 words and concepts. For example, social distancing. The machine finds a word it doesn't know. It looks it up, gets a file of all the meanings of the word, builds them into an internal structure, and continues. At the same time, the machine gets regular updates on its existing vocabulary, new words and new meanings for existing words. In response, it changes its internal structure or its understanding of the world. The machine also has to do a lot of work cleaning up the entries, making them suitable for a machine level of accuracy. Here's an example of how the unconscious mind works. This road has 2 sets of lane markings. A sign tells you which one to use. The unconscious mind takes the instruction and modifies your lane following a software with a temporary hack. With the conscious, you not having a clue where it is or how it works, we need to emulate that ability, the ability to read stuff and change the system internally. So why not use an artificial neural network? An artificial neural network is static. It is directed and it runs on statistics buried somewhere in the network. It is completely at odds with an unconscious mind approach, where the structure needs to be active, undirected, and its workings identifiable. So the unconscious mind can change them. And preferably it has real-time situational analysis, so it is continually assessing the fit of the solution with the problem. We don't need AI techniques that are incredibly brittle and don't fit together. We need an artificial unconscious, which can modify any part of the system under its control. Some rules? Everything needs to be controllable through a textual interface. We will get to voice later. That means all the current AI technologies aren't going to be of any use. What about existing technologies? Chess playing programs can beat anybody. Shouldn't we be using that technology? No. And here's why. Let's have a tournament. A human and a program turn up. We slightly change the rules and they start playing. But you can't do that, as it was programmed for a specific set of rules. It is called reality. The rules are always changing under your feet. The bottom line? We can't use brittle solutions that aren't modifiable through words. The rules of chess were last changed 250 years ago. What business can say that? It's an ingenious approach, but useless in the real world. One more thing. Can these AI methods add two numbers together? It's not the way they work. They use statistics or scenarios within a rigid framework. They can't build new structure when they encounter something new or someone tells them something they need to know, because you can't tell them anything. And we don't have to go to Mars to find a new and dangerous environment with no statistics. It's right here, right now, thanks to CC or COVID-19 or anything that is unprecedented, like mega blaze bushfires. The unconscious mind can be your worst enemy, whether standing on Mars or doling out pills in a hospital dispensary. Both can be deadly if you are bored, distracted, tired, or just lazy. You revert to unthinking behavior, and you are dead in seconds on Mars. Or that nice Miss Brown in Ward 7 dies from the wrong dose. There are 160,000 unnecessary deaths a year in the USA. The solution? Have a machine that can both read and run situational analysis. It tugs at your sleeve before you make the mistake. So what's our competition? People are. But fortunately, humans aren't very good at complex problems, as they have a 4 pieces limit. The very best human mind can only handle 4 pieces of information in play. It is a serious limitation, which machines won't have. But we don't notice it because we all have it. Humans also don't like tedium. Our solution can handle intellectual drudgery better than people can, like plowing through 1 million Google hits. What about existing applications? Google hasn't changed their search methods in 20 years. It would be good to describe what you're looking for and send it off to find what you want in a morass of irrelevant hits. That means an active piece of structure, turning itself around as it compares itself with a piece of text, looking up a word it doesn't know, not the excruciating dumbness of keyword searching. So why hasn't this been done already? The bottom line is, people do what they know. They follow the latest craze. Expert systems, neural networks, intelligent agents, machine learning, deep learning. The marketing guys are experts at coming up with names that promise a lot and deliver very little. Why so little? Static structure from static thinking, or the laziness of statistics or keywords. The unconscious mind and its abilities provide a far better guide, but a far higher mountain to climb. But what about potential competitors? After all, once they see what it is, won't you have 1 million competitors breathing down your neck? No, because they have completely the wrong people for the work. Our solution requires people with English baked into their bones and the understanding to construct intricate semantic devices, the sort that a 5-year-old child is constructing unconsciously. By the time they have found and trained the right people and get it to work, at least 5 years, we will have moved up the chain of complexity. So how big is the market? Truthfully, you'd laugh if we were to put the number on it. Or in other words, how long is a piece of string? Our solution will go everywhere because the wet version is everywhere now. And it badly needs help as the society increases its velocity and complexity. The applications are limitless. So, what's the money for? We expect to be signing licensees in 12 to 18 months' time, and we will need people to support those licensees. We'll need to find people who have the capability to have some insight in their unconscious mind, which means they will be rare and expensive, and almost certainly won't come from computing. So they'll need a lot of training. They're static and directed thinking, which they were trained to do. We will get failures. Let's say we spend $5 million and we might get 3, 1 to replace the founder and 2 to support licensees. So how confident are we? We've been working on laying the foundation for 40 years. Why do we think we are anywhere close? Because we say we are. Getting the machine to clean up its own definitions will be the base for many simple but worthwhile applications. Finding the right people, on the other hand, perhaps not so easy. After all, there may not be 5 people in Australia with the right mindset. Why is this different? Because of all the things it is not. It owes nothing to all of the current or failed waves of AI. Prologue, expert systems, intelligent agents, machine learning, deep learning. The reward for those bold enough to join us on this journey? Fantastically large. So, are you up for the challenge?
Presenting now is Atom Project, a biotech company that uses its proprietary 3D printing technology and patented materials to manufacture bioresorbable and biodegradable patient-specific implants, such as bone implants. Here to talk about this further is CEO Dennis Giraud.
Hi, I'm Dennis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Atom. The world is rapidly changing. New technologies emerge faster than ever. Just imagine what the future looks like. People taking trips to Mars, going around in self-driving cars, being assisted by robots, and aided by various AI implementations. In this whole setup, however, we're still human. Our bodies are fragile. So we strive to be a part of the future healthcare ecosystem and are developing a 3D bioprinting infrastructure with a whole spectrum of related services. This means that we'll be able to provide services from implant modeling to delivery of 3D printed medical devices ready for implantation. The best part is that we can make the future a reality quite fast. We're aiming to launch our first line of implants, the bone implants, in 2022. Here's the quick technology video, which I want to show you, that describes our project.
The world is rough, and we are not. Atom technology allows to print organic bone implants on demand, faster and easier than ever. The process starts with a digital platform where we create a 3D model of an implant based on you, then printed in up to 24 hours. It's a personalized bone, just like yours. Made of ceramic bioglass or modified biopolymers with no toxic, allergic, and teratogenic effects. Taking place in the point of care, a certified hospital, done by a doctor you trust. Implants stimulate osteogenesis. Human bone tissue fully replaces the implant over time. And there is no need to reoperate the patient. No human trials required. Atom will provide technology as a service to hospitals, launching in 2022. The world is rough, but it's okay.
So that's how it looks. And orthopedic market is currently dominated by titanium implants, which are costly, rarely personalized to the needs of patients, and are typically require the second surgery to extract metal fixation. How will Atom fix the problem? On this slide, you can see that people will be able to store their MRI and CAT scans on the Atom proprietary digital platform for a small monthly subscription fee. Should something happen and the patient is in need of a bone implant, medical professionals at the partnering clinics will be able to model personalized implant based on the patient's data and print the bone implant on site or choose to have printed implant delivered from ADAM facilities. At first, ADAM offers two types of bone implants made from biopolymers or from bioceramics for tubular bones or flat bones, respectively. You may ask, why are implants better? So here's the answer. It's a significant cost reduction for all stakeholders. We estimate that the final cost of the implant will be from 10 to 30% of the cost of alternatives, depending on the implant type. It's much faster to be delivered, 1 or 3 days compared to 2 and 4 weeks of delivery time currently on the market. Personalized for each specific clinical case is the next benefit. So this means that the implant is the exact copy of the patient's own bone or part of the bone. They will be fully replaced by bone tissue over time, the best part of the benefits. And this means that no additional surgical intervention will be required, which brings a decrease in costs and improvement in the healing process for the patient. Apart from cranial, maxillofacial surgery, and trauma application, our implants can be used in oncologic orthopedic treatment when parts of a bone containing tumors and metastases are removed. Ultimately, our product, which comprises materials, hardware, and services, we call it the technology as a service model, has a potential to radically change current practice, reducing patient suffering thereby. Does it work, you may ask? Yes, it does. We have completed preclinical trials on rats and received a positive response to our Q submission regarding 510(k) rule from FDA, Food and Drug Administration of the United States. It means that the time to market approval decreased from 5 to 2 years, and the required costs are also significantly lower. What's the market? It is roughly valued at $50 billion, the orthopedic market, and expected to reach $67 billion by 2025. The orthopedic titanium market is a bit lower, so it depends, but it's still 43 billion, so it just depends how you measure it. So it's pretty big. And the submarket for 3D printed implants is rapidly growing, especially now that the FDA has officially endorsed use of additive manufacturing in medical applications. This means that the competitors are emerging. However, they are mainly focused on cranial surgery or offer only one type of materials for their implants. Only a few of them focus on biodegradability of the implants, unlike us. Additionally, none of our competitors are looking to implement technology as a service model as we do. Other companies related to 3D printing of bone implants are mainly focused on either selling of implants, printers, or materials, while we incorporate all three features into our business model and product, installed at the point of care capability to 3D print bone implants. That's basically the product that we're offering. Due to the novelty of technology, the market is not yet saturated, and we believe that our technological and business advantages will be instrumental in securing significant market share upon commercialization. This brings us to who we are. Myself, I'm a former top executive in defense and medical industries. We have great, young, bright, and experienced, at the same time, operations team of professionals in their respective fields. Our head of R&D is a practicing surgeon. 4 more people in R&D are young, bright Ukrainian scientists and medical field and engineering. Our advisory board is top-notch. Dr. Adnan Jali, Chief Development Advisor. He's internationally recognized entrepreneur in pharma and biotech industries. Dr. Anthony Tether, Chief Scientific Advisor, former head of Pentagon's agency, DARPA for Innovations. He was the director of DARPA. Also, we've recently onboarded Dr. Mark Horowitz as Chief Trials Advisor, who's the professor at Yale School of Medicine and director of Orthopedic Lab. So we are ready to kick off animal trials as soon as we finish fundraising. Dr. Horowitz will be responsible in coordinating animal trials. The money that we need is $5 million. This will get us up to the market approval from FDA and cover animal studies, further development for 3D printing technique and materials, digital platform and software development, and will cover regulatory, marketing, and administrative fees. We plan to receive regulatory clearance from the FDA and begin the sales stage in 2022. And bone implants are, however, just the beginning. In the years to come, we will launch R&D of blood vessel, heart valve, and bronchial implants, which we can engineer using our existing polymer printing technology. We'll also work towards onboarding other tissue engineering capabilities through partnering and acquisitions. Thank you very much for your attention. It was a pleasure.
Presenting now is WMAC.Cloud, who deploys smart device platform and grid science to deliver electrification readiness, machine automation, and unlock distributed energy resources. Here to talk about this further is CEO Robert Burke and President Byron Kaufman.
Welcome. As you settle in, a question: what is the largest industrial machine on Earth? That's right, it's electrical utility grid. 1.4 billion endpoints. That's 1 for every 5 people on our planet. It touches everyone, the foundation of civilization. However, this network is reaching the end of its useful lifespan because the basic forces of supply and demand and our environment are breaking it, and it lacks the intelligence to adapt. We're here today because WMAC.Cloud has found a focused and scalable way to solve this problem. We welcome you to the distributed energy revolution. My name is Byron Kaufman, co-founder, joined by our CEO and founder, Robert Burke.
Thank you for looking at the WMAC opportunity today. WMAC is an energy services business that focuses on the electrical distribution grid. The electrical grid is breaking and is no longer suitable for our future energy requirements. The upgrade to Grid 2.0 is the biggest opportunity on the planet. The numbers you see here are just for the US for smart devices. WMAC has only been shipping product for 2 years, and in that time we have great traction with 12 utility customers in Australia and New Zealand.
Thank you, Robert. Let's recognize that we are experiencing a distributed energy revolution. The basic model of electricity is radically changing for the first time in 150 years. That change is happening in the distribution part of the energy value chain. The distribution grid 2.0 has intelligent fleets of devices that are intercommunicating to automate reliable energy flows and manage the demand and supply of electric vehicles and solar energy. It's continuously learning to be more efficient and protect the grid. That's why our clear vision at WMAC.Cloud is to own the most important control point in the distribution grid network, establishing Australia and New Zealand as leading innovation hubs in this great energy transition. In essence, becoming the first global virtual utility. And we're doing this in a very focused manner.
Globally, the electrical distribution grid is not monitored. Early on, we identified that the distribution transformer is key. It has visibility down to the customer, and it can see back up into the high voltage network. If we want the solar and the batteries that we're installing on our homes to become an integral part of the electrical distribution grid, then Electrical distributors have to understand the power flows in their network. This is crucial to unlock the potential of solar. Also, the information we collect today is helpful today. We identify assets that are under stress. We can detect faults and issues faster. This results in reduction in the number of and duration of outages, saving them money today. WMAC will own the transformer. Our intelligent devices will send transformer data back up into our grid science platform. With big data, machine learning, we will develop AI automation systems that will manage a more resilient grid. We work closely with our customers to streamline deployment and to integrate this data into their existing systems. WMAC launched in New Zealand. New Zealand is the perfect innovation market with small utilities. This allows us easy access to key people, fast feedback loops, resulting in a faster development cycle. This would be impossible to duplicate in other parts of the world. New Zealand is the perfect innovation testbed for large markets like the US.
And let's take a look at the US. As Robert mentioned, our strategy is all about fast customer buying cycles. We are targeting cities and cooperative utilities. There are 3,000. Cities are the innovation fast movers. They're basically unregulated. Then we will target the investor-owned utilities during their adoption upswing. Their providers are very slow. They're not competition today, and they're not going to catch us. Let's recognize that the first energy revolution produced the most valuable companies in history, like General Electric. The same thing is going to happen again. Our opportunity here is limitless. We have a clear path in our financial planning to $2 billion or more US over the next decade. And that's because this business has great economics. It's a growth machine with substantial reoccurring revenues that also grow over time. We have a very high takeoff trajectory because of the massive networks of our customers and reorder lock-in that last generations. We're looking at $1.5 to $2 million this year with a $4 million annualized run rate near the end of it. This is one of the most experienced teams possible for this business. We are all serial entrepreneurs, 2 serial CEOs. Robert built and took public an IoT company with some of the same US customers. Ian has built and scaled development teams from startup to corporations. He has a PhD in our monitoring technology. I have led military teams from special operations and guided iconic global CEOs on the full range of technology challenge and innovation. And let's take a look at our engineering team. They're also one of the most experienced imaginable. We have engineers in every major area of this business for a total of 10 now, plus 5 more contractors we expect to convert. We have people on the ground in Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. The time to build this business is today. We are here raising 4.5 million US from this forum, and we know exactly how to invest this. And you can see by everything that we've accomplished with very little resources over the last 2 years, we will make that happen. Right now, we are commercializing our battery watch, our cable, and our cell monitor products within the next 18 months. We are growing our team to 30, and we are establishing a broader business presence in Australia, as well as investing in the United States. This is a historic moment for civilization, for humanity, and it is for you. This is quite possibly the largest opportunity you'll have in your life. We welcome you to join us at WMAC in leading the great energy transition. Please reach out to us in our umbrella room or direct. We look forward to meeting you, and thank you.
Presenting now is Unhedged, a super simple app-based experience that allows everyday investors to assign their money to advanced AI trading algorithms to access higher performance. Here to talk about this further is CEO Peter Baker.
Hi, I'm Peter Baker. I'm the founder of Unhedged, and Unhedged's mission is to bring better returns to everyday investors like you and me. Because the problem is with most investors, not you, but most investors, you underperform the S&P 500 by about 42%. And that's consistent. And because most investors are underperforming, they are drawn to these robo-investors, like, StockSpot, SixPark, in the US, you have Betterment, Wealthfront, etc. And they all built around this modern portfolio theory that is basically from 1952. And by definition, it generates average results. It's like the market is an ocean and you throw oil on it. And so the waves are still there, just less manner. Everyday investors are unable to enter hedge funds. You have to bring 250K or more. Not everybody has that liquid asset base. So what we're going to do is we're going to launch in July a super simple app that basically allows people to assign money to pre-selected algorithms that are pre-selected by us. And those algorithms are based on academic research. So they're like momentum algorithms, they're mean reversal, risk parity, etc., etc., etc. And the key is if you mix them up, then they become, as a whole, very stable as an asset return. We put our money where our mouth is, so we only get paid an overperformance when we reach a high watermark and overperform the benchmark. So if you know this whole robo-advice thesis is developing really quickly, but it came from something. It came from the big bulge banks that had opaque fees, high cost, high spreads, and then it moved to the more desktop-based brokers like interactive brokers, E-Trade, America Trade, Tasty Words later. And you had to still bring your own strategy. And the robo-advisors in the early noughties brought that. They brought the modern portfolio theory into an app, which is basically static rebalancing. But now, because the trading costs are so low because of Robinhood and Stake and others, combined with AI and algorithms, we're going to supercharge those returns and make them better, more stable. So the market size is pretty enormous, right? Because it's not just robo-advisors. Robo-advisors in the US have only $1 trillion in management. Now, it's about self-managed, self-directed investors. In the world, there are about $20 trillion available for it. In Australia, $1 trillion. We will capture in about 5 years, about 0.7%, have about 1.6 billion under management. We have a healthy business, but that is not the key. The key is that we can go to other countries like Indonesia, Mexico, US, UK, Europe, and we can expand there because our system is built to be multi-regulatory, multi-language from the design. Okay, if you look at the very narrow view of competitors, StockSpot, SixPark, Raise, they basically have okay returns. But if you look at what they in the end do, it's not spectacular at all. We do way, way better. And that's because we do beta switching instead of beta moderation. In the US, it's a little bit The market is more regulated, and they do actually worse, strangely enough. But that's because they have enormous costs to bring it to fruition. So we have two types of customers now, B2Cs and B2C premiums. The B2C is a group of people, young people that save between 500 and 2,500. They're doing fine, and they're saving for houses. And what we need to get them to do is think about more how you spread your assets around. And 93% do not invest now. And why? Because they don't know enough. Premium customers, that's probably people like you and me. We save a lot, and still 31% does not invest. Why? Because they don't understand it. They don't want to pay attention. We bring something that they really can work with. So we have a business model is based around 3 income streams. So we have a platform fee above $5,000 invested. We have an AUM fee and a overperformance over benchmark. That means that about half of the months we get paid. The rest of the months we might overperform the benchmark or get a high watermark, but not both. So we have a LTV to CAC, which is the most important number in this type of business, of 5.14 if I assume that we have a churn of 10%. The churn in this industry is 3%. So it will be a lot higher, but let's just take a negative view and we'll have a pretty solid business in a few years. We have, I must say, a stellar team. There's just the 3 guys who are running it, but we have another 10 people below us who are piece by piece effing awesome. So I'm the quant, Glenn is the quant. Mike makes sure that everything is in the right lanes in terms of risk and in terms of finances. I'm an ex-Googler. I went to INSEAD to do my MBA. I know what I'm doing here. I also had several exits before, and so I don't work for, let's say, a hobby. This is going to be a big exit for all of us. Glenn is one of these people who is uber smart. Worked at CERN, found some really strange particles, and at one point went into hedge funds and Deloitte. We have a stellar advisor team. Carolyn is on the board of the ASX. She ran before the venture arm of Macquarie. Really, really helpful. Ben Martian does the policy of the Australian Financial Planning Association. Very helpful to help us to unlock the financial planners as a channel. And James, Jason, Christian, JJ, all specialists on their own area and super helpful. And most of them invested in significant amount in the company. So what's the opportunity here? Unhedged has raised $500K in a pre-seed to build the fund and the app. The app will launch in July. The fund, however, will launch in April. We are trading our own money now with it, but the fund will open up in April, and it's your chance to get in early. You won't pay any AUM fee. And the only fee you pay is an overperformance fee of 20%. And if you refer other people into the fund, you share a part of the overperformance fee. How is that? Because we had so much demand for a pre-seed round, we have opened up a safe as well. So there's an opportunity, especially for people who really can add things to the ventures in terms of contacts, in terms of knowledge they have about the industry. You can invest in a safe through a 20% discount on the next round. We expect the next round to be between 10 and 50 million and around June. So these are the opportunities. I am on the Brilla platform. I'm happy to chat about this. Past returns are not guarantee for the future, but this is a better way to invest. 80% of all money in the market is traded with algorithms. Why are we still using the 1952 formula? Thank you. See your umbrella. Ping me a message and we'll sort something out. Cheers.
I'm excited now to present the Investment Trends and Themes in Life Sciences and Genomics panel session. This session will cover such topics as innovation in gene therapies, how COVID-19 has impacted the sector, the importance of regulatory institutions in enabling the development and the funding of life sciences, and the effectiveness of vaccines. Panelists for this session include Leslie Chong, who's the MD and CEO of Immugene, Estienne Hui Tong, who's the Head of Investments at SG Innovate, Victoria Gordon, who's the CEO and Managing Director of Q-Biotics Limited, Kelly Constable, who's the Venture Partner at One Ventures, and it's moderated by Glenn Cross, who's the Director of Horizon 3 Biotech Fund.
Well, welcome to the Wholesale Investor Emergence 21 session today on Life Sciences and Genomics. Joining me today, I have four very experienced life science executives, and I'll introduce them to you shortly. Today, we're going to explore trends and developments in genomics and life science investment issues. The genomics industry is evolving from mapping our DNA to editing our DNA. Gene editing promises to transform how we treat and cure disease. And sometime in the near future, we may well be able to cure diseases like Huntington's and cystic fibrosis. As this is an investment conference, we're also going to explore current trends and issues around global investment in life sciences. So joining me today, I have Leslie Chong, the CEO of Immugene, H.H. Tong, the Head of Investment of SG Innovate in Singapore, Victoria Gordon, the Managing Director of Q-Biotics, and Kelly Constable, a Venture Partner of One Ventures here in Australia. So welcome to you all. To start with, I'm going to ask a question, and prior to you answering that question, I'd like you each to give a brief introduction of both your company and yourself. And that question is probably on everyone's mind and still very topical. And that is, how did COVID-19 and the pandemic impact on investment in life sciences during 2020, and in particular on your company? I sit on the board of a couple of life science venture funds, and I know it's impacted in many ways on both attracting LPs and managing our companies, especially remotely. So I'm going to just go around the group, and I've got everyone's picture in front of me here. So I'll just start to my immediate right. Can we start with you, HH?
Sure, Glenn, and thanks for the introduction. It's a pleasure always to be here and to be invited to speak here again. For those of you who have not heard me introduce myself before, my name is H.H. Tong. I'm the Head of Investments for SG Innovate. We're an early stage deep tech investor backed by the Singapore government. And what do we mean by deep tech? Obviously, that's something that I always get asked. Fundamentally, we invest in companies that adopt emerging technologies that will have strong or outsized impact on the economies of the future. So, and that's a constantly moving target. So maybe 5 years ago, we were looking at things like AI, we were looking at things like, blockchain, we're always looking at medical, because medical is constantly evolving. But today, what we are more focused upon are things like artificial intelligence, which remains a core focus for us, quantum technologies, autonomous vehicles, and even in the biomedical space, we have sort of moved a little bit away from the convergence of AI with medtech and doing a little bit more in the therapeutic space, microbiomes, some of these other very interesting areas in biotech. We tend to be early stage investors, usually the first check into the company. Global mandate, we've invested all over the world. We're not restricted just investing in Singapore because we believe that the thesis for biotech is that of a global ecosystem rather than a local one. And probably at this point in time, I should stop promoting what I do and get onto the topic itself, which is, how has COVID-19 impacted us? Now, as what Glenn has said, it has impacted us in terms of being able to fundraise, especially for those companies that had a very short runway leading into the COVID-19 pandemic. We had a little bit of trouble initially raising funds for those that did not have a direct correlation with COVID-19 or the addressing of the issues around COVID-19. But that got better along, as the year progressed, as people got a little bit more optimistic, that it was not all dire, it was not all doom and gloom. So subsequently, we found that it was a bit easier towards the end of the year to extend the runways of a lot of these companies, and not just in the biomedical space, but also in quantum and some of these other areas as well. One of the funny things that we did encounter was that we had a lot more problems, not so much in the fundraising part of it, we had a lot more problems with keeping companies together. Now, if you have ever invested in early stage companies, it's literally like two people, coming together, trying to work together and not realizing that actually they can't really work together that closely when they are forced to do so in a closed environment. So, we had some trouble, trying to sort out issues between founders and their investors, issues between investors on the board itself. And it was quite interesting to see because we did have these problems before, but really we had a lot more, and outsized statistics, when it came to this particular period. So I think when it came to COVID-19, those were the key things that came to mind. Moving forward, things are getting a little bit back to normal. People are becoming a bit more discerning. It's not every biotech company that comes to you and says, we solve COVID-19 and you throw money at them. Now is, we ask them, what do you actually do that is going to address this problem? And so I think we are slowly starting seeing things get back to normal. But I still think it's probably going to be about another 6 months to a year before things really are normal. Back to you, Glenn.
Yeah, thanks, HH. Victoria, as the CEO and Managing Director of an Australian listed company, can you talk a bit about your issues?
Thanks, Glenn. And sorry, we are still an unlisted...
you are still unlisted. Sorry, yeah, Imugene's listed, yes.
No, indeed. And I must say we've been around for 21 years now and we're still unlisted. Look, it's interesting. In many ways, COVID has certainly shone a light on the life sciences industry. But before we go into that, I better talk about who I am and what our company is. Look, I'm co-founder, CEO and Managing Director of the Qbiotics Group. The Qbiotics Group is made up of Ecobiotics, which is our discovery company, and Qbiotics, which is development. This is a company that really we specialise in cell signalling small molecules that we discover from our amazing Australian tropical rainforest. And as I said, we've been around for 21 years now. First 10 years, we certainly were functioning as a discovery arm of bigger companies. And then we decided to get into development of our discoveries ourselves. We take a bit of a different approach to development in that we develop our products simultaneously for the human and veterinary environment. And really what that's about is we feel that the veterinary environment with real world disease models is very much a more robust preclinical model that very much informs us and underpins our first entry into the human environment. So what are we doing at the moment? We certainly are concentrating in oncology and wound healing. Oncology is our most advanced. We We have a registered veterinary pharmaceutical, registered under the EMA, registered under the FDA Centre for Veterinary Medicine, the VMD in the UK, Swissmedic, and we're hopefully soon to be registered under the APVMA here in Australia. We take a little longer in Australia to register our drugs. And for the human environment, we're in phase 2. We have 4 clinical trials that are that we're focusing on at the moment. Head and neck squamous cell carcinoma, melanoma, monotherapy, and as many are in combination with pembrolizumab, and so soon to look at sarcoma. We have a wound healing product that is quite extraordinary. It is a pharmaceutical, not a device, and it has activity against the range of different wound types. But I could talk about the company forever. I will slow that down now, and get back to the question. So, as I mentioned or indicated, that COVID, the COVID-19 pandemic and the problems has really very much shone a light, I believe, on the life sciences. I know that some have found it difficult as far as funding, but record amounts have been raised, and the deals that happened in 2020 were significant. I think there were about 2,000 biopartnering deals undertaken, and that the value of that was around about US $180 billion. So, an interesting space. I think as far as our company is concerned, is we certainly had an impact on our clinical trials. We've absolutely lost 6 months. Things are slow. And it's not only due to the lockdowns, but the knock-on effect as well. We're finding that our clinical trial sites our investigators are diverted with standard of care treatments that just weren't happening and weren't occurring. So it's, as far as that goes, and I think that's really a problem elsewhere. Impact in other areas. I think our manufacturers are a little bit slow, etc. So that's a reasonable problem. But of course, you do as we who get in and start our companies and sort of move into the space, you just get on with the job and solve the problem and keep moving.
Thanks, Victoria. And Leslie, certainly you as an ASX listed company, tell us a bit about how Imugene are going now and what the issues you've had over the last year.
Absolutely. So my name is Leslie Chung, and I'm the MD CEO of the company. And so, we are developing primarily in the cancer space, but with immuno-oncology. We have 2 platforms, the B-cell derived antibodies, as well as the oncolytic virus. And we have 2 studies coming off of each of those platforms currently. And we are going like gangbusters. We actually had a really nice readout from an interim data review of our anti-HER2 vaccine we call HERVAX. So we were able to still produce a fair amount of data and still enroll. And what Victoria was talking about in terms of certain hospitals that were not enrolling, because we were in India, that did impact us to a certain degree. However, we still were able to get a readout, which is just fabulous. And then we just started an anti-PD-1 cancer vaccine called PD-1 Vax. So we think that we could potentially rival the blockbuster drugs like pembrolizumab. We just started that study, and again, seeing some really interesting results right off, and not have had any problems with enrolling, especially here in Australia, given that we've kept it pretty well controlled here in Australia. So, at the last sort of panel, I think we talked about this and how we can move the business into Australia, and that's exactly what I did. And then we also have a cancer virus. And of course, because of the COVID pandemic, it was a little hard to get a virus tested for toxicology. So yes, that was a bit delayed, and we had to scoot around. And what that did was make Imugene a bit more resourceful. And because due to the pandemic, we were all relegated to work from home. But I think we came out of that pretty well. Rather than flying around as a CEO, speaking with investors and what have you, I was able to really focus on the clinical trials. And that's where my special skills and experience comes from with 23 years of clinical development, specifically in the oncology field. It was kind of nice. And I also got to practice a little bit of my biology by growing my own vegetables. So that was that was quite nice to be able to do. So in some ways, I think the pandemic has really made us much more resourceful. And I think now that we are able to test our toxicology into a specific lab, I think that we found a lab that is superior and not busy doing any other work, and they can focus on our product. So, and I'm incredibly fortunate. I'm one of those companies that we're well funded. So I didn't actually have to go and look for funding, which was probably a blessing in 2020. And I didn't, because we had a successful capital raise just at the end of 2019. So we're fairly cashed up. So we were in good standing with the pandemic, was able to move the business more into Australia and get that Australia focus that I wanted to do and had a goal to do. And in the meantime, I was able to save some money and still produce our products.
Thanks, Leslie. And Kelly, as a Australian life science venture company, tell us a bit about One Ventures and your experiences during the year.
Sure. So my background is I actually come from the life sciences sector. I was in pharma and biotech for 20 years on the pharma side, on the commercialization side. And I spent the last 10 years of that co-founding businesses inside of Amgen around digital health and AI, and cardiovascular and precision oncology in both the US and Europe. I moved to Australia 4 years ago and really immersed myself in precision oncology and genomics as a board member, CEO. And I've started my own company where we help surround ourselves around early biotechs, startup companies to help them commercialize. I joined One Ventures about a year ago as a part-time venture partner. And I also am spending quite a bit of time in gene therapy these days. So broad portfolio, but majority of my portfolio is precision oncology and gene therapy. I would say, one, I absolutely agree with what Victoria said. There's been I think, having spent my whole life in the industry, that there's been a bit of a lift in the industry, and the pandemic has refocused the public on the contribution that science and industry makes to therapy. So I think that that's been extremely positive, and I'm sure that's been part of the contribution of the lift in an ongoing growing investment sector. So I think that's been really positive. As far as specific impact, I'll give you two examples. Just thinking about Leslie's examples. In one company that's raising capital, I would say the pandemic was probably beneficial because it was more efficient to raise capital globally than going country to country, especially when you're in Australia. You really appreciate the downtime when it takes so much time to fly around the world and meet venture capitalists. So I'd say that virtual environment was a positive. I think the downside, we would all say in the venture capital community, is not being able to meet the founders or the management team live is an extreme disadvantage. As you all know, we're investing in people. So the not having the opportunity to physically engage and understand that individual at another level is probably a disadvantage. On the other end of the spectrum, another company was in the process of launching into the US at the beginning of the pandemic. And so unfortunately, that company was extremely disadvantaged because revenue was significantly slowed. We lost a year of revenue. The company was planning on using that revenue to raise capital in the US. So these kind of interdependencies between the slowdown of the market, not in that particular company, not being able to have our management team go and be overseeing the launch in the US definitely disadvantaged it. So I think it depends on the company and the situation. When you look across the portfolios, there have been some positives and some negatives. I think one of the things when we look at Australia, one of the benefits will be, going back to the example about clinical trials, is that we will become more attractive from a clinical trials perspective. We hope, if we can be successful in importing the clinical trials that have been slowed in the UK and the US. I think that's a significant opportunity created by COVID, but we have to seek it. And then the second question I have about the impact that's still TBD is this impact of no travel. I think it's been okay when the whole world is in the same situation. I'm a bit concerned that if we're all in the same place virtually, but if the rest of the world opens their borders and begins international travel in the next 5 years, and we cannot go engage the global markets, and we can't allow the global markets to come in, whether that be investors, customers, companies, I'm very concerned at the disadvantage that will put Australia in.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. I've had a personal experience over the last 8 or 9 months in that I sit on the board of a Swiss-based public company listed in Zurich. And I've brought into the company a new president, a regulatory affairs executive, and a couple of product development people. I've never met any of the other directors. Personally, I've seen their faces on Zoom calls for 6 or 7 months now, but I've actually never met any of them. And they've got a little bit of travel going on in Europe, not much, but they are managing to get around. So I think 12 months, 18 months will probably be about it for us. I think we'll have to, we can't be an island all alone down here forever. Well, thank you. The next question I'm going to pose to everyone, as this is a life science investment conference and session. There's a lot of people out there interested in what they should be looking at in terms of their own portfolios or their own investments. So can I ask each of you just what's hot at the moment in terms of life sciences? What do you think are the areas that are going to really offer opportunities for investors out there over the next 1 to 2 years? And I'll start again with you, HH.
Okay, well, I get to answer this before the rest, so I get the advantage of sort of spreading it out. I think, well, for us, because we're a deep tech and we cut across a lot of different industries, I think the whole ecosystem around COVID-19, everything from manufacturing, delivery, supply chain, monitoring, the drug delivery, education, all these are going to be important in the coming year because, as you quite rightly point out, as Kelly did as well, if we can't travel, that's going to put a huge dampener on things. And those countries that are willing to allow their borders to be a little bit more porous might suffer a little bit more in terms of the effect of COVID-19, but economically, they're more likely to have a more robust economy once things get back on even keel. So I think that those companies are looking at things like digital health passports. How are they going to transport drugs from point to point? Given the sensitivity of some of the mRNA drugs out there in terms of temperature fluctuations. Those are things that could be ancillary to the life science industry, but nonetheless a critical part of the whole solution. So those are things that we're looking at. We are also looking in the microbiome space, simply because we have read. There's a lot of literature in connecting microbiomes with existing health issues. None of them really have progressed to the stage where they've identified a particular biome or something to address or connected it to a particular illness, whether it's arthritis, Parkinson's, or whatever. But I think that's something that's going to be interesting in the coming year. I'm not going to talk about oncology because I'm definitely not the person to speak about that in front of two experts on the panel. But of course, oncology always remains front and center of what we look at. You can't avoid the big C. Cardiovascular illness is another area. But things that as Singapore, we are actually interested in because of the aging population is we're probably going to spend a bit more time understanding biological gerontology from an investor perspective. The whole aging process, what are the drugs, the management, the healthcare systems that are going to surround this. So I think for us, that's what we're likely to be focused on in the biomedical space in the coming year.
Thank you. Victoria, any comments?
Yes, thanks, Glenn. And HH, you did a great job on and outlining most of the areas of interest. I think one of the particular areas of great interest certainly is the microbiome. Like certainly we work in cancer here with our intratumoral, and as I said, we're working with the anti-PD-1 at the moment. And as an example, we're getting some great demonstration. I mean, in the industry, that the microbiome certainly is. They have predictive biomarkers of response to the cancer immunotherapies. I'm sure Leslie is sort of certainly interested in this area, just to really improve that the success rate of the immunotherapeutics. And I think it's my doctorate was in microbiology, so I certainly have a particular interest, in that area. But along with what HH was saying, it is a different world. We're not. We have restricted access. We are doing things certainly at a distance, and so things like automated content management, automated documentation, certainly of clinical trials. I think the regulatory area certainly was moving to electronic CRFs and trial master files, etc. But even more so, I know in this company we certainly have moved into that space because it's much more secure, also much more searchable. My team isn't going as insane with the approach to handling data. So. Certainly cancer in this company is uppermost in our minds. Immunotherapeutics is hot and will continue to be hot, but also the complements to that area, the intratumoral therapies. I think small molecules that were out of favour for quite some time are coming back in favour. There certainly is a growing interest in small molecules and into the area of the diseases of ageing. Cancer, absolutely, but other areas, like even in the area of things like venous leg ulcers and the general sort of problems of the geriatric environment. We're seeing some interesting areas come up, such as the psilocybin compounds that you can find in the magic mushrooms. They're sort of certainly hitting the environment, dementia, having a big impact on dementia, and certainly on those who are actually having some of the mental illness areas. I think it's a fascinating area, and I think it's an area that is going to have a lot more interest into the future.
Thanks, Victoria. I know, Leslie, oncology is something that Imugene is very involved in, but are there other areas that you think are going to be prominent over the next 1 to 2 years?
Well, look, I think COVID has brought a lot of interest to vaccinating worldwide for several new flu-like symptoms that will arise. I think we're going to have to, as HH alluded to, the whole idea of manufacturing really scaling up that level and protecting the whole world against a pandemic like this will be something that people will be looking at and evolving quite quickly. I think my husband is a professor of quantum physics, so that's, always a hot topic. Along with oncology, I've got the quantum physics telling me about all the new ventures that he's going through. So there are a lot of things in the information that I think we have something to look forward to. People are wanting information and data at the speed of light, be it cancer data or be it vaccination data. These things are imperative that we evolve and move across. I think for me, I am primarily focused on the whole cancer immunotherapy. I think CAR-T gene therapy and cellular therapy that we sort of started off speaking about, I think that is pretty hot these days due to the fact that it actually can say the C word, which is cure, which is not something that a lot of people can apply to when it comes to cancer therapies. And so gene therapy, cellular therapy, and especially towards a solid tumor therapy, understanding the tumor microenvironment enough so that you know exactly how your drug is working, and given that payload and what that does to your immunity is something that every company is working towards. For me, I've always felt that if you follow science, the investment or the money will come. And so you just have to be smart about how you develop your product, have a meaningful space in it, or fill a meaningful space. I think combination, given that PD-1s have proliferated over every biotech companies of the world, and they're looking for combination that could actually alleviate and prolong life and be safe at the same time. So having that quality of life, having efficacy that actually is meaningful to a patient. I think there's a lot of things to look forward to.
Thank you. And Kelly, what are your thoughts on what's One Ventures in particularly interested in?
Well, I think just looking at, One Ventures, which is more focused on Australia, but kind of broadly from a venture capital lens, I would agree with everything that's said. I'll add from a therapies perspective, I would agree with Leslie that cell and gene therapies is a really hot topic for a number of reasons. Most importantly, because the promise of finally cure. It has brought rare diseases and ultra rare diseases to the forefront in the investment community in a way that we would not have predicted 10 or 20 years ago. So I think it just not only the promise of that, but the valuations that gene therapy is getting is very attractive to investors. And then the time to market, right? So we see a lot of these therapies by the nature of gene therapy getting approved much faster with phase 2 data. So there's a lot of attributes that are very attractive around that. And in regards to categories, I agree with everything said, and I would probably add an emphasis to the idea of mental illness. Mental illness is an extremely hot topic from an investment perspective. And the criticality of mental illness, even though it's always been there, COVID has brought mental illness to the forefront in most countries. And so that becomes a lot more attractive. We've commented on CNS, including aging. So CNS has a lot of promise in gene therapy, but also just across different modalities, a lot happening there. I think those are hot. In regards to technology, I think the technology in healthcare, one of the benefits of COVID is that it is absolutely accelerating the integration of technology, whether that be in drug development, whether it be in delivery. One example is there's a company now that is doing a pilot test in the US on being able to drop vaccines at people's doorfront via a drone with I won't name the company, and the patient would be able to self-administer the patch in 10 minutes and then self-dispose of it. So transformations in supply chain delivery is really being spurred along by COVID. So I think that's going to be, those technologies will be attractive for investors who may not want to go down the therapy side, but maybe more comfortable with technology. And then I think we're going to see a lot more with platforms in drug development. In both on supply chain, but also on the development side in gene therapy. So I think platforms are going to be kind of the next decade of promise in time to development, efficiency of development, and the ability to standardize. Really attractive.
Thank you. I think if someone had asked us 12 months ago whether we asked each of us what we thought would happen and if we could develop a vaccine, a virus vaccine inside of 12 months or so, most of us probably would have been skeptical. It's just been amazing globally. I think there's 6 or 7 companies now that have a vaccine approved. And what do you think have been the big lessons out of that around accelerated development, concentrated focus on particular developments? Anyone have a comment, HH?
Sorry, I'm going to be a bit cynical here. I'm going to say that, if the problem is big enough and there's a big impact on the economy globally, people will sort of align their interests to make sure that there's a solution to the problem. And I think we've seen that happen. We've seen great collaboration in the area of drug development, to try to address this problem. Multiple countries, running their own clinical trials. Of course, it generates its own set of problems, where the data itself may not be, you've got this issue of, is the data, totally aligned in different countries. But yeah, honestly, I think that the key driver was the fact that everyone's economy was impacted, everyone's livelihood was impacted. It's very important that no one could travel for holidays, so I think that moved certain countries to emphasize this as well. But yeah, I honestly would never have believed that they could have a drug out in the market, pass their safety efficacy tests, and actually put it out, especially with something as, I wouldn't say innovative, but something as new for approval as mRNA. I mean, if they had said that this is a typical vaccine, yeah, probably they could have squeezed the timelines, but for them to take such an innovative approach, I know it's been banging around in the labs for a while, but this is the first time it's actually been able to break out of the labs and gone to the mass market. And honestly, I thought that not only is it incredible, I was also a little bit afraid initially, because I was like, do I really want to take this? I'm not sure. But I saw some of the data and I said, okay, maybe it's not such a bad thing. But I've not taken it yet, so I'm not on the list of priorities at the moment.
Victoria, what are your comments and what have you seen in terms of? Sorry,
I'm just smiling and shaking my head. I felt exactly the same way about the vaccine as HH. I was, when asked, well, would you take it? And just a certain amount of nervousness, but that does, that really does then focus us up on the regulatory requirements. It is such a, these are such long-standing and big hurdle requirements from the regulators, and suddenly they've been shortened right down. And safe drugs, this safe vaccine has been produced in lightning speed, so that we have to ask the questions, well, why is that so? And why are we faced with, 7 to 15 years of, slogging at developing our drugs and going through the long-standing 1 to phase 3 and then multiples, to get that done. So I think the questions must be pushed straight back to the regulatory groups, saying, well, what is going on, guys? Why the difference? Because these drugs have gone through in 10 to 20%, of the usual time frame. That's exciting, because if we look at the pedigrees of drugs, and there's some great pharmaceuticals, great medical devices, and answers out there in the market, but we really need new innovation and new problems to be solved. I think cancer is a good example of that. Certainly the leading drugs, hands down, are the immunotherapeutics, the immune checkpoint inhibitors, etc. They're doing great strides, but are they enough? Like, if you look at their report cards, on average, and these are sweeping statements, but 30 to 50% efficacy, some really worrying adverse events with these drugs, and we haven't really solved the problem, but it is such a long, expensive, hard road. Let's address that. Let's shorten that up. Let's see, where we're going with that. And of course, reducing the costs. It's still outrageously expensive to develop drugs.
Your thoughts, Leslie?
Well, I think it's the only time I saw government intervention be helpful as opposed to be obstructive. And I agree with Victoria. I think it is a very exciting stage, and we do need to look at, the regulators need to look at, why do they approve certain drugs over others, when clearly some drugs are better, but they have to, when a drug has put their flag in the sand, you then have to build another mountain just to get a flag near that. It's a hard road, and I think we need to look at how harnessing and acceleration really works for drugs that could be quite helpful.
Kelly, any comments?
I echo those sentiments as well. I think some interesting observations since HHU allow us to be cynical. I think a couple observations is it's obvious that journalists don't study statistics. It's a bit disappointing how much the public relies on headlines in regards to decisions, characterization, or updates for their health. So just the disconnect, I think, between and all of us being in healthcare can probably appreciate this. I think the disconnect globally with people's perception of the situation or just how we've looked at all this and how much this has been driven by the media is just a shocking reality for me. I think the most important insights that have come are yet to come. So I think the data for the next decade on what we were really learning and being able to look at cohorts, really being able to track the different viruses and everything, I think there's still so much we're going to learn, so many positives. I think on the business side, it's interesting to see if the business model with industry and governments will change because of this. So I think that's one thing I'm hoping for, bulk buying and volume. I think there's been quite a few insights per country on their own health system, their agility, and I hope that that will lead to more modernization and more thoughtful planning around how to handle mass conditions in a population more efficiently and faster. I think on the individual level, what's a really interesting observation of people is that a couple of years ago, I spoke at Oz Biotech about privacy and our resistance of the sharing our health data in Australia. And it's really interesting that then came the pandemic and we've all been sharing our location via health apps. And so one of the important takeaways to me is what we always know in study and business is that a solution needs a problem or an unmet need. And suddenly when we were all at risk of a pandemic, we had a greater appetite to adopt different behaviors such as apps, sharing of health data. So it's a good reminder, and hopefully we'll have an appetite to adopt more technologies that lead to better outcomes because of our vulnerability during the pandemic.
Yeah, thank you. And just taking up on one of the comments HH made, it's amazing what can happen when money gets involved, and the world realised that not only did we have an health issue, but we were also had an economic issue. And it brings to mind 5 or 6 years ago when President Obama announced that they were doing a moonshot on cancer, if you remember that, and they were going to cure all cancers in the next 5 years, and virtually nothing happened. So if something else good that comes out of COVID is that we can actually accelerate and put global efforts towards solving some of these, critical unmet medical needs, there might be something good that came out of the pandemic. I guess time will tell. The organisers asked us to explore one other question on this panel, which is primarily focused on Australia. So I won't leave HH out entirely because I did read an interesting article in, I think it was the Financial Review here in Australia today, talking about the Singapore government now ready to move out of its pandemic hiatus, as many countries are. How do you see the biotech, life sciences industry coming out of this in Singapore in terms of both government support and industry support, HH?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Candidly speaking, I think the government has always been focused on the life sciences. A lot of money has been allocated to it. Singapore does benefit from a few advantages. We are a commercial hub, so a lot of big pharma come here and set up their regional HQs, which in turn sort of allows us to be, a certain sense, a crossroads for information regarding the latest developments, as well as a means to attract global talent in the biotech space. We also have we have got the research institutions, the universities, but more importantly, I think the government has, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was in December, they announced that they're going to allocate $25 billion over a period of a couple of years for deep technology, and biotech was actually a key component of that $25 billion. So again, I'm speaking perhaps because I'm an investor, but certainly money talks. It does tend to bring together or grease the wheels of certain developments in that area. But that's not all it is. I mean, the institutions do great research. We do have translational institutions which translate that research into companies. But perhaps what we don't do so well is that we don't have those early stage investors like us. And that's probably one of the reasons why SG Innovate exists, is to sort of bridge the gap between when they come out of those translational institutions and they're looking for their first check. That's where we need to be, and I'm hoping that a lot more investors need to be. But we don't have that many early stage investors. But if you're at the preclinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, there are actually a lot of venture capital firms, private equity firms just queuing up to sort of put money into you. So I think that we still have gaps, and that's not a bad thing, because it means that we know that there are problems and that we've got to try to solve those problems. But I'm pretty optimistic as to where this is going to go. The new fund that we have raised is focused on biotech as well. So that in itself tells you, or gives an inkling as to the thinking of the government in terms of how it's trying to push the whole ecosystem forward.
Thank you. Now to our three Australian panellists. The question, heaven forbid if there's actually any politicians interested enough to watch this session, but during my time with AusBiotech, I spent 15 years trying to convince politicians of all persuasions, state and federal, that they should be focusing on this sector, with varying degrees of success. But aren't we all grateful now that we have CSL, an investment made 100 years ago, and they're able to produce hopefully a big part of the coronavirus vaccine that Australia will need, and we're just thankful that they're here. But the question to each of you is, where do you see the gaps in Australia in terms of infrastructure, big picture stuff? What would you like to see both government and industry involved in, say, over the next 4 or 5 years here in Australia to support this sector? And I'll start with you, Victoria.
Thanks, Glenn. And look, I'll start off with certainly agreeing with HH in that early stage investment. I think over the few decades that I've been working in the industry in Australia, I have seen so many great ideas and some really great technology just not seen the light of day, because the would-be entrepreneurs or those who are sort of running these early companies, they've gone through the 3 Fs, the friends, families, fools money, and then they hit the valley of death. There's just not that support between there and really sort of proving up their technology to attract, the substantial investment and goodness. We early on, particularly in the industry in Australia, we saw so many small companies go into the listed environment, and it was just a death knell. And that's just yes, Australian government, look to the great innovation that we have in Australia. We are, we're fantastic at that, and I must say that we're great at exporting it and selling it off early. So a structure where there's both early stage investment and also early stage support and advice. We've got some great talent in Australia, but this is a small pool. So certainly encouraging the companies that are sadly there is the statement, there's the one product wonder statement out there, but what they need is not to be spreading the talent thin. Do some mergers, get together and build, really create a critical mass. And so the limited, unfortunately, of course, it's due to a small population, but we have limited talent associated with being able to manage companies and manage businesses. Like, let's not fool anyone. We are in the business of developing our products to get a return on investment. We are in the business of business, and I think that is something that I think should be encouraged more, and the development of business acumen and an understanding of what that actually really means. I think the other area, back to the regulatory environment, I think the government does really need to look at our regulators, and I'm talking about the TGA and also our veterinary product regulators, the APVMA. We are, I think that we could be aligning ourselves a little more with the groups like the EMA or the FDA. I'll use our veterinary drug as an example. This is registered under the EMA, and we're marketing in Europe. We're registered under the FDA Centre for Veterinary Medicine, and we're still sitting. We've had our application into the APVMA for the last 2 years, and there's no alignment. There could be an approach such as restricted marketing until we've got EMA registration, restricted marketing until they have a chance to assess the application, and then either give full more marketing or demands for more information, etc. I think we need to get a little bit smarter in Australia associated with that. And just my last point here is sadly the lack of the support providers, the lack of good quality GMP drug API and drug product manufacturers, the lack of quality toxicology providers, the lack of really CROs for our clinical trials that really know their business, they really understand that they need to partner with the companies that they're working with. I suppose that's turned into a bit of a complaint. Please don't misunderstand me. I think there are some good providers in Australia, but there's not enough. So,
thank you, Leslie.
Well, Victoria, I have to agree with you 100% in that I think success begets success. And coming from US, especially around San Francisco, where it's the hub of biotech and technology, and there's a reason for that, because they have seen successes, they have the infrastructure. I think we too can have this. So if the Australian biotech were to merge, get together, support one another, and actually have the talent, and I agree with you 100%, Victoria, the talent pool is quite limited because you get your training in the US. Kelly, you come from the US and you probably got at your pharma company much more training than you would have gotten here, because you get to see the crux of development there. And you get to be in from early. I mean, I'm fortunate. I've taken 4 drugs from literally to bench to bedside. So I've seen it all done. But that experience is quite hard to get here simply because it's not done here. So I think what we need is success. If we can lead the way, see it all the way through from bench to all the way to the regulators who understand the process, have the manufacturing infrastructure, have those funding available, we can see a level of success and market drugs here, as opposed to wait until we get it from the FDA, EMEA, going through a whole litany of things. When we have the patient population, I mean, anytime I've ran studies whilst I was at GSK, Genentech, Exelixis here in Australia, delivery was 100%. Clinical trials filled up here in Australia. There's a patient population, there's a need, there's a want. And I just think that we need to up our skill sets, and success will build on that success.
Thank you. And your thoughts finally, Kelly?
Oh, I mean, I couldn't have said it better than Leslie and Victoria. I absolutely agree with everything that they've said. I think there's, I guess the only thing I would add is that there's this cultural perception I've picked up on, and I'm obviously still a rookie here, about the private sector and commercialization by some. So there's some kind of a divide I pick up between the public and private sector. And I think other places like the UK, I see a closer collaboration between the two to try to get through that valley of death. So I think we need to reconcile, if we really want to build the private sector and we really want commercialization, we need to embrace the intent of that and the objectivity of having commercialization as a skill and a career path here in Australia. Underneath that, we need to breed the talent. It hasn't been our backbone previously. So we have a very strong platform of believing that we should be importing talent with that experience and or bringing back Australians who've gone overseas to get that talent and build the opportunities for those people to breed and teach it here locally. It's not commercialization, and business acumen and financial acumen is not going to be learned in school. It is the scar tissue, it's the failure, it's the successes, it's the having a network of picking up people across the drug development pathway, because there's numerous experts, as you both alluded to. You have to have a network of experts to call. It's not done by a contributor of one. It's a collaboration of experts. So we need to fundamentally embrace those principles of commercialization and have a very specific plan around breeding talent so that in the next decade, we have our own bench of executive management, board members, founders who have built companies and exited. We can't rely on an N of 10. So I think we have to reconcile, if it's our intent to commercialize, then we need to specifically have the talent to embrace and carry those assets through the valley of death and get to the other side successfully.
Thank you. Can I...
Glenn, I might just, if I may, just one last comment on. And it's all about the valley of death. I think there's a significant opportunity for really patient investors in being able to invest in the early technology. You know, that matchup of those with the deep pockets and plenty of time, but of course, what is missing there are the analysts who actually understand that early stage investment. So, you know, there's some great early stage that's actually going to hit the wall because they don't get the funding. There are, you know, in my experience, you know, there's plenty of, and particularly in the angel investors and the high net worth individuals who really just want to get excited about something that they're investing in. There is, you know, these two areas, but the link up is the, you know, the analysts that really do understand early stage, and to marry these two groups together. I just thought it was an important point to make.
It's very important. And if you look back 10 or 15 years ago, we had 6 to 10 really top-notch life science analysts in Australia, and there's not many left now. That's a good point. It's another important point. And can I ask a wholesale investor and Martha, if you can get Steve to look at this session and condense some of these thoughts and see what you guys can do in terms of talking to especially the Commonwealth government. You know, they've come out strongly since the pandemic and looked at, I think there might be a new awareness of just what we have here. We have all known it for many years, but if they're serious about promoting and supporting life sciences, especially in terms of sovereign supply, that we've seen issues that have come about during the pandemic, then maybe wholesale investors can take some of these thoughts from this session and present them to the relevant people in Canberra. I think that'd be a great idea. Look, can I thank H.H. Tong again, Victoria Gordon, Leslie Chong and Kelly Constable. Thank you for being part of our session today. And to wholesale investor, we appreciate you keeping a focus on life sciences in your portfolio, and look forward to catching up with all of you again one time soon. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Glenn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Glenn.
Up next is Rishi Khanna, who is a high-growth CEO and digital transformation advisor. He will talk to us about some of the barriers to innovation and how founders can overcome them.
Breaking down the barriers to innovation. What exactly is innovation? We all hear about innovation in the business setting. The word innovate is a Latin word that means into new. According to dictionary, innovation means introducing something new. To introduce means to introduce something brand new, which is a better version from the previous. There's a lot of buzz and fuss about innovation, especially during the pandemic. But don't let this hype distract you. Focus on what can be done in your business or your enterprise, and how you can evolve your business culture to constantly innovate and stay relevant. Business Week mentions making innovation work is the single most important business issue of the era. Economists recently mentioned innovation is now recognized as one of the most important contributors to economic growth. Forbes says innovate or die. So why is innovation important? Innovation has a lot of potential for every organization, and every business can benefit from it because it creates efficiencies, growth, effectiveness, and maintains competitive advantage. The number of methodologies an organization can adapt to achieve innovation and benefit from it. We, however, need to dive into this later in the presentation. And I will also share with you how we are dealing with that as Innovate, one of the businesses that I own. The bottom line is we need to continue to innovate and invest a portion of our budget focused on this endeavor. So what are the common barriers to innovation? There are a number of conflicting forces in an organization that can derail your ability to build a culture of innovation. One needs to manage these forces to overcome these barriers, to unleash the power of it. There's structural inertia, a chain of command, the hierarchy, the silos that we create within an organization that can impede innovation within an organization. Sometimes the organizational policies and procedures can discourage people from innovating. There's a cultural inertia that is the top-down style of, achieving objectives and goals. The organization values can also derail us from achieving those benefits. The power dynamics, the incumbents within the organization may protect their turf and impede innovation. The cognitive inertia is the mental model that a top management may limit the ability for the next layers to innovate. The decision-making priorities and decision-making inabilities can also impede the ability to innovate. The action that comes from the dominant forces of an organization can also impede innovation. The competitive resources within an organization that are fighting for attention can also impede innovation. There's a lot of stuff that can happen in an organization that can stop innovation from happening. So how does one make innovation work in an existing organization? We feel there are 4 stages in the innovation cycle. One is the idea generation. The other one is the idea adoption, the idea development, and idea implementation. Each stage needs to factor in external conditions, organizational constraints, and resource constraints to make that possible. But overall, that leads to innovation leadership, innovative organizational culture for innovation, and innovative process management that ensures that we are able to create a culture of innovation within the organization. There are 3 main roles that one needs to manage within the company and enterprise. A corporate leader who needs to be the sponsor, a project leader who's the closest to the problem that needs to spearhead the innovation in that area, and the culture that supports innovation to make it happen at all times, not just for one particular instance, but needs to be a continuous process, a journey that one is continuously investing in improving. The corporate leader's job is to provide the vision for where the organization is going and where are these opportunities that one needs to encourage within the organization for innovation. It needs to establish and monitor the innovative goals, set the metrics for innovation within the organization, and create an innovation portfolio of opportunities that one needs to focus on. The leadership's role is to coach and consult the people within the organization to create the discipline and encourage that behavior. It needs to support and provide the resources to make that possible. Managing the inter-unit the dynamics is a critical portion a leader needs to manage to ensure that they are being encouraged. Developing that culture and sort of monitoring the performance of that culture by default and by design is extremely important. Instead of having a scenario where a culture does not let innovation set in. The roles of the project leaders need to create and build innovation teams, hire people who are not scared of questioning the status quo. They are looking for those opportunities themselves and are trying to find better ways to do things. Developing and motivating that team creates that dynamic that makes things possible. It encourages collaboration. It also generates new ideas. It creates and enhances the capabilities of the team. It also finds growth opportunities for the team members to grow into new responsibilities and new responsible areas. It creates new business cases and use cases of scenarios how we can find improvements within the customer journey or product manufacturing workflow, whatever those areas of influence can be. Setting it up for success from the ground up is the role of the project manager, to ensure they are creating boundaries of where the innovation needs to come, and also ensuring that it is not a worthless exercise that doesn't create the value that organization so requires. The culture is extremely important. Everyone in the organization needs to support that culture. Everyone needs to respect that individual thought process. None of those ideas need to be given a negative press. They need to be all encouraged. Listening to the new voices need to be made as part of the agenda. Opening everyone and creating openness to new ideas needs to set in. The broad definition of innovation needs to be educated on people to let people know this is important for us and this is the new norm. The highest standards need to be set in and stretching goals for the organization so that people are finding opportunities to challenge themselves to become better. Focusing on the cause and constantly finding ways to beat the previous goals. Learning and venturing into venturing orientation needs to focus on speed over perfection. Trying new things over getting things done right the first time. Ensuring that attitude towards risk-taking and failure is encouraged, because failing leads to innovation. So how does the process of innovation happen? I mentioned to you earlier that there's idea generation, there's idea adoption, the idea development, idea implementation. But there are some facets within them that need to happen. You have to create a pool of talent that is going to focus themselves on innovation. The time and resources need to be provided to be able to create that journey. Experimentation needs to be encouraged. The knowledge management needs to happen so that no information that's learned through the process of innovation is lost and then, that they can be reused in the future exercises. Connecting internal and external, forces is important. Customers need to connect with internal employees, need to connect with partners to ensure that there is a constant encouragement of that communication and collaboration. The culture, as I mentioned earlier, needs to set the culture needs to accept failing. Multiple avenues of pitching needs to happen, such as creating hackathons, and those kind of scenarios need to encourage people to think about things differently. The acceptance that the bottom-up culture is going to come, not just the not just the top down, but also the outside in is going to come as part of the wisdom instead of focusing on just the inside out. The technical abilities need to be enhanced. The project management capabilities to manage the process of creating ROI from this effort needs to be tracked. Prototyping and learning and constantly interviewing and end users and customers need to be encouraged. Partners, suppliers, and need to be brought into the mix. The resources need to be committed. The follow-up and monitoring process needs to be brought in. An assessment and reward system needs to be set in so people are encouraged to bring more ideas to the table. There needs to be a culture that adapts to this change. And if you don't do this, innovation process can be a daunting task. So at Innovate is an organization that I lead. Our focus is around providing innovation as a service to our clients, helping them leverage enterprise AI rapidly within the organization. We, as a digital product studio based in Dallas in the US, we have helped a number of ambitious startups, mid-market enterprise customers with their innovation needs. We have created a proprietary innovation process that amalgamates the agile, lean, and design thinking to help accelerate the innovation in any organization of any size. We can help bring the innovation mindset to any organization looking to continuously invest in this as a priority and stay competitive, relevant, and disrupt the industry that they serve. The concept and delivery of new digital product often comes with many challenges. By leveraging proven methodology and combining that with our own experiences at Innovate, we've been able to transcend over the challenges and create something extremely amazing for any organization that wishes to grow and improve. So I mentioned that we're using the three titans within our unique process. Unfortunately, I'm not able to share the process since the slides are not being shared on this recording. But I want to mention that the three titans are design thinking, which explores the problem, lean way of thinking, which builds on the right thing, and the agile methodology that focuses on building the thing right for the first time. So taking the best from each of these methodologies and best practices has enabled us to create and ideate new ideas, prototype them, test them, and start building that within any organization quickly and helping them encourage, and adapt to change and create the market expectations and acceptance rapidly. So what is design thinking? Design thinking is our way of where we leverage that to identify the key problem that we're trying to fix and innovate on. We consider factors such as user persona, product features, process, age groups, other demographics that go into shaping the problem. It is all factored in to analyze the end user data and the feedback that we gain from them and leveraging analytics to create a definition of how strategy or innovative strategy can be developed and how successful we can make it with any solution. Defining the solution requires us to leverage user journey mapping that looks at the existing way of doing things and finding those opportunities to see how we can create those improvements within that map. Before developing anything or investing any more time into innovation, one needs to understand the customer and the expectations of that particular, let's say, digital product. The design experience ensures that users engaging the systems are continuously are encouraged to engage the system and not getting bored over it. It's important to maintain user interest and make it clear that what progress is and how those things can be achieved and what other additional milestones can be achieved with the solution that we are finding. Prototyping the solution is extremely important to ensure that we are continuously testing and evaluating the results, and cultivating a culture of failing to ensure that each solution builds on the learnings of the past and improves on it. Each iteration is going to ensure that it becomes better over time. Listening to the end user feedback with an open mind and continuously monitoring metrics and measuring is extremely important, because what we measure typically improves. Creating a system of start, stop, improve exercise helps ensure that every iteration we learn from and we create new objectives for the next iteration to follow. So the continuous feedback layer ensures the improvements are happening and increases the likelihood of success with a new solution. The ability to adapt and overcome challenges that come across while interfacing with the user base, it creates the inputs that one requires to make things better. Breaking down the process of developing the solution into an iterative process where we define sprints, 1 or 2 week-long sprints, or a series of sprints to help create those improvements to get more further user validation and feedbacks are important. The innovation process needs to be time-bound, focused, and effective, and exit rules needs to be brought in and established early, so we understand when the innovation process may not be providing the results that we need. We need to bail out and probably find other opportunities to invest in, instead of continuously investing in the same process that may not be leading to the results that we so desire. So all these three mindsets of lean mindset, design thinking, and agile mindset align the business users and customers to a common purpose of the organization. It defines the actionable strategy. It sets the course. It explores those problems and opportunities that we may come across which will impede that growth, and create the possible solutions that an organization needs to consider in improving themselves. The act of lean ensures that we are investing right, and the act of using agile makes sure that the solution is being developed correctly. Hopefully, some of the learnings from this presentation today you can leverage on, and I will be happy to answer any questions. I'll encourage you all to reach out to me on LinkedIn, and love to connect and see if I can help you in any which way. Thank you so much.
Presenting now is Twisted Xeros, a platform that uses principles of behavioral economics to assist with addressing issues of stress, anxiety, and frustration for people by promoting improved and calmer emotional states. Here to talk about this further is founder Tristan Huxley.
Twisted Xeros helps overcoming mental barriers through using emotional phase shifting. For us, this actually means that we use behavioural psychology to help people overcome their barriers when it's needed most by provoking a dopamine response. The key problems that currently exist in mental health today are that 1 in 5 Australians are going through a mental health crisis right now, and that less than 10% of all government funding in Australia, according to the ABS, is spent on mental health, and we're 16th out of 31 places of OECD nations for mental health care. Approximately 30% of people that deal with prescribed therapies such as CBT, cognitive behavioural therapy, fail to complete these courses. Australia spends approximately $89 per person per annum on mental health. For us, the opportunity comes in multiple factors. According to Deloitte's Global Health Forecast for 2022, there is approximately $1.9 trillion spent on global health, and this affects 670 million people approximately globally. In Australia, according to the ABS, we spend $100 billion on mental health, and this is approximately 5 million Australians suffering a mental health crisis right now. We use emotional phase shifting, as we mentioned before, and what that means is that using the key principles of behavioural psychology established over the last century, we present something that's unique, novel, and non-threatening to be able to grab someone's attention, pull them into what's actually going on, and edit their experience for the better because we're giving them that dopamine response. The happy hormone response is the 4 hormones that you can see here. Bonkers is our mixologist, and Bonkers will actually randomise actions, things, and sounds to be able to create that dopamine effect or provoke that in you. So those kinds of things will come up with a tsunami of toasters that sound like a pig squealing. Hopefully you actually heard that. So for most people, this will actually provoke that dopamine response, and that is what actually makes people feel better. So we've developed a couple of characters to help people understand the things that they actually do and who they are and what this means. So for each and every one of us, we're Squirrel. Each and every day, we're going about doing the things that we need to do, such as going to work, going to gym, meeting up with friends, taking care of family, taking care of ourselves, and those sorts of things. Occasionally, we get a little obsessive. We might binge watch TV to 3 in the morning and then think that's perfectly okay to go to work with 4 hours sleep. Or we could actually become entirely obsessed with something else that consumes way too much time than it actually should. And this is, to be perfectly clear, different from obsessive compulsive disorder. That's an entirely different matter and not being addressed with this. And then we have Bonkers, who I mentioned before, and Bonkers is our ideal self. It's who we aspire to be. We do language courses, we upgrade our skills, we look for new work, we generally try and be a better person. So for us at the moment, with the traction that we have in 2016 and 2017, I worked with Pitch Black to validate the idea using a variety of Facebook advertising. And then from there, doing some pitching with Silicon Beach, Melbourne, I was invited to apply for and was successfully selected to join the Pre-Seed Accelerator with Founder Institute in 2018 and graduated in 2019. From there, I've also developed 5 additional models for use under emotional phase shifting, and this includes some IP and trademarks. Additionally, I've developed a website and a prototype to actually use, and very recently, in the last month or so, I won a pitch competition again with Silicon Beach, Melbourne, and with Idea Spies, and that had generated a significant amount of interest online as well. Our business model looks for consumers predominantly on a monthly or annual membership to use an app to be able to fulfill their needs, with additional microtransactions to purchase additional provoked dopamine responses. As part of the development roadmap, we'll be looking at dealing with businesses on a monthly and annual subscription using an app, a web portal, or an API to be able to plug into existing solutions that they may have, as well as developing out marketplaces in the future for royalty owners or IP property owners such as Disney with Simpsons and Star Wars, or Warner Brothers with DC Universe, Wile E. Coyote and other things like that, to earn a royalty off that. And the third side to that type of model for revenue would be a marketplace for courseware for practitioners. If we think of emotions on a scale where we have negative, neutral, and positive, we fluctuate throughout the day. Sometimes we get a little annoyed when someone cuts us off in traffic, and sometimes we get elated because there's that extra piece of cake that we got at lunchtime, or a freebie. So most of our competitors we see deal with emotions. So the first one, Joyable, looks at dealing with stress, frustration, and anxiety and self-body issues, and costs approximately $99 a month. Their courses are about 6 months as well. MyFeel is a hardware and software solution available through healthcare providers in the US or employer healthcare funds in the United States only. The cost is unknown. However, in saying that, it does also use a similar method to Joyable, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. .com therapy, and you'll notice a theme shortly, is a one-to-one marketplace between psychologists and other mental health practitioners and patients, and they deal predominantly with school-aged children and speech therapy issues. And Calm, which is a billion-dollar unicorn in the wellness space for meditation and other similar applications for personal life, comes in at about $10 a month. All of these 4 providers here work in 10 to 15 minute increments. And in saying that, .com is $29 for 15 minutes. And when you consider that it takes incremental time for people to feel better, i.e. multiple users to be able to adjust someone to a much better psychological state or a more positively affected mental health state, and going back to about 30% of CBT users failing to complete their courses, it then becomes apparent that the cost that's involved here doesn't match reward. With the animation and the sound that we showed earlier, taking 5 to 6 seconds, we can move someone much further along that emotional state towards positivity. Looking at the difference in time of 10 minutes to 6 seconds, it can quite easily be argued that what we're presenting is 1,000 times more effective in terms of its speed of execution to being able to help resolve someone's emotional state, to bring them back to a more calm and rational alignment to make better decisions. Our go-to-market includes the first 2 points as being the next 12 to 18 months. So building awareness of our value proposition and telling stories using the 3 characters of squirrel, pickles, and bonkers to be able to add value to everyday life of people, optimize and grow over the coming years from that B2C model, moving into the B2B marketplace as well, and facilitate integration with legacy systems. That's the 18 to 36 months part. And then 36 months and beyond, we'll look at supporting ongoing growth with those additional, the third side of the platform, such as courseware, and building a market profile as being the platform provider of choice across multiple spectrums of mental health, not just in Australia, but overseas. I've worked in workforce planning with over 20 years experience, including business intelligence process improvements. Some of my achievements include a £250 million risk reduction in credit card transactions in Europe, helping save multiple projects up to $10 million a year in cost overrun by redoing their workforce planning and other process and procedural metrics. Part of my team is David Austin, a behavioural psychologist and government enterprise change manager. Owen Lane, who is a cyber security and counterintelligence specialist, and again, a behavioural expert in yourself. I'm also in discussions with other people to join the team as the advisor board, but it hasn't been officially recognised or agreed to as yet. And what we're looking for as Twisted Xeros is strategic and industry partners, some technical build assistants, potentially a co-founder if the match is right. And our goals for this year is to build a larger community, build a strategic board, transform our MVP and our demo to a more workable and stable product, develop industry partnerships, and also to develop some academic partnerships too. Thank you.
Presenting now is Guarda Systems, who have invented revolutionary patented technology that will save lives in the construction industry. Here to talk about this further is CEO Craig Penty.
I'm Craig Penty, the CEO of Guarda. We're a Perth-based company. I'm here today to talk to you about some groundbreaking technology that we've developed and commercialised that can eliminate deadly dust diseases and save lives on construction sites around the world. So what's the problem that we're solving? It's all about hazardous silica dust, which is released into the air and breathed into the lungs during masonry cutting. This results in a fatal disease called silicosis and other diseases such as lung cancer, which currently affect tens of millions of people worldwide. Conventional technologies that haven't changed in decades really suppress silica dust enough to keep people safe. So a big problem like that deserves an even bigger solution. And here at Guarda, we've developed a suite of patented technology, products that work together to dramatically reduce the amount of silica dust that escapes into the air. This is not only healthier for the workers, but it's also enables jobs to be cut cleaner and faster, and it saves time and money for contractors and users. So what does this look like? I'm just playing a short video. This is Steve using one of our saws, cutting a concrete wall. First thing you'll notice is it's very clean, no visible dust, very little slurry, and no exhaust fumes. The visual on the left is conventional wet cutting. You can see a lot of slurry on the ground. There's dust in the water vapour, and there's carbon monoxide from the exhaust fumes. On the right, you can see conventional dry vacuum cutting. There's a lot of dust, which is very dangerous, and carbon monoxide. Again, in the middle is our edge saw. Very little dust, very little carbon monoxide, and very little slurry. So what's the opportunity? Every year around the world, more than 1 million concrete saws are sold. This is worth more than $1 billion annually. Not surprisingly, given that amount of saws that are sold, the World Health Organization estimates that there's tens of millions of silicosis cases globally. Unlike asbestos, silica dust is one of the most common elements on Earth. It's present in stone, concrete, bricks, and bitumen. Given this rapid rise in awareness of silicosis, most countries are looking to dramatically reduce the allowable silica dust levels through legislation and regulation. This is good for us and provides a tailwind. What's also good for us is the massive engagement that we're getting online. When we post our videos on LinkedIn, we get between 5,000 and 100,000 views. This results in a lot of inquiry for demonstrations and reveals a huge need and a latent demand for our solution. It also reveals a level of frustration around the status quo. The current solutions are not good enough. In addition, 2 of our products have won the Most Innovative Product Award at the world's largest concrete trade show, the World of Concrete. So as I mentioned, we've commercialised 5 products. I'm featuring 4 of them today. The product on the left is the Guarda Edge Power Cutter, which you saw in the video. This pairs up with the Guarda Exhaust Vacuum for indoor cutting and the Guarda Vacuum Generator for outdoor cutting. And combined, they deliver the world's best silica dust, slurry, and fume control, bar none. So how do we make money? At the moment, we're manufacturing and selling to a myriad of independent distributors who service the smaller concrete cutters in the countries that we're targeting. We're also having conversations with large hire companies such as Coates in Australia and Speedy Hire in the UK with a ambition to get our products through their doors. We're also looking to sell directly to large construction and civil works companies. There is also a potential opportunity to license the technology in certain countries, and we've already had conversations with some of the big global saw manufacturers such as Husqvarna. In terms of market adoption, we're currently recruiting and training distributors. They're very excited about the benefits that come with our products and also the great wholesale margins that we're able to deliver to them. Product demonstrations are a real feature of our marketing. It's always better when you have a new and innovative product to show it rather than just talk about it. We find the product demonstrations have a huge impact. Trade shows are also a key part of our marketing, and they give us credibility and visibility around the world. We're also looking to foster key partnerships with influencers, health and safety professionals in large concrete companies, government regulators such as WorkSafe in Australia and OSHA in the US, and industry bodies such as master builders. So where do we sit with respect to the competition in terms of dust control and price points? As you saw in the video, the dry cutting saws, which featured here on the left of the visual, have pretty poor dust control. In terms of their price points, they tend to rise from quite low to high. The wet saws are better at dust control, but some of the wet packages can cost more than $15,000. So they're priced out of the market for many operators. Our Guarda products, you could see from the video, have vastly superior dust control. We're pitching them at a premium price point, but not too high, because we recognise that we're up against some big global brands with a lot of resources, and we want to penetrate our brand into the market as quickly as possible. This slide just outlines our leadership team. There's 2 guys from the executive that currently work in the business day to day. Steve Terpstra is our founder and the head of R&D. He invented all the technology, and he's got a vast and practical knowledge in the industry. Guarda's solutions were born out of Steve's many years of concrete cutting experience. My name's Craig Penty, I'm the CEO. My background's in international sales and marketing, and I've got a lot of experience selling products into international markets. We also have a very experienced advisory board, entrepreneurs, very successful entrepreneurs from a wide range of industries. In terms of funding, we're seeking to raise $2 million for a 20% equity stake in Guarda. 60% of that approximately will go towards working capital. We need to build stock to basically support the demand that we're getting for our products. Another large portion will go towards sales and marketing expenses. This will be used to increase our distributor footprint and raise our brand profile in the markets that we're entering. In terms of an exit, we're currently working towards an IPO in a couple of years, but if a trade sale opportunity did come up, that is definitely something that we would consider. We have already had discussions with Husqvarna. So just to summarise, our products have the best silica dust control of any products in the world, bar none. We've already got patents in place across the globe. We're getting huge interest and engagement on social media. We have 5 products already commercialised and producing revenue, and we have a lot of interest from large global manufacturers and retailers. So that's it from me today. I'd like to thank you for listening to our presentation, and I'd love the opportunity to have a follow-up discussion with you. My contact details are on this slide. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Peter Fitzgerald, Chair of MOTUM Simulation. Thank you very much for joining us in this presentation. We've got some exciting investment opportunities for you. But first, let me give you some information about our company with this short video.
As a mechanical engineer, I specialised in vehicle dynamics of high-performance road cars for companies like Tickford and Ford, and then later broadened into professional motor racing, initially developing racing cars and then into team management. Those years of experience led me to develop the MOTUM True Motion Simulation technology, initially for deployment in professional motor racing, for the development of vehicles and drivers. It's a cost-competitive, real-life simulator with globally patented technology.
What's needed to achieve the most immersive and true motion simulation is 6 degrees of freedom. World leadership in motion achieved through MOTUM's globally patented neutral balance system. With units sold in Australia, the US and UK, and endorsement from the Australian Defence Force, the Australian Motorsport Governing Body, Motorsport Australia, and Australian Grand Prix Corporation, MOTUM has proven motor racing credentials. Following extensive R&D work, the future expansion plans of MOTUM Global are really exciting. New payloads, new platforms, new software, and new immersive technologies, all to create ultimate realism. Keep the base and change the payload, and MOTUM can simulate almost anything. MOTUM's coming innovations include the most advanced programs for learner driver and broader driver education to incorporate emergency vehicles, trucks, tanks, and other defence vehicles. Expansion into aviation with helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, as well as building on the popularity of the MOTUM entertainment zones and corporate experiences. Unlike other top-end simulators costing millions of dollars, MOTUM's True Motion Simulation 6 degrees of freedom platform is portable, only requires standard power, and in whatever configuration, is available at a fraction of our competitors' price.
I'm extremely proud of what the team at MOTUM has achieved in just a few short years. We've got the highest fidelity of any simulation product on the market at a fraction of the cost of any of our competitors. It's proven extremely robust in rigorous conditions used by the Australian Defence Force. We've sold into multiple industry sectors internationally, and the future for MOTUM is extremely exciting.
MOTUM's capabilities are equal to the world's most advanced simulators, except MOTUM only requires standard power. MOTUM is fully portable. MOTUM is market independent. And best of all, less than 20% of the average cost of competitive capable systems.
Okay, so you've seen the video. Let me just reinforce a number of points. MOTUM provides 6 degrees of freedom simulators, which are portable, meet the needs of our clients, and cost around 20% of our direct competitors. So we have a really great product to disrupt many markets. As you heard, we've already had sales in the US, Europe, North Africa, New Zealand, and in Australia, and we're ready to expand. We'll continue with our motor racing and defence heritage and in those markets, but we want to expand into entertainment, aviation, driver education and learner driver, and these are the big markets for us. We think there's great potential here, and continue our work with Deakin University and others in research and education. So we're also changing the revenue stream to a more balanced hardware and SaaS, software as a service model. So we're charging for software upgrades and for service. We're working on having in-game product placement so that within the software, we can advertise companies' products and services. And we're moving to a rental model, particularly in the learner driver market. So this will give us a significant revenue change. So MOTUM is cash flow positive and ready for growth. So the offer, what are we doing? We want to raise $5 million for MOTUM to fund MOTUM's expansion at an ordinary share price of $1.67 per share on a pre-money of $17 million. And this investment will represent around 23% of the company. The offer's open now. So hopefully, if you like what you see, you'll invest in our company. What about the team? We've got a very experienced team of world-class technical experts in vehicle dynamics and mechanical engineering. We have strong business expertise from both blue chip companies and the startup market. We have an impressive team of industry experts in all the market segments in which we're operating and have highly experienced sales and marketing expertise. So what are the next steps? You can reach out through the Wholesale Investor Portal or reach out to us directly at the information at the sites that we have on this slide. Thank you very much for being part of this presentation, and we hope that you'll join us on the exciting MOTUM journey. Thank you very much.
Presenting now is Elite Cannabinoids, a medical cannabis company with 2 federal licenses in Jan of 2021 that allow them to cultivate and manufacture high THC and high CBD cannabis plants and therapeutics on their 46-hectare property. Here to talk about this further is founder and managing director, Sebastian Cox.
Hi, my name is Sebastian Cox. I'm the founder and CEO of Elite Cannabinoids. Sorry to have to show you the legal slide, yet the lawyer said it was required. Elite is a scalable medicinal cannabis company with an integrated distribution platform that will outcompete existing medicinal cannabis producers. 2 main problems exist in the medicinal cannabis space. 1, cannabis cultivation facilities have been established with little regard to capital expenditure and future production costs. And the second, it's very difficult to assess the customer with the current distribution channels. The first problem is existing Canadian and Australian cannabis producers have failed to find the right geographic climate, resulting in the need to build high-cost facilities, which are also costly to staff and run. We have set up our operations in one of the highest sunlight exposure regions in the world, and as far as cannabis is concerned, the more light the better. Our scalable outdoor method of production results in 10 to 20 times less capital investment, and our cultivation costs will be 10 to 15 times lower per gram of flower produced. We have 46 hectares of freehold land to start with and a letter of intent that gives us access to another 680 hectares. This makes Elite capable of being one of the largest federally licensed producers in the Southern Hemisphere, if not the world. The second problem, the existing distribution channel for Australian patients is not working. They're currently unable to obtain their medication due to supply shortages, and I'm sure we can all probably relate that if it was our kid or our partner going without medication, it's simply not good enough. The other aspect of this problem, from Elite's perspective, is it's currently very difficult to get direct feedback from customers and patients. This is because a doctor is the one that understands why the patient is purchasing, and the retail pharmacy is the one that gets to see the buying decisions and motivations from the patient. Without access to the customer, we can't continually improve our products and services to satisfy their desires. We plan to solve this problem by integrating prescribing and pharmacy activities into our operations. This gives us total visibility into the distribution of the product and the purchasing behaviours of the customer. We can then have the patient's product delivered direct to their door by an appropriately licensed courier. This results in significant benefits to Elite, including retaining up to 30% of the recommended retail price that would have been lost if going through a traditional wholesale to retail pharmacy model. It gives us Australia-wide reach from day one. We can collect key information on product and customers, allowing for product improvement and innovation, and we can build long-term brands that people actually trust. On this slide, we're comparing ourselves to a range of traditional medicinal cannabis projects that have been planned for the east coast of Australia. We need 10 to 20 times less capex. We have 10 to 15 times better cultivation cost per gram. We require tens of staff compared to hundreds, and we'll have direct access to customers where others will be at the mercy of retail pharmacies. Medicinal cannabis has high barriers to entry. The licenses themselves are not easy or quick to get. We have low operating costs, and we'll be looking to cater to export markets like Germany and the UK based on the business development work that's planned to commence in the next 6 months. Into the future, we'll create more distance between us and our competitors by integrating customer feedback and data into our product offerings based on our integrated distribution chain I explained earlier. The medicinal cannabis market will experience strong growth in the next 10 years, more regions legislating for medicinal cannabis, more doctors willing to prescribe, and more companies undertaking clinical trials. There's lots of reasons why now, but a growing market, more doctors are prescribing, and international exports are a proven revenue stream. But there's one big reason right now, and that's many patients are experiencing stock shortages and are having a hard time managing their health conditions. If we can help people to manage their health whilst growing a profitable business in a rapidly expanding market and is a net carbon sequester and has the ability to offer investor a 10x uplift and exit within 5 years, I think it ticks a few boxes. We attained our federal licenses last month. So once we complete this raise, we'll start on attaining international offtake and securing a debt facility to construct the infrastructure. We'll have the site inspected by the Office of Drug Control in the second half of 2022 and have the virtual pharmacy and telehealth capability in place. During 2023, we'll attain the necessary EU GMP certifications and be executing on international offtake agreements, bringing revenue in the door. During 2024, we'll be aggressively capturing market share across Australia by our integrated distribution chain, and the potential for a liquidity event or an ASX listing will be present as significant revenue will have been generated from the international exports. This slide shows the revenue we'll generate from 1 hectare of the facility using pricing assumptions from Fresh Leaf Analytics. It's worth noting that these revenue streams are not mutually exclusive, as we have 46 hectares available and several hundred more we can expand into. The box on the left shows that Elite can generate $7 million in revenue per hectare by supplying dry flower to export markets like Germany. And on the right, we can generate $55 million per hectare by delivering final dose form medicines to Australian and international patients. As part of the federal application process, a full risk register was developed, and which included preventative and mitigating actions for each risk. Two big risks are product recall and federal licensing, which are absolutely critical to manage, and I've allocated a portion of the funds to be raised to mitigate these risks, protect investors. I have significant experience in licensing and compliance functions from SilverChain, which is one of Australia's largest not-for-profit healthcare and aged care providers, with over 103,000 clients across Australia. My other roles have included governance and risk and commercial across mining, rail, and oil and gas. Saxon's the landowner and co-founder. He's an experienced farmer and has over 10 years' experience in civil construction. Camilla's a commercial lawyer with over 13 years' experience across in-house and private practice. She's well connected in the legal community and understands all the areas that are critical to this business succeeding. David's a scientific professional who brings cannabis testing and quality assurance methods to Elite. Over the past 4 years, we've laid the foundation for a scalable medicinal cannabis facility, and we are ready to deliver on the future milestones I outlined earlier once we've completed this equity raise. We are looking to raise $5 million Australian dollars for a 20% equity stake in Elite Cannabinoids. Our valuation method can be seen in the slide, and I've also outlined the calculations in the frequently asked questions. But I still welcome any discussion or questions you might have about the valuation. We believe this is an attractive investment opportunity based on other projects we've seen trying to raise more capital on a higher valuation without having the correct federal licenses in hand. We also believe that once we export a significant volume of EU GMP quality cannabis, that the value of the company will be significantly larger and result in more than a 10x uplift on current value. I've allocated $200,000 into attaining export offtake into the EU and Germany, which will unlock the first revenue stream. By setting up the virtual pharmacy and telehealth function, we gain access to patients Australia-wide. We have a few critical consultants for areas like security, as well as outsourcing back office functions to ensure our team is focused on what they do best. And the remainder of the funds will be allocated across projects like compliance and pharmaceutical quality systems to ensure we mitigate the licensing and product recall risk I described before, which protects your investment. So just to recap, we operate in an industry with high barriers to entry. We have a better cost structure than our competitors. We're positioned to capitalize on large B2B export deals. We'll have a data-driven distribution and feedback channel that gives us access across Australia from day one and ensures we delight our customers at every chance. We're infinitely scalable, and we see significant investor uplift and a liquidity event within 5 years. Thanks.
Presenting now is AXIchain, a leading international trading platform overcoming the barriers of connecting farmers to international buyers. Here to talk about this further is founder and CEO, Linda Woodford.
Hi, my name is Linda Woodford and I'm the founder and CEO of AXIchain. AXIchain stands for Accessing the Supply Chain, and it's our mission to support small medium enterprise in accessing international markets for export. AXIchain has designed, built and delivered a digital end-to-end supply chain management system for export, specializing in the red meat industry and supported by a blockchain technology. When we started out on this journey 2.5 years ago, AXIchain wanted to improve 3 key areas in the commodity trade process. Number 1, if I'm a farmer and I'm standing in my paddock, how do I access trusted international trading partners? AXIchain wanted to deliver a digital trusted trading partner environment. Number 2, paperwork. In a beef commodity transaction, there's up to 20 documents. When you have a lot of paper, you have the opportunity for fraud and failure. AXIchain is digitizing that paperwork process and digitizing some of that paperwork. Number 3 is payment. In an international commodity transaction, using an instrument such as a letter of credit, there are up to 10 steps for banks. It's slow and it's costly, and often poor foreign exchange rates. So AXIchain wanted to deliver a real-time payment process that was transparent and easy to use. So these are our 3 key areas that AXIchain set out to improve upon for commodity trading. and supporting small, medium enterprise with click of the button type processes to achieve that. But because we're in the red meat industry, we realized we needed to have a traceability process that connects to the trade. So what we did is we've developed the most sophisticated traceability system in the country. AXIchain designed and delivered the Mobile National Vendor Declaration into the market on the 1st of July last year. It's licensed by the MLA and the ISC and 100% supported by the biosecurity regulators and legislators in every state and territory. AXIchain's MNVD is the corner point for traceability in the red meat industry, bringing data from farm through the MNVD into the trans-track process, into the abattoir, and then feeds into the AXIchain Smart Trader process for domestic and international trade. So I want to drill down now a little bit around the MNVD, the Mobile National Vendor Declaration, and what does it mean? So every time a farmer moves livestock in this country, that's from farm to farm, farm to sale yard, or farm to abattoir, they are required by law to fill in a document called the National Vendor Declaration. AXIchain has digitized that document and we've put it into an app. So the Mobile National Vendor Declaration. It's the most sophisticated product of its kind, and the farmer can create this document on his mobile phone in a paddock, actually with no signal. So we've created an online and offline version. We've also created a QR code system that accesses the traceability of the product as it moves onto the truck and onto its next destination, and GPS tracked. And that's the traceability part of it. What we discovered that was interesting around September last year, we were approached by a livestock lender, and they asked us if they could have access to our data. And that opened our eyes on an opportunity around livestock lending. So what typically happens in the current market, if the lender wants to view those cows, they typically have to get into their car and drive to the farm and count cows. With the AXIchain system, the data on the movement is accessible in real time. So it means that we can potentially have that data available for livestock lenders to reduce the risk of that loan book. And so we've researched how AXIchain can tap into some pools of funds in order to support livestock lending or facilitate the program ourselves. And this has actually shone the light on some ideas around how to lend funds to farmers all the way along the supply chain. And because AXIchain has delivered our livestock sales app, it is all connected through the smart contract. So with livestock lending, we can pool the funds in through, as the sale occurs through the Smart Trader app, the funds can be pulled back in through that process and utilising the data of the MNVD. So this is a really exciting opening for AXIchain, and we do believe it will be the oil for us in which to scale up rapidly. Currently, AXIchain has over 100 users of the MNVD product, and that gives us access currently to about $160 million worth of livestock, both sheep and cattle. And so based on those numbers, with the users that we have right now, that would give AXIchain about $1.8 million in revenue at a 50% rate of that loan book. So sticking with the fintech theme and moving on from the MNVD and livestock lending on the land base, as we move into the export process, which is actually where AXIchain's main aim initiated from, which was having a real-time, transparent, cross-border payment system connected to the trade and the asset itself and all the traceability all wrapped into one hub, but also then connecting the bill of lading and digitizing that bill of lading. And what that does is effectively replace the need for instruments such as the letter of credit, which house something like $2.3 trillion worth of trade globally. So this system that you see in the triangle essentially replaces that process, that traditional process. And then just finishing up, I want to talk a little bit about one of our partners, Wagyu Australia. Very excited to have joined late last year with Wagyu Australia. Wagyu Australia is the most prestigious breed society in the country, with more than 700 members and access to $2 billion worth of export. The main mandate for this alliance was to support small medium enterprise into export markets, and we can do that through the AXIchain mapping system, where we can digitally syndicate, in essence, create little co-ops with some of the smaller members and push them into what we call the price cut matrix and out the other side into export. And just in finishing, AXIchain is looking for $1 million by way of a safe note at an EV of $12 million with a minimum investment of $50,000. We are looking for the right people to come on this journey with us to take AXIchain and its products around the globe. AXIchain is the global trading platform of the future today. I'd like to thank you for listening, and I'd like to thank Wholesale Investor for this opportunity to present.
Presenting now is Inception Labs, who have consolidated a vertically integrated distribution channel in New Zealand for nutritional supplements, printing growth of 200% in 2020 on key brands in the face of the COVID-19. Here to talk further about this is Managing Director Dr. Matthew Wally and CSO Vikash Singh.
What's up, guys? I'm Matt, the Managing Director of Inception Labs.
And I'm V, the Chief Science Officer of Inception Labs.
And we're here to talk to you today about Inception Labs, a vertically integrated retail, distribution, manufacturing, and proprietary formula company operating in New Zealand. So why Inception Labs? V and I's paths crossed about 5 years ago, and I've been working in distribution logistics for about 7 years. You've been in the sports supplements industry for about 17 years with significant retail experience managing and running retail stores around the country. So when we started out, we basically started out with our own concept for retail, focused around what we saw as being important to the customer. Combined with our social leadership in the space, that grew very fast in the space, and we established quite a dominant position in retail in the market within a couple of years. We then started to look into bringing in our own brands and actually establishing new brands in the market and growing those brands. And so before we knew it, we weren't only a retailer, but we had other retailers knocking on our door wanting to buy brands from us, and now we're a distributor in the market.
Exactly.
And over time, we've started to pick up a lot about the trends which are happening in this industry and the formulas that sell well, the ones that work, the ones that don't work. And so I turned to you one day and I said, well, look, you're considered one of the best nutritional coaches in New Zealand. You've considered pretty much the father of supplements knowledge in New Zealand. Why don't we make our own formulation? So I guess handing off to you, V, what makes our formulation special?
So basically, as Matt said, I've been in the industry for nearly 2 decades now. So I've seen what's worked and what hasn't. So with Inception Labs, everything that we've formulated is guaranteed to work. And it's not only guaranteed to work for the gym goer, it's guaranteed to work for the general market. So Matt, what's on the immediate horizon for Inception Labs?
Okay, so the first step is going to be significantly expanding our retail network in New Zealand.
Yes.
Opening more stores in the main centres and in all of the regional centres that basically have a population of about 50,000 or more tends to be the size market where we can sustain a supplement store.
Absolutely.
Beyond that, we're going to be moving aggressively into the customer direct market in Australia. We're in discussions with distributors in the Middle East. We're in discussions with distributors in the United Kingdom and also the US. So very exciting times ahead. And so with all this expansion, as we've seen with our growth to date, the competitors are going to try to respond. But we found that they've been pretty impotent at both the distribution and a retail level.
Yes.
Why?
Well, basically our competitors only base their marketing strategy on discounting. They discount everything, so their commercial products are discounted, their own products are discounted, so there's no margin,
So it's not uncommon to see 60% off sales
Yes.
store-wide. Just ridiculous things when you're operating in an industry which typically operates on 30 to 40% margins if you're just a standalone retailer.
Absolutely, and Inception Labs will not be discounted.
What about the distributors?
Distributors are the same. They bow down to the retailers. So they allow them to do everything in the market, and there's no brand integrity. They destroy brands, and all they do is price drop.
And they focus on the largest retailers in the market.
They'll just suck up to the largest retailers in the market, and that's their go-to. They forget about everyone else. So there's no growing the brand. And we've seen it time and time again. They give you a brand, they destroy it by price pointing it low in the market, and everyone's just a race to the bottom.
Yes, race to the bottom. We're avoiding the race to the bottom.
Exactly.
That's our strategy through the vertical integration, is to avoid that race to the bottom.
So Matt, why do we want to avoid the race to the bottom?
We want to avoid it because basically we don't want to be giving away margin. Okay? Inception Labs founded on the principle that we don't discount our portfolio. We maintain brand integrity.
Yes.
We sell through the knowledge and the performance of our products. We sell through the reliability of our network and the training of our staff.
Yes.
We don't discount. We don't use discount as a tool to get people through the door.
All right, Matt, it's time to get down to business. Let's talk some numbers.
So here are the growth numbers. Inception Labs has established a vertically integrated supply channel in the New Zealand sports supplements industry: formulation, manufacture, distribution, and retail. On the screen now are our 1-year trailing and 3-year growth forecasts. We are looking for $5 million at a modest valuation compared to industry norms. Expansion has started with new channels in play. Our model is proven domestically, and we are actively growing export sales. Our growth is underpinned by our knowledge, years of experience, and credibility in the industry. Our formulations are at the leading edge of industry science. It is hard to imagine an effective competitor response to our expansion. They lack the knowledge and credibility to react, having built their business models around discounting. Broadly, distributors discount for volumes, so retailers follow and trash brand value in this industry. Inception Labs was founded on building brand integrity and value, avoiding the race to the bottom. We have built long-term relationships with several suppliers by effectively building brand equity. We have sufficient funding to implement our plan. Investment will de-risk and help accelerate our program. Private equity exits are commonplace in this industry, with multiples far in excess of the current valuation. Thank you for listening. We look forward to talking to you one-on-one via the Umbrella or Chris platforms.
Presenting now is Systemate, a flexible cloud and mobile-based platform empowering end users to easily collect and manage their data for any service, anywhere, anytime. Here to talk about this further is CEO and co-founder Marian Witzig, founder and lead engineer Damien Witzig.
Hi, I'm Marianne Witzig, CEO and co-founder. I'll be joined by Damien Witzig, who is the founder and lead engineer, and together we will be introducing you to Systemate, which is an automated, agile, go-anywhere, no-code SaaS platform for data management, with features including AI-assisted app design, workflow automation, mobile offline mode, and APIs to integrate with third parties or IoT. We have an edge in this booming industry. We've built the platform, attracted a stellar team, and currently have a recurring subscription revenue in the Asia-Pacific market.
Current no-code, low-code offerings are limited in that most platforms can only produce simple applications. The ones that do offer more functionality come with a steep learning curve or require dedicated operators or technical experts. Additionally, no other platform offers comprehensive offline functionality. Users often find simple platforms quickly exceed their capability when trying to customize or automate workflows, or really do anything beyond simple data capture and storage. This in turn quickly reduces the value added to the user. On the other hand, platforms that do increase functionality unfortunately come with the price of increased complexity. This in turn means higher unintended secondary costs due to requiring dedicated experts or consultants. These higher unintended setup costs mean powerful customized applications remain only available to large enterprise. Remote regions or countries with poor digital infrastructure are often overlooked or completely forgotten when it comes to SaaS, unfortunately meaning the markets that would benefit the most continue to be left behind. Systemate will solve these problems by delivering powerful, no-code software that is super simple to use and works anywhere, making it affordable for SMEs and accessible to everyone. When we talk about low-code, no-code problems, we talk from experience. We currently deliver flexible databases and forms that includes relational data lookups, live data validation and processing, all of which works offline. We also include powerful automation workflows, custom APIs for data lookups and workflow triggering, and we can deploy the system anywhere. We are now looking to build on what we have learned and are working on some new value-adding features that will allow us to scale and broaden our markets. These include updating our user interface and experience to make it super simple to use, and a new AI-powered tool that will automate the software design process. Systemate is a platform network effect moat. A durable competitive advantage was built in which it keeps users engaged in its product ecosystem. Because Systemate can expand and adapt, it reinforces the core product's initial values and layers, enabling more value adding. In addition, the ability to work anywhere with AI-backed design tools and flexible deployment makes Systemate a global standout. Systemate is a horizontal full stack, including interface, data flow, and database layers, all developed and provided by Systemate. Some of our competitors, such as QuickBase, Appian, Uncork, and Airtable, are now valued between $1 and $2 billion US. Compared to the current market leaders, Systemate is a standout with comprehensive offline functionality, bringing the best of both worlds, making it super simple to build powerful, customized applications that work anywhere.
The low-code, no-code SaaS market is booming, and so too are our opportunities. If we got 100% of the global low-code TAM, that is currently $13 billion US, and is projected to be $45 billion by 2025. If we target a serviceable, available market of North America and Asia Pacific, it's projected to be $29 billion. And if we can capture a share of the market, covering industries such as B2Gs and B2Bs, it is projected to be $4 billion, of which we are aiming for a 3% share, or $150 million. Also in our pipeline is the inclusion of payment functions, which has been increasing SaaS revenue by 3x. We've established a long-term team and built and proven technology with paying customers, and have run many pilots since conception, ranging from the Special Olympics health management, live election counts and social pensions in developing countries, waste recycling enterprise, security SMEs, education management, health and COVID management, and the list goes on. All have proven how easy it is to use Systemate. We have focused not only on the product, but building an ongoing concern. In other words, more money comes in than leaves over time. We have proven pivoting is seamless, which can react to evolving needs, as we have seen in these COVID times. We're currently working on updating our UI and UX, along with developing value-added features. This will enable us to scale to other B2B, enterprise and SME markets. The Systemate team has a combined experience of more than 4 decades in technology, management and service delivery. Our addition of US advisors Stephen Price, recently appointed CEO of Co-Founders Lab, and Eric Bullen, a speaker at this year's Emergence, ensures that we have the skills and ongoing domain experience, whilst acknowledging the gaps or requirements to become successful. Our ask is raising a seed round of $635,000 in exchange for convertible notes. The distribution of funds raised will be allocated to $125,000 for updating UI, $230,000 for the AI automated app design, $90,000 for other value-added features, and $190,000 for the DevOps to enable scaling. In the next 12 months, with seed funding support, our goals are raising seed capital, simplifying the user interface, using AI to automate the software design process, and expanding sales to reach 1 million ARR. Investing in Systemate means you are investing in an established technology, as we have built the core platform, attracted a stellar team, proven product market fit in the no-code SaaS market, and we are staying ahead of Amazon's Honeycode, Airtable, Uncork and others. A competitive advantage moat, as we have the ability to expand, adapt and be flexible, coupled with an automated agile service which can react and update on the run, easily build powerful user-generated applications, and utilise offline data processing to work anywhere. There are no experts required due to our AI-backed design tools, and it has a flexible deployment, cloud, on-premise or hybrid. And it is a market which is booming. The current SaaS market scalability is 10x to 18x, and we will be enabling rapid scaling to diverse markets, B2G and B2B, increasing users and revenue. Thank you for your time, and please feel free to click the link to request access to our deal room.
Presenting now is Zerocast. Zerocast is challenging century-old use of plaster treatment, fibre casting and bracing. Here to talk further about this opportunity is CEO Steve Hamilton and CTO Dr. Pranesh Kumar.
Hi, my name is Pranesh Kumar. I'm a CTO of the company. I'm a trained orthopedic surgeon and inventor of Zerocast device. I'm one of the founders of SurgiSplint.
My name is Steve Hamilton. I have experience in the medical device technology sector, both international medical technology in-country business leadership and startup technology business leadership. I'm co-founder of the SurgiSplint business. SurgiSplint is focused on treating upper limb injuries, including the most common broken bone injury across the globe, the distal radius fracture, or more commonly referred to as the wrist fracture. Our purpose is to create an improved healing experience for those treated with Zerocast. Plaster casting is over 160 years old. It's got many problems associated with it. They're highlighted on the screen. Plaster casting dominates because of two key factors. Unit cost of the materials is low, and plaster can be contour molded to stabilize a fracture using principles of three-point fixation. Pranesh, tell us about that.
So three-point fixation is the principle we clinicians use to treat broken bone. So if you imagine a broken stick as a broken bone, you use 3 points to reshape the bone in an original position, and you have to hold in that position. In a fractured wrist, we use a moldable plaster bandage and then apply a directed pressure in the 3-point configuration until the plaster cast material hardens.
Zerocast permits 3-point fixation to be applied across the fracture site, and the device can be adjusted to provide this in an ideal way. It also can be applied in under 5 minutes, whereas plaster casting takes 30 minutes. You can see the key benefits of Zerocast are highlighted here, and I would point out that in this device, the patients can shower, they're much more comfortable, their visits to the clinic are shorter and fewer, and overall, the healthcare system has lower cost exposure. fracture treatment remains dominated by plaster and fiberglass casting, and there are a series of alternative fracture treatment options often applied at around 10 days post-injury. They're listed here, and we've discussed plaster casting in detail. The other market treatments each have their own challenges, with many unable to provide that needed predictability of three-point fixation. The healthcare value chain stakeholders each have differing requirements. ZeroCast delivers value to the payer by reducing the overall cost of treatment. It gives value to the provider, and provider, we're talking about the clinic, hospital, or treatment location. They're vitally interested in fast patient turnaround, and provider locations are keen to utilize new technology to encourage patients to share positive stories and demonstrate their cutting-edge treatments and bring those back to the provider location. The value to patients is also clear. We've spoken about this. Daily activities can continue with limited interruption. Over 18 million wrist fractures occur around the world every year, with over 1 million in the United States alone. This is a great segment for our first product introduction. Complementary patented technology is also being developed in the indications shown on the screen. Current device availability for the treatment of common finger injuries are either expensive, bespoke-made devices or old technology where the design prevents human interaction with common touch screen devices. The New Zealand government has recognised this pipeline of products that's being developed by SurgiSplint and provided a series of grants to leverage our R&D efforts. Our design and development team of clinicians are each contracted to provide services to ZeroCast under compliant agreements. And under Dr. Pranesh Kumar's leadership, we work closely with a group of leading hand surgeon specialists.
So our clinical design team include Dr. Michael Boland. He's a hand surgeon based in Auckland, New Zealand. He is a Asia Pacific editor for International Hand Journal. Professor Melvin Rosenwasser is a chief of hand surgery at New York Presbyterian Chain of Hospital and an orthopedic surgery professor at the Columbia New York University. He is also a team physician for New York Yankees. Professor Bill Seid Jr., he is a chief of hand at Cleveland Clinic in Ohio, and he was a past president for American Hand Society.
These experts provide their clinical guidance and input into developing our innovative pipeline products. SurgiSplint has already addressed the big challenges of medical technology introduction and can demonstrate that the business has been de-risked. FDA and regulatory clearance has been obtained in other markets. Payer reimbursement has been validated in the United States, with US reimbursement pricing of around $500 on average, providing a very lucrative gross margin. An independent study is planned at New York Columbia University, and the rapidly growing telemedicine trend that occurred during COVID-19 is not going away. It has encouraged our development of a smart sensor version of ZeroCast. The business has worked hard to address the basic market access requirements of regulatory approval and payer reimbursement. Both have been validated. Low-cost manufacture with high payer reimbursement, providing ideal margins. A list of our current customers is shown here, and our strategic timeline of priorities is mapped out. We're asking for an investment of US $4 million in shares. The minimums and maximums are outlined here, as is the equity value, and we're also keen to explore investment potential, channel partners, and leverage market access in targeted international markets. Our use of funds is to be focused on sales and marketing, with a focus on supporting the channel to market for sales into clinics and hospitals, and to support pull-through of patients. focused on developing the technology to include the smart Zerocast and pipeline of priority finger and hand products. Focused on clinical publications that will help change the prescribing habits once validated in the peer-reviewed scientific literature and from the podium at international meetings. Focused on contract manufacturing and assembly, the products currently manufactured and assembled in Auckland, here in New Zealand. We're currently investigating manufacturing and assembly alternatives adjacent to our largest markets in the US. At Surgisplint, we've got an experienced governance board, and in addition, we work with respected and experienced business consultants who lead our US market entry presence. We want to thank you for your interest. We encourage you to interact with us now through the Brella platform. Thank you.
Rivershop is a vertically integrated retail, property, technology and investment management group focused on delivering superior investment returns for all stakeholders by merging physical and digital retail, hospitality and experience platforms. Here to talk about this further is Director of Funds Rodney Tim and Executive Co-Founder Patrick Halkalka.
I'm Rodney Tim, Director of Property and Fund Management at the Vantari Group. This group was started by Shaquille Kamal and Maria Vangelo, who had a shared passion for development, retail, hospitality, and technology. And we use our skills, our track record, and customer knowledge to create unique in mixed-use precincts and technology solutions.
I'm Patrick Halkalka, the Investment Manager and Executive Co-Founder of Rivershop.
The Vantari Group is different. We invest in property. We've got shopping centres, mixed-use assets, and we create precincts using our unique offering and industry disruption strategies in order to curate enhanced customer journeys and experiences. But we also do hospitality. We've got our own brands, and we partner with other major hospitality brands to create food and beverage outlets that are different in unique and iconic venues. This adds investment value by delivering convenient hospitality experiences to our customers. But in addition, we've got our technology group. We create cutting-edge retail technology overlays for the physical retail infrastructure. This captures online shopper loyalty, revenues, and data to inform our tenants and for our promotions. This adds value, obviously, for the retailers, but also for us as property investors and for our partners, both in terms of growth of sales as well as revenues. The problem with shopping centres in this digital age is that the smaller and moms and pops retailers, the lifeblood of the retail and hospitality offerings, don't have the time, the understanding, or the capital to compete in the digital and omni-channel retail world. At the same time, we have independent ordering and delivery apps, the menu logs, the DoorDash and the Uber Eats, who cannibalize retailer margins, taking up to 30-35% of their margins. And their objectives are not aligned to those of the physical retailer, landlord, and shopping centre owner. So we've come up with Rivershop.
Rivershop is a bespoke omni-channel retail ecosystem made for retail property owners and their merchants. It allows them to trade in a physical and a digital environment and capture the surrounding trade area. The vision for Rivershop is based on two key pillars: connected commerce and connected engagement. Connected commerce is about giving a digital fit out to the physical retailers and merchants in a shopping center or retail property. We also are able to provide the e-commerce businesses an easy path to physical retail, the digital display hubs, logistics support in the physical locations. Enabling multi-merchant soon on the platform will also enable us to allow customers, the end customers, to purchase multiple products from multiple merchants in one transaction, in one order. Connected engagement is all about supercharging the local community. It is about allowing the local merchant to trade with the customers and the customers to avail their services easily. It also enables them to communicate with the local merchants via the community pages and the merchant loyalty systems.
So there are benefits for both the retailer merchants as well as the owner landlords. For the retailers, there's multiple sales channels, the apps, the website to support their physical presence. There's comprehensive merchant portal with digital fit out and onboarding, which we assist in. There's click and delivery, click and collect, and drive-through functionality. And they can have on-demand or scheduled ordering and booking options. But also we support their food and beverage and small retail inventory. For the owners and landlords, we can create exclusive geofence precincts with precinct-level branding. We align with the retailers and we provide comprehensive admin and support in the portal. There's precinct and merchant-level marketing, promotions, and loyalty functions in the app. But the most important is we capture shopper data and we can analyze this to really drive targeted trade area promotions. This obviously enhances revenue generation in line with occupancy costs for the retailers and the centre MAT growth.
The overview of Rivershop. Rivershop is essentially a custom-made, tailored, omni-channel marketplace for retail property and its asset owners. It helps the local merchants penetrate the local trade area and provide them digital services. We'll soon be adding multi-merchant online ordering system, which will allow people to buy from multiple merchants in one transaction. Omni-channel fulfillment options, which are already active, such as click and collect, click and delivery, drive-through, and ship from store. We also manage our own last mile delivery services, making it an absolute breeze for merchants who come online and deliver via Rivershop. Web and kiosk and apps allow customers to easily engage with the platform, whether in the physical location or via a mobile device or a desktop device. Plug-and-play showrooms provide a unique offering to online retailers who want to join the brick-and-mortar environment and expand their customer base into new markets. Online appointment bookings allow service providers to now provide their offering in a digital platform and have a more committed trade. Rich customer data captured and analytics for both the property owners and the merchants allows our platform to provide a unique service. This is a very quick overview of the functionality that is either existing or coming soon to Rivershop. Rivershop already has the ability to ship from store or our digital hub, click and collect in our shopping centers and retail properties, allow drive-through services, and multi-merchant online checkout, which will be added soon, will allow ordering from multiple merchants and multiple product types, F&B click and delivery, retail click and delivery, and online bookings, which allows majority of the offerings in a shopping center to be provided online. Merchant system integrations allows us to easily integrate with most merchant POS and payment systems. Marketing and loyalty program allows us to easily and digitally engage with customers both online and in the shopping centers. And store wayfinding coming soon will allow customers to find our merchants easily. This is a quick app overview of what the app looks like on mobile devices. The app is available on Google Play Store and on the Apple Store. This is what the website looks like on desktop and tablets. The customer journey of Rivershop is very simple and is very familiar to most customers. It essentially allows the customer to browse the list of products available on our merchants' stores and add that items to their cart and pay for them in the checkout. They can then track the progress of the order and provide comments to the merchant and the delivery partner. Each merchant and delivery partner can then view these metrics in their own data and analytics dashboards.
So our current milestones, we've been working on Rivershop since 2018. We've run various pilot programs at some of our centres. The current version of the Rivershop app was approved in March 2020, both on the Apple Store as well as Google Play. Rivershop was first deployed in this version in Maitland in April 2020, and over the next 6 months, we saw significant growth in orders, merchants, and customer sign-up. We've now also deployed in Raymond Terrace in October 2020 with a similar growth trajectory. Our future plans is to increase the sales support by the addition of service merchants, the bookings, which we're in process of doing at the moment, as well as light retail inventory, baker, butcher, pharmacy, etc., which is also a work in progress. The additional functionality or partner integration that we're working on at the moment is wayfinding, loyalty programs, and multi-merchant policy. What we'd like to do next also is to activate landlord partner. And this is incentives both similar to ours or in regional areas. This app won't just be used on our shopping centres. We're happy to partner with other retailers, shopping centre owners. We activate our increased service footprint across New South Wales and Australia, and then integrate into the Mall of the Future, which we'll talk about in a moment. So what is our competitive advantage? We own shopping centres, we understand shopping centres, and we understand how technology can be enabler in order to support our retailers. We have aligned objectives in the omni-channel retail platform, both from the physical precinct as well as through to the digital apps. We focus in regional areas where there's less competing independent service providers like the Uber Eats, etc. And we empower the smaller and the moms and pops retailers. We've got this unique ability to facilitate food and beverage and small retail ordering and booking services via delivery, click and collect, and drive-through. Rivershop is designed to increase MAT at the centre and asset value for the centre owner by empowering localised, aligned e-commerce or gig economy supported retailers. Rivershop's got an exciting future. It is but one cornerstone module of the Mall of the Future app that we're in the process of developing. This is an ecosystem and integrated shopping centre data hub. It's been envisaged as the ecosystem that powers omni-channel shopping in shopping centres with an integrated data hub with multiple data-rich touchpoints. Mall of the Future is at various stages of development in the modules. Some of them have been developed internally and some of them by partnering with best-of-breed functionalities. So this is a good opportunity for an angel investor. We're inviting angel investors to open discussion and potentially become a co-investor with the co-founder as an early backer. Vantari Group is seeking $2 million to invest in the Rivershop platform, specifically created to service retailers in alignment with property asset owners. The ideal investor profile from our perspective is early stage investors that have retail or technology experience, ideally both, and have an understanding of the current retail and e-commerce trends and the desire to disrupt. Or investors with an exposure to retail property who see the need for customized solutions for retail property owners to align with the digital future of their tenants.
We thank you for viewing the presentation and look forward to having you on a long journey and a successful journey at Rivershop. Thank you.
Presenting next is Greenfields Premium Brands. Greenfields is positioned to be a leader in the global cannabis revolution. Here to talk further about this is Director Jay Croto.
Good afternoon, Jay Croto here from Greenfields Premium Brands. I've been a consultant in the cannabis and hemp space now for about 10 years in Canada and the United States. Past year and a half, we've been focused only on this particular project. What we're doing is we have 3 sites. So we have a total of just over 200 acres. We have a raceway site, which is 21 acres. We have a live event site, which is 93 acres. And then we have another site, which is 110 acres. All of the sites are located side by side, just outside of Calgary within about 30 minutes. We've filed all of our applications with the local municipality. We've received all of our zoning. We are now just waiting for the development permit. Our expectations for the development permit are April. In that in the year and a half that we've been working on this, as you can see from the picture there, we've accumulated quite a large amount of land. All of this land will be used for outdoor hemp. Outdoor hemp in cannabis, or in Canada, has been they've been growing primarily for seeds. So you plant males and females and you let them grow out, and then you extract the seeds. So you only use the seeds for foodstuffs or for hemp oil. We're doing things a little bit differently. On the total of 200 acres, we're going to be planting, for the first time in Canada at least, feminized hemp seed. So it'll grow female plants only. That'll allow us to grow larger plants with no males and no seeds. We'll then extract the CBD from the hemp that we grow in our fields. That CBD is valuable. There's a large market for it. And in Canada, it's part of the legal market. We'll be able to sell our products if they're packaged appropriately and done to the Health Canada standard. We'll be able to sell them either in dispensaries, or some of them, if they're just CBD, even in grocery stores, which is a huge, it's a huge thing in Canada to have a hemp or cannabis product that goes outside of the cannabis market and actually is into the mainstream. So that'll be a very exciting time for us. We expect that to happen over the course of the summer when our first products are launched, and we're taking the hemp and hemp extracts off the field. We've been in the cannabis space and in the hemp space now for about 10 years as a consultant, and in that time we've seen a lot of different opportunities and a lot of different possibilities. We made a decision really to focus on hemp because there's no demand for light. We don't have to have all this indoor space and all of the light and all of the heat and all of the expenses associated with indoor cannabis. We can grow a very high quality product outdoors, and we can extract that product and sell it in the market. To get to some of the numbers and some of the possible expectations, we're doing 6 indoor bays micro cannabis in our 24,000 square foot building that is existing on site currently, and we're waiting for a development permit on. Each of those bays, if we're growing in them, can only produce a maximum of 600 kilos per year as a micro production facility. But that means if we're selling that cannabis at a very reasonable price, which is $3 a gram, it would make a little over $3 million a year in revenue. That would result in at least $1 million profit per bag. That makes those businesses valuable. That makes that process even more valuable. The land is large. We have a lot of space. Just in acres, it's 110 acres of organic hemp, 93 acres of regular hemp, and then 15 acres of regular hemp, which is a little over 7 million square feet. It's a large area to be growing hemp in outdoors, and we're really excited to be able to do it. The timeline for what's happening with Greenfields is now. I mean, we're doing our financing round as we speak. We expect that to be completed by the end of the year. Permits and constructions for the micro is happening as we're speaking. We're going to be planting the 93 acres, the 110 acres, and the 15 acres all by the end of March, maybe the end of April, depending on the weather. And our expectations are to be able to take that crop off at the end of the year, late September, early October, and be a profitable company in the first year. That to us is some of the most exciting parts of the cannabis industry and of the hemp industry is access to profit, access to, the available market, which is in Canada outstanding. So we are doing an offering. We are looking for shareholders. We're going to be moving 4,200,000 shares over the next 12 months, I would say. First round will be at $1. So we have 1 million shares that we're allowing for $1 a share. And then we'll move to $2 a share. It's an exciting time for Greenfields, and it's an exciting time for hemp and cannabis in Canada. Looking forward to any questions, and certainly feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Presenting now is Banxa, an internationally compliant payment service provider servicing crypto exchanges, wallets, and other cryptocurrency businesses. They've reported record growth in total transaction value consistently. Here to talk about this further is founder and chairman Dominic Carosa.
Hi, my name's Dominic Carosa. I'm the founder and chairman of Banxa Holdings Inc. What I'd like to do today is take you through the company presentation. And maybe before I do that, just to try and set the scene. The entire crypto market and Bitcoin market has evolved significantly over the last 4 or 5 years. What we've now started to see is greater institutional interest in crypto and the entire digital asset industry. And I'm sure most of you have heard of Elon Musk and Tesla buying Bitcoin as part of their treasury. And that's just one of a number of new initiatives that people have seen in the sector. Some of you may have also heard of Paul Tudor Jones, who is considered the father of the hedge fund. And he has recently announced that he's bought Bitcoin as part of his portfolio. And you may ask, well, how does that actually fit in? So in terms of Banxa, so Banxa's vision is really about making digital assets, that is cryptocurrency, accessible to the masses, to people around the world. And effectively how we do that is that we have built a payment infrastructure that connects the traditional fiat world. And what I mean by fiat, I mean the Australian dollar, the Canadian, the euro, the US dollar, with the digital asset world. And what I mean by that is Bitcoin, Ethereum, and USDT, and other coins. And so effectively the Banxa business model connects the traditional fiat world with the new digital asset world. And the way that we actually make money is that whenever someone uses our payment infrastructure, we effectively clip the ticket. What we do as an organization is that we aggregate many different payment methods from around the world, things like credit card and Apple Pay. To those of you in Australia who are hearing this, popular payment methods like BPay, Poly, as well as with Australia Post, as well as many, many other international payment methods like Faster Payments in the UK and Interact. We wrap that with a regulatory layer. And when I mean regulatory, I mean AML KYC, as well as a security anti-fraud layer as well. And then we provide that payment infrastructure through what we call as an API into some of our partners like Binance and OKX and Huobi. And when I mean API, it's just a technical connection. So if you go onto our customers or our partner websites, you will be able to use Banxa to onboard, to basically convert your Australian dollars using BPay, and then have that Bitcoin or that Ethereum ready for you to start trading. The way the company makes money is two ways. One is we charge a combination of commission and spread on each of the transactions. And that's the revenue model today. Over time, in the future, we will look to start offering other services on top of our payment infrastructure, things like interest-bearing accounts, borrowing and lending. And so that will effectively open up new revenue streams for the company. One of the ways that we determine and effectively communicate to the marketplace around how the business is performing is what we call TTV, Total Transaction Volume. As you've seen, and the Q2 FY21 was the December quarter, we've had over 400% growth in the last 12 months. And what we announced to the marketplace on the TSX only a few weeks ago, if you extrapolate out that data, our TTV for the March quarter is expected to be well over 150 million. So as you can see, good solid growth in the marketplace. We listed onto the TSXV on the 6th of January at $1 a share, which gave us a market cap of just over $40 million. And the Canadian dollar and the Australian dollar are almost 1-to-1. And right now we're trading it well above $1 Canadian. And for those Australian investors that are thinking about, thinking and looking at Banxa and say, well, how do I actually buy? You can do that through a number of ways. One, there are a number of full service brokers that allow you to buy, like Shaw's and Bell Potter and Canaccord. However, I also know that CommSec, which is the largest retail broker in Australia, also allows you to buy Banxa. It costs a little bit more than a normal trade, but you can basically very easily trade on CommSec and actually buy Banxa. In terms of some of the comparables, we have a number of comparables listed in Canada. In fact, this slide's just a couple of weeks old, but a number of our comparables are actually at a valuation much higher than we are. As you know, we've only been listed for a very short period of time, so we're only just now starting to build trust and reputation in the marketplace. But certainly, do follow some of the other stocks in Canada just to get a bit of a feel for the marketplace. In terms of the top shareholders of the company, board and management are absolutely aligned with 27% of the company. The next three investors, Allium, NGC and Thorney, are institutional investors on our register. And for those of you in Australia, I'm sure you would have heard of Allium and Thorney, who are very well-known institutional investors in the Australian marketplace. And then we also have two of our customers, OKX Exchange and KuCoin Exchange, who also are on our register. So really, in summary, if you believe the hypothesis that digital assets, crypto is only going to continue growing and become increasingly more important, then I believe that Banxa is extremely well positioned to take advantage of the growth that is going on in the marketplace. And effectively, because we are the picks and shovels of the industry. If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to the company or myself at any time. Thank you.
Presenting now is Posture 360, who are building the world's first integrated posture products and a platform technology that provides digital analytics for end users and the industry in general. Here to talk further about this is Director William Choi.
Hello, everyone. My name is William Choi, and I am the founder and CEO of Posture 360, an award-winning health tech startup based in Australia and South Korea. And what we essentially do is we solve spinal problems with AI devices that integrate into ergonomic products to relieve people of pain. And so I've been an entrepreneur for about 20 years, and where 10 of those years, I was in the business of posture, where I was the managing director of a posture device company called Backjoy, having also invested alongside the founders of Crocs in this company. Backjoy is basically a portable sitting device that when you sit on it, it immediately activates your pelvic muscles into your natural spinal position. And we've sold over 4 million units of this globally. We became one of Inc. 500's fastest growing companies in the US. And I took Backjoy Korea to #1 in Asia, and as well as #2 right behind the United States in terms of sales. Now, I primarily got involved with the business because I suffer from severe back pain myself, and I tried everything on the market and was really frustrated that nobody was looking into providing the supply in this really highly demanded market. And so back pain products out there, I found were really gimmicky and usually ended up in the closet, never to see the light of day again. While wearable devices, they track your data, but doesn't tell you what to do with that data, and is often invasive, and the hardware is completely useless. And while FDA-approved products are big and bulky, sometimes quite expensive, and you have to use them in a controlled environment. And so I just saw this huge gap in the market where I could take the best from everything and package it all into one solution. And during this time, we've won a number of global awards that we're very proud of. One being the Fortune magazine's Top C Award for Future Innovation, and the United Nations World Summit Awards as a country nominee as Best Digital Solution for Health and Well-being. And so, having launched the business in 2017, where we have a number of patents and trademarks and still to apply for several more, we saw this massive opportunity 4 years ago, where now the Internet of Health things today is valued at $72 billion, going to reach to $188 billion by 2025. As well as really COVID has accelerated this demand for wearable devices, where 396 million devices were distributed in 2020 alone, and is in urgent need for innovation, in particular in the area of spinal solutions, addressing neck, shoulder, and back pain, with the future of work, education in the home now. And so having done all the heavy lifting in the past 3 to 4 years, we're really ready now to launch, grow, and scale our business, and raising $3 million in our Series A, or what you could call your pre-IPO round for the ASX. And so, why does posture matter? Well, it is the number one cause of disability in the world. It's also, in many Western countries, it's the number one claim on insurance, the most common reason for missed work. And actually, 3 in 5 children are affected and suffer from back pain before they hit the age of 15. And so we offer the solution where, as I mentioned before, is we take the best of everything, where we design and manufacture these award-winning ergonomic products, embed them with the latest AI technology so that people could monitor their daily habits and patterns throughout the day while earning rewards. And also where providers can access our SaaS platform to monitor their patients, clients, and employees, but also, to get that powerful insights and data of individuals, groups, and really understanding the health to pain trends of people's daily lives. And of course, all of our products and solutions are backed by doctors with patient in mind always. And so, once again, in terms of the hardware side of the business, essentially, we are a 2-in-1 solution. We're ergonomically designed shirts, what we call posture wear, that's ready to launch in 2021. So that puts you into immediate corrective, that's scientifically engineered to immediately correct your posture, and turning them into smart by having them embed with sensor analytics. And then we're introducing also our smart posture seat solution in 2022. And so, quite simply, we provide a 3-step process where we correct people's posture through ergonomically designed products, embed the products with sensors that are then connected to the mobile app. So now those ergonomic products become smart. And then where all that data ends up is in our software as a service cloud platform, where we're now able to go even deeper into the world of back pain with data analytics. And so like Apple, our super cool, I guess you could say, ecosystem is actually vertically integrated. We provide great product experiences that's connected to software, and then we compound that value to scale by offering providers a platform to engage with their users in the insurtech, medtech, education, as well as in corporate wellness programs. And so how do we actually make money? Well, it's really a B2C to B model, in a sense where we engage in terms of retail through product sales through our existing channels, as well as engaging with our worldwide network of country distributors that actually are distributors of major brands such as Crocs and Nike and Columbia, as well as they've been distributors of Backdrop products. And now by taking to the next level of smart posture products, we're able to engage with them so that they could naturally move into engaging with their customers in their localized countries. And so, and then on the software side, we offer in-app purchases where we unlock more exercises and advanced programs, as well as offer one-to-one coaching for that. As well as on the business-to-business side, where essentially, I know you've probably heard this quite a bit, but it really we become sort of the Intel Inside or the Gore-Tex of the outdoor industry. We're doing this in terms of the apparel, for example, where we're able to license our tech to some of the big groups because we focus on one vertical, which is posture, and as well as the SaaS platform subscriptions with insurance companies and hospitals and esports, esports teams that want to really engage and make sure that their athletes are performing at an optimal level, and how that actually is correlated with their posture while they're playing the games. And so our customer metrics are actually very promising in terms of the external side and the internal. Externally, meaning like there's been a lot of surveys where more than 60% of consumers interested in this data for reward programs, which I'll get into really briefly later on. But also when we provided our shirts and we displayed our shirts in our stores, a lot of people were really interested, and 76% said that they would purchase our smart products. And we actually have over 2,000 purchasing customers a month right now. Another really interesting statistic is over 20% employers used wearables to track employees' health in 2020. And so just to kind of give you an idea as to what it actually looks like, what people are actually looking for products. So rather than us having to reach out to customers, we didn't spend all that much money on the marketing simply because we spent a lot of that into making sure that we finished, finishing and getting ready for the launch of our smart posture wear. But it really showed that, with only $55,000 that we spent in the marketing, we achieved that over $1 million in sales in 2020. And so that just shows that people are really looking for these solutions. And what we need to do now is really engage now with those customers so that we could bring them in and really provide them a really great experience. And so the market gap essentially is really, there are no corporate programs, wearables, or analytics that reward good posture. And that's where we come in. And so I call this an extreme competitive advantage, and simply because we're bridging this gap between wearables and functional products, right? And so on the left side, where you have these functional products and they're trying to engage and really find a way to become, smart, where you have these smart products on the right side that are devices, but they're just devices with hardware that's completely useless. And so we really bridge that gap between functional and wearables. But also, when I claim that we're, when I say that we're a vertically integrated company, because 95% of our hardware and software is built in-house. And so that really gives us a really great advantage. That also, not only do we have to depend on other platforms, because we already have our own products, we're already engaging with our customers, we're fully integrated. And so we don't have to depend on third-party platforms, but we do engage with them through API, as well as with other devices such as Fitbit and Garmin, where we're able to engage and work with them. And so in terms of the competition, what we want to do is really be able to engage with other software and other software providers so that we could add more value to the customer and really focus on only that one vertical, which is back pain. And so we know that, with the sheer market size and with the problems that people are facing, the viral growth will get us to 1 billion users, and we're able to do that through really, with our experience in target marketing, having those distribution partnerships that we have in many countries, in over 30 countries worldwide, and also our experience in terms of being able to focus on the customer and really engage with them so that we can have those positive and really gain their trust. And by, as well as adding more value, by furthering the R&D, really bringing more improvements into our products, and continue with product development, such as the smart posture seat, for example, and really have and go deeper into machine learning, and really ultimately all of that really gives our customers a really great experience, and really giving them the results that they want to see in terms of prevention. As well as becoming happier in their daily lives. And the word of mouth will also help us, will actually get us there. And so our financial forecast is actually quite realistic in a sense of that, we plan to double our sales this year with the introduction of our smart posture wear in 3 countries. And then really in 2022 to scale with the introduction, the added introduction of our smart posture seat, but as well as to expand in terms of our country presence, and then really go to scale in 2023. And so in terms of our teams, we really have a passionate, really great team of employees, and I don't even like to call them that. They've been really essential and just really contributing to the real to the growth that we're trying to, and really see the vision of what we're trying to achieve. And it's been a lot of fun in the process of doing that. And so not only is our team really young, we also have really great advisors that have, through their experiences, able to direct us and help us achieve scale through their networks and also through their advice. And we have a really great list of investors as well, that you see just right on the bottom left of your screen. And as I mentioned, I just can't say enough. I mean, we really have a diverse group that are all, celebrities, I guess you could say, in their own right. Some of them quite well known. And if you follow the National Basketball League, Charles Smith, he's actually quite an advocate of what we're doing, and we're really proud to have the board and advisors and the team that we have in front of you, and that we continue to add even more. But these are advisors that are actually very, very active, and surrounding myself around a lot of wisdom and a lot of really great people to really help us get where we want to be, where we know that we can achieve. Thank you very much. And if there's any questions, please reach out, and happy to connect with you throughout the times of the conference and afterwards as well. Thank you very much.
Presenting now is Surflakes. Surflakes has invented a revolutionary proprietary method of producing high-quality surfing waves in a controlled lake environment. Here to talk about this further is co-founder and executive director, Ruben Buchanan.
Well, hello, my name is Ruben Buchanan. I'm a co-founder and director of Surflakes Holdings Limited. I'm just going to take you through an overview of the company and a bit of an update as to how we're progressing. So let's get into it. So firstly, about Surflakes. The company was started the idea started around 10 years ago, but the company was founded in 2016 by myself, the original founder, Aaron Trevis, and also Chris Hawley, who's an engineer. To date, we've raised over $23 million. We've got about 220 shareholders on our register, and we have used that money to build a full-scale prototype of our wave pool technology in Yeppoon, which is in Queensland, Australia. Our prototype is the world's largest wave pool by water volume, about 75 million litres. As Surflakes, we own all the assets, all the intellectual property and know-how regarding the Surflakes technology. We've got 2 patents that cover our technology globally, and we're looking at lodging a lot more as we develop the IP further. We've got 10 agreements signed to license our technology to regions around the world. And our goal is to build 100 Surflakes around the world over the next 10 years. So we've got big plans. So what is Surflakes technology, and what does it exist? A lot of people say, look, there's waves all over the world. Waves are free. What's the point of having a wave pool? Well, the fact is that 99.5% of the world's population has actually never surfed. Most countries are landlocked, or if they are near the coast, there's no waves, or if there are waves, they're not suitable for surfing. So there's a lot of different reasons why, for example, why most of America is not in an area where they have access to surf. If you don't have accessibility, you generally don't try. And if you do go on holidays and try to surf, it's pretty difficult. So the opportunity to develop wave parks around the world is enormous. You think about every major, theme park, tourist attraction, resort, property development. you can turn inland areas into basically Bondi Beach or the Gold Coast just by adding a surf park. So we recognised this opportunity a number of years ago, and we looked at how do we develop the most efficient, most highly productive and wave pool technology with the lowest energy cost per wave that gives the most realistic surfing experience to the actual user. So it caters for people who want to learn to surf, but also advanced surfers, and it can also feed into competitions and even the Olympics. So that's what we've come up with the SurfLakes technology. I'll just take you through it. So basically what we use is a central wave machine. You can see that big device in the middle there. That basically goes up and down like a oscillating plunger, and it produces concentric waves. Those waves, right? If you imagine if you drop a ball or a brick into a swimming pool, the waves radiate out from the centre. They're called concentric waves. The waves that we make are quite large. They're 2 to 3 metres high. And when they intersect with the reefs, there's various different reefs around the lake. And we shape the reefs differently, and it creates different kinds of waves. From the same concentric swell, we can create 5 different kinds of waves, from beginner right through to advanced and expert waves. And because of that oscillating effect, you get sets of waves coming out. We can produce over 2,000 waves per hour. So what that means is 200 surfers can catch 10 waves per hour. And that's incredibly high productivity for any wave pool. I mean, the first wave pools that came out probably 20 years ago, they could only produce 20 odd waves an hour. So ours doing 2,000 is several orders of magnitude above where the technology was a few years ago. It's a realistic surfing experience. There's no walls or mesh, near where you're surfing. So once you catch the wave, you're looking towards the beach. And if you set the beach up with palm trees and hotels and so on, it could feel like you're surfing towards the beach at Bondi or something like that. You can also put a shroud around the actual machine in the middle itself. And so you won't see it or even hear it. You'll just see waves coming out from the centre. And around that, you could even put screens and advertising. But what it means is by having the wave machine in the centre of the lagoon, it frees up the whole perimeter for property development. So you imagine cafes, resorts, restaurants, boardwalks, even shoreline activities like beach volleyball and so on could actually be happening on the edges. And so, what you're creating is basically a surf resort or a world-class surf facility. So with the different levels of waves that we have are beginners, so basically white water, about half a metre to a metre high. Then it steps up to level 2 waves, which are great for longboarding. Level 3, great for turns. Level 4, you start to get into the professional level waves where you can hold competitions. And the level 5 pro wave is a larger barrel, which actually is quite difficult to surf. The other thing that's unique about our technology, other than having the 5 levels happening simultaneously, is that because of the different kinds of waves, it really suits different kinds of surf craft. So people like to surf, stand-up paddle boards, longboards or shortboard, which is the most common. Bodyboarding is really popular in a lot of countries around the world, especially in Asia. And it's a good way to get involved in surfing. And also foils are really taking off. So because our waves are different, they suit different kinds of surf craft. So it appeals to the widest audience of user, and all of that relates back to money for the operator. Here's a artist's impression of what a commercial surf park will look like. You can see it looks very similar to the prototype that we've developed, but there's a bit of development around the outside. So this is what we call our XL model. So this is what we built in Yeppoon. So it's the large one. The lake itself is about 3.2 hectares and has a perimeter of around 800 metres. So it's quite big. And like I said, it's about 75 megalitres. For other areas that are sort of urban or more compact, or the sites may be smaller, we have the Surf Lake standard model. So the lake area is about 2 hectares, talking probably around 50 megalitres. And it still produces the same number of waves, but the waves just aren't as large and they're not as long. But I think for a lot of areas that don't already have surfing, the kind of waves and the quality they produce would be definitely suitable. In terms of the productivity, this is really important. So for an operator, obviously they want the best return on capital if they're going to invest in wave pool technology. So there's a little comparison chart here, and obviously there's more information for anyone who's interested. But if you install wave pool technology and only produces 20 waves or can only cater for 20 surfers per hour, you can actually see that the return or the actual revenue over a month is about $500,000. If you're producing, a machine produces waves for 50 surfers per hour, then you're looking at about $1.3 million a month. That's at a rate of $75 per hour per surfer. If you're looking at 200 surfers per hour, which is what our commercial wave pool Surflakes technology will do, you're looking at about $3.6 million in revenue per month. So it's quite significantly higher, and that's even at a lower hourly rate. So once you, if you can increase the number of surfers per hour, your revenue jumps dramatically. And for the months of summer, so say 3 months of the year where you're going to be full all the time, the amount of money you can actually make through those critical months is dramatic. So wave productivity is important. How does Surflakes make money? So if you become a shareholder in Surflakes, if you're an investor, where's the upside? So basically, what we are is a technology, we're basically an engineering technology company. We own the IP, we developed it. We then license out the IP to other groups that want to build wave pools in their area or use Surflakes technology. The initial fee is a $100,000 territory agreement. That gives them exclusive rights to their particular chosen territory. It could be a city or a state or even a country if it's small. Then from there, once they have a site and they have their approvals ready, they move into a licensing agreement, and that can be anywhere up to $850,000. This is all in US dollars. It's typically around $500,000 paid to Surflakes. Once we get into construction, it's a $20 to $30 million US build cost. We actually manage that, and we make a margin on the construction. We also then have an annual recurring service fee, which is about $1 million per annum per site. So as we scale up and build, lots of surf parks around the world, you can see that we get the licensing revenue, we get the construction margin, and then we get the recurring income after that. There's lots of other ways that we can make money, but this is the core of our business at the moment. So we've had over 700 inquiries. We've been obviously developing a prototype and doing some marketing through social media, and lots of people follow us on social media. We've got about over 100,000 followers through the different social media platforms. They love our technology. Most people actually say on social media, when are you coming to our area? We want to surf those waves. This will be great for our community. We've had over 700 inquiries from different licensees, potential licensees around the world. Literally every corner of every country on earth and most cities. So out of that, it's a fairly detailed process to bring them through to a license. So out of that, we've got, like I said earlier, we've got about 10 licenses or territory agreements actually sold. So there's a bit of a summary there. I won't go through it because obviously it will take too long. But some real interesting cities such as Tampa, Florida, which is a very large city, Dallas, Texas, sold the territory agreement for the Sunshine Coast, San Diego, Nevada, another one in San Diego, Los Angeles. There's obviously the Yeppoon prototype that we're looking at commercializing, and we're working on looking at sites in Brisbane. So this is just the tip of the iceberg, and over the next over 2021, this list will probably increase by a factor of 2 or 3 times. Yeppoon, which is obviously a prototype and has been used for demonstrations. We run it from every few months or so to demonstrate to potential licensees, investors, and shareholders. But we're looking at submitting a DA, development approval for that, and we want to get that approved by September this year. We'll then look at different funding options to get that funded and then into construction in 2021 and open sometime in 2022. So because it's already there and it's a prototype, the community is very supportive. They really want it to open to the public, and the benefits it'll have for the community from a manufacturing, jobs and tourism, global tourism perspective will be absolutely enormous. So the whole region is really excited, and we're hoping that can happen very quickly. So the goals for this year, just to summarise, for 2021, things are moving very fast for Surflakes. But what we want to achieve this year is get our first commercial contract signed. We're going to be running more demonstration days at Yeppoon. That'll be happening in March. We want to start construction of a first commercial site, which may be Yeppoon, but it could be one in the US. We want to sign more ETAs and sign a couple more commercial deals at circa $30 million US each. And then next year, we're looking at an exit for shareholders sometime in 2022. So once we've laid the foundations for a strong business and a global scalability, will look at exiting via an IPO or some kind of a trade or strategic sale next year. So that's what the outlook is for potential investors or shareholders. From how to get involved, well, obviously through Wholesale Invest, we have a secondary market opportunity. So what that means is that people that own shares, like I said, we've got over 220 shareholders. Some of those people want to sell shares from time to time. So there's a bit of secondary trading going on. That's managed through Wholesale Investor. We've got 365 million shares on issue, and we just completed a placement at 25 cents a share. So the opportunity to purchase shares is via Wholesale Investor. You get in touch with them. There'll be their contact details that'll accompany this presentation, and they will help work out how many shares and what price you're looking at buying and try and match you with someone who's looking at selling shares. So that's how you basically get involved. So that's pretty much it. It's a quick summary of Surflex. There's obviously a lot more to it, but there's a lot more information available if you make an inquiry, and hopefully you can get on board as a shareholder and join us for what is a really exciting ride in the surf park wave pool market, and we're pioneering the space. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce a North American roundtable discussion where we'll be covering such topics as the investment and VC landscape and the startup landscape and how it's changed over the last 12 months in North America. We'll be talking about industries which have a particular interest for investors right now. We'll also be talking about what have been the changes since the pandemic and what's expected over the next 12 months. Our panelists for this session include Adrian Mendoza, founder and general partner of Mendoza Ventures, Melissa Withers, co-founder of RevUp Capital, Rashmi Pensi, Senior Vice President of City Impact Investing. New York, we've got Eric Bullen, who's a startup advisor, investor and founder, and Kenneth Goodwin Jr., who's a managing partner and founder of Genesis and also a well-known TEDx Talks speaker. This session is moderated by Jessica Wang, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of INP Capital.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for being here at the Emergence 2021, the global marquee conference that connects innovators, founders, investors worldwide. My name is Jessica Wang. I'm the CMO and partner at INP Capital, a Canada-based VC firm and a proud partner of Wholesale Investor for this conference. So I see today we have quite some distinguished guests, a lot of old friends. So why don't we, start by doing a quick introduction of yourself, but in addition to that, maybe share with us what you see in your neck of woods now, the overall investment VC startup landscape. I'll start with maybe just the order on my screen from Eric.
Yes, happy to be here. So Eric Bullen, I'm an angel investor at Launchpad Venture Group. We're about 150 members based in Boston. And we invest in seed stage companies. With the pandemic hitting last year, I think what a lot of us saw was that the first 2 months, there was a full stop, right? It was, no one knew what was happening. I think capital flow stopped. Our portfolio companies looked at their current business. Some laid off, some looked at new deals and tried to retain the customers. But eventually, as the summer progressed and we got a handle of things, I think things got back to somewhat, I would say, not normal, but at the same time, we continued looking at companies and we continued investing. And I think we saw that the known sectors, right, including travel, hospitality, some sports and so on, there were definitely challenges there. But there were other sectors such as future of work, e-commerce, healthcare, wellness, and so on that really attracted additional capital and that really tied into the whole trend of the future of what we would see in the current pandemic and then post-pandemic as well. So fast forward to today, I think overall the startup environment is healthy and we see a lot of opportunity in 2021.
Great. How about Melissa?
Hi, thanks for having me and thank you so much for moderating.
I am based in Boston as well. I'm Melissa Withers. I'm the managing partner of RevUp Capital. I have I think an interesting view on the roundtable today, in that I started my career as an equity investor and have about 90 companies in a seed stage portfolio. But RevUp Capital is a revenue-based fund and is one of the early funds into the space of using equity alternatives to support early stage companies. But in addition to that, I'm mentor in residence for Techstars Boston, and then work with our companies for later stage funding at the Series A level. I think there's tons of money in the market right now in North America, and there tons of it. I mean, it's sloshing around, so much so that sometimes it makes me nervous when the tsunami of money gets that big, because weird things happen. When I think about looking at the data from the last couple of months, there have been a lot of deals made, but there's been a precipitous fall off in investments in women and others who have been disproportionately affected by COVID, by being called back to domestic duty and having other things that have become barriers to their entrepreneurial journey. So I'm really interested in that dynamic and mostly interested, and I think in this moment, looking globally, incredible amount of disruption in the capital markets and a lot of room for innovation. So hoping we'll talk about some of those trends today.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, your turn, Ken.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me here today. Ken Goodwin, the managing partner at Genesis Capital Markets, based here in New York City. We are a boutique firm, but we have anywhere between 50 to 75 different types of firms that we invest in. We're at Series A. Typically for us, we've done a lot of our investments mainly in digital transformation. So what we have seen with COVID-19 is a spur of digital transformation, mainly in fintech technology, reg technology, edutechnology, health tech, medical technology. We've done some work in smart cities, and smart cities for us has really been driven by big data. So what we see that's going to happen in the future is that cities are starting to use data as a way to develop their cities, their infrastructure. Case in point, one of our investments is a bike firm that's actually using that particular mode of transportation, but also providing the data to help the city to build the roads and bridges and so forth. So we see an avenue of what they call future state of work and future state of living. And future state of living for our firm means to how do you manage food, and that's food sustainability. So that's also track and tracing mechanism. We're one of the few firms that actually invest in blockchain enterprise, which is very significant behind that in terms of using distributed ledger technology. But we also, at the same time, we focus on artificial intelligence, which we tend to look at third wave AI, which is a good way of looking at in terms of doing analytics to determine whether or not firms are actually having the products and services in place. So we see digital transformation as a way going forward in 2021. In terms of the actual deal flows, it's quite interesting. There's a lot of money out in the marketplace. What we have seen was pre-COVID-19, you have a huge amount of deal flow, then it stopped for a period of time. What we're starting to see now is we're starting to see a lot of flow of funds going to old deals. The new deals will probably come out maybe from June to probably August and September. So we do see a lot of new deal in the pipeline, which is very good for us because those are the things that we want to invest in going forward.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. I'm sure, what we're going to be going back to that in terms of, the themes for the future, right, of investing. So your turn, Rashmi.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm Rashmi Pensy. I work at Citi on the Citi Impact Fund, which we launched last year. And we're investing in double bottom line companies in a few sectors: workforce development, sustainability, financial capability, infrastructure, and more recently, we also have a focus on racial equity. So when we're looking at companies, we're looking at companies that are, going to grow and scale and be financially successful, but also have some sort of social or environmental benefit. And I think in that area, we are just seeing tons of opportunity, to be honest, with everything that's been going on over the last year. So I would echo what some of the others said about, there being a lot of good deal opportunities. I think this last year, there have been a lot of funds being launched to think about investing in certain sectors, whether it's, related to clean tech or whether it's related to the future of work. And then more recently, I think looking at, diversifying the founder base and making sure that, wealth is being created in all parts of the economy. So we have seen, we just launched last year right before COVID and had to adjust to being remote and all of that, but still managed to invest in 11 companies last year. And we have a lot more ambitious plans this year, a very healthy pipeline of companies that we think will do well over the next few years, because the problems facing, society are quite large, and these are really innovative approaches to them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's great. So, Adrian?
Hey, I'm Adrian Mendoza. I'm the founder and general partner of Mendoza Ventures. We are also Boston-based to join the crew with Eric and Melissa here. We are a fintech-focused fund, primarily on within the fintech ecosystem, everything from digital wallets to blockchain to the capital markets, from fraud detection to everything within up and down, from the front office to the mid office to the back office. Though in Boston-based, we've been part of the fintech ecosystem for the last 5 years, and during this last year with COVID, just like Eric, we saw a little bit stalling out in the market, and then we saw the market skyrocket into the point that a few months ago we were invited to a deal that had a $450 million valuation cap. So there's been this huge excitement especially in our sector in fintech, where things had been a little bit sleepier in insurtech and in fintech. With the entire trend of digitization, a lot of fintech and insurtech and in AI primarily for these sectors, and cybersecurity for these sectors as well, has been a huge excitement of dollars pouring into it. Where we had, prior in 2019, there had been a huge sort of slowdown in that space with the necessity of people at home and a lot of the infrastructure being pushed to its limits as far as it can go. There was a great emphasis, and it's perfect for us because it's a space that we know very well. So it's nice to be on that cutting edge of everything that's happening, even in Silicon Valley. Now investors are reaching out to us, excited about what's happening in the fintech space. We're seeing more pipeline than we have dollars even to deploy, which is kind of the inverse of what you would have seen a few years ago. So excited to be here and excited to represent both the East Coast fintech, and also Mendoza Ventures is a minority and women-owned venture fund.
Wow, that's great. So since we're actually on there, why don't we open the floor up and tell, because I know everybody had mentioned about certain sectors that they're interested in. So maybe maybe everybody can point one or two of what you think are the most promising sectors or themes coming out of the pandemic. Adrian, you want to just?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. I think insurtech has been something that just, there had been a wave of rise of reg tech and insurtech about 2-3 years ago, and it really never moved ahead. Yet in the last 6 months, there's been such of an excitement and such of dollars because the entire infrastructure of insurance, health insurance, auto, life insurance, inherently came to a standstill because it was a paper-based process here in the US. So the digitization, the digital transformation of that entire sector has something that's quickly exploded in just 3 to 6 months, where it had been nascent for a while. So it's really amazing to see this focus. We have a limited partner that is at AWS who had said in 2019, they were reaching out to people for, trying to get people on the cloud. And they were saying, come back in 2023, 2024, when we're ready. In the middle of the pandemic, these same clients who said no, were calling him and saying, we have to be on the cloud. Our employees are at home, our employees are remote. There is no way for them to access on-premise infrastructure. And because of what happened with the pandemic, it's really skyrocketed there. So I think there's really nice to see the dollars being put in to finally sectors that, originally Gartner had said that cloud and on-premise infrastructure in sort of the entire infrastructure market would be finally at like the same inflection point where where spend was at the same point by 2021. Now cloud infrastructure spend has actually surpassed on-premise spend. So what it means for everyone in SaaS, in MarTech, in FinTech and InsurTech, is that now that there's an openness to looking at cloud-based infrastructure, API microservices infrastructure, where there'd been a lot of trepidation about security concerns and, well, it's fine, we can have someone here on premise. I think that's been nice to kind of accelerate what's happening in these sectors.
Can I jump in? So I totally agree with all of that. And also on the glass of wine, like, congratulations to you, friend.
Nice
So we invest industry agnostic, and most of my advisory and mentorship work is industry agnostic. And I think one of the most exciting silver linings to the COVID cloud is around the acceleration of human behavior. So back in 2015, Bill Gross put out one of the best TED Talks looking at why startups fail. And he went through all of the obvious things we like to lean into: team, money raised, and found that statistically across the board, it's timing. And in my own, now having done 135 investments, timing in the market, macro, micro, all the things, timing. And I think what we saw with the pandemic in so many industries was just an acceleration to the finish line on the evolution of some really important both consumer and quasi-consumer behaviors. I mean, so much buying now into middle market is driven by humans who are informed by the decisions they make as consumers, which is why you see so much consumer-oriented marketing now making sense in enterprise sales. And I think one of the most exciting, terrifying, awful outcomes, but also I think really productive outcomes in terms of innovation, is for companies that have innovative business models and are really focused on value creation and really customer-focused organizations that know how to do that. Those customers essentially raced ahead a decade. You see it across, whether it's fintech, ed tech, conference tech, I don't care, across the industry, is this rapid acceleration of consumer behaviors. And so for those stragglers or laggards who were maybe just still resisting making changes because those human behaviors were so entrenched, the pandemic just unleashed everyone. And we're seeing now across industries, across B2B, B2C, just huge shifts in consumer behavior. Now, the open question is how much of this will settle and become part of an evolutionary shift in behaviors? Where will there be bounce back? Where will there be regressions? Where will there be like a boomerang effect where people went to the edge of a new behavior and then decided they didn't like it and they went back the other way? But overall, I think for so many companies that were waiting for the right time, the time finally came. And I think that's what's driving a lot of enthusiasm in investment and in new co-creation today. Certainly it's driving it for me and many of my colleagues.
I agree with Melissa. Can I jump in? I agree with Melissa wholeheartedly.
Please feel free to jump in, guys.
Yeah, feel free to jump in. And I agree with, those are great point of views. I'm going to circle back to InsurTech, because one of the things that we saw was the big driver behind big data. At the end of the day, behind all this is driven by the use of data. And so what COVID-19, what it did was it spurred the use of data and how well they can actually use that for automation. So InsurTech, yes, it's definitely one of the industries that we've actually saw that was increasing. Actually, we saw that 3 years ago. So when I was in Davos three years ago, we had a private conversation, C3I, which is the blockchain version for a lot of the major companies, such as AIG and the other major companies. And they were talking about using distributed ledger technology as a way to create new insurance products. So those conversations were happening 3 to 4 years ago. It was a timing aspect to it. COVID actually spurred it up because now you have to go back and look at your ecosystem in terms of how you actually use that technology to provide new products and services. So the use of data, how data is being used and stored and captured was really, really, really critical. And so what we saw was a bigger need in supply chain. Supply chain is very broad and is broad-based, but supply chain mainly in medical, and hospitality, but hospital industries. medical industries was very important, supply chains in terms of food. So we saw companies really trying to find a way to kind of track and trace from the original source in terms of how food was being developed to the actual consumers themselves in terms of purchasing those foods. So that includes looking at, in terms of what they call specification management, the ability to track information at very low line level, but also at the same time, the ability to use QR codes to figure out what's the consumer's behavior is in terms of purchasing products and services. So we saw companies like that were really gearing towards working with bigger companies in terms of providing those services and applications. So I think that's what we're going to see going forward now in terms of how people are using big data and how people are using that towards different types of supply chains around the globe.
Just to add to that, both what Melissa and Ken said. So in terms of consumer and enterprise behavior, so look at e-commerce, for example, right? It took 10 years for the e-commerce share of global commerce to go from 8% to about 16%. Within a year, we've jumped to about 25 to 30%, depending on whose data you're taking, right? So it's a huge jump. I think the question is, what's the post-pandemic world going to look like, right? I think most likely it's going to be some kind of hybrid. We'll go back a little bit, but it's not going back down to 16%. We might be ending up somewhere in the mid-20s. So I think consumers have become used to purchasing and shopping online and doing things remote. And the same thing for the enterprise, right? In terms of the future of work, it's kind of a suitcase work. There's a lot of stuff that goes into the future of work. But I think there's a lot of innovation happening in terms of the remote workforce, right? It's not just about communications such as Slack and other communication channels. It's low code, no code. It's how do you deal with HR for remote workers, right? How do you deal with workers that are migrating from, let's say, Silicon Valley to Austin, Nashville, and other places? So there's a lot of activity happening there as well. And I think in the future, it'll be some kind of hybrid, right? I think this, some of the surveys I've seen, if you take surveys of workers, 50% say, I'm just aching to go back to the office. I'm social. I want to go back. 50% say, I'm fine. I'm perfectly happy working from home. And I think the third thing here is, I think just working from home, having a different set of behaviors, being cooped up to a large extent, right? Facing the pandemic, health issues and so on. I think health and mental wellness is a big kind of subsector as well. And there's money going towards that as well at this point in terms of telehealth, mental health, and wellness and so on. There's some specific funds, including one ventures that's purely set up to invest in health-related mental health care type companies. So I think that's an avenue where there's more investment.
Mm-hmm. Actually, while we're on that, Eric, maybe I'm really curious because everybody's talking about this trend and the pandemic sort of being a catalyst. So what's your technique? Like, how do you distinguish a mega trend from something that's only going to be here like temporarily and then they might just change? So capital could rush in, but may not be there. Like, how do you tell?
Yeah, I kind of take two perspectives in that, in terms of figuring out whether it's a mega trend or just a fad. Sometimes it's a good guess, educated guess, right? But the question is, how do you educate yourself? I think it's always important to take a look at history and patterns that you see in history. Because things tend to repeat themselves, right? In terms of what happens during the pandemic, in terms of bubbles and so on. So I think viewing patterns there, then also looking at overall political, economic, and social type of trends, right? In terms of what's happening here in the country and overseas as well. And then doing some kind of future mapping. So in terms of, let's say, the political and economic situation, I think there's a question of, with this remote workforce, with things being globalized in some ways through technology, is that a trend overall? I think there's a counter push there as well in terms of nationalism, right? In terms of supply chains being federated and let's say the US competing with China and so on. So I think they're opposing forces there as well. I think the other part then is, in terms of looking at specific opportunities to specific companies, the question is, and we saw companies last year in the middle of the pandemic saying, hey, we're pivoting to address pandemic specific issues, right? And our business model is focused on solving those type of things. The question is, are you addressing something that post-pandemic, your business model at that point will fall apart, right? So for instance, a marketplace that is looking at supplying COVID-19 tests, right? Can you take that business model and essentially offer other services beyond the pandemic as well? And as simple as, hey, there are 1,000 different mask vendors these days, right? Is that a business that's going to go out of business post-pandemic, right? I mean, it's simple as that. So I think the question is, have you as a startup set yourself up well short-term and then long-term as well post-pandemic?
Eric, I'm really glad that you brought up business models. It feels a little bit like T-ball, like you couldn't, like it was exactly what I was thinking and you couldn't have set it up better. I think the half-life of a business model has been shrinking now for decades. I mean, you used to be able to be the CEO of a company for 20 years and run the same business model, right? Longer than that prior. The half-life of a business model is blink your eyes and you'll miss it. Half-life of a market-facing strategy, blink your eyes and you'll miss it. And I think that has only, we're just living in that moment now. So I think when I think about businesses that have been impacted positively, negative, or are pivoting or reacting to opportunities that the pandemic either created or accelerated, I think what I look for when I peel back the layers is a company that has the capacity to have a dynamic business model. They have a value customer-centric business model where they are enthusiastic and capable of really being in the zone of constantly evaluating and reevaluating how they're creating value and being very sensitive and okay with the fact that whatever the model today is, that it's not going to last for long. So I've begun to, I think over the years, start to select for founding teams and companies that bring business model innovation into their business as a core capability, but almost in a enthusiastic, like devil may care kind of way, like looking at it less as a burden and more as being freed from the constraints of thinking that they need to develop business models that are going to persist for perpetuity. And I think when you think about how that is in a post-COVID world and all of the changing behaviors in the consumer and non-consumer markets, that I think is what's going to separate those that persist and those that bounce back on, like in a bad way, poorly from the COVID boost, right? So I think it's this idea about really being viscerally connected to value creation and being close to your customer and just being sensitive and excited about adapting with them, and maybe even in some ways leading them. So I think that's sort of maybe, but I don't think COVID made that. I think I was already thinking about that. I mean, I'm biased because as I come from a business model innovation background, but I think this has only affirmed that for me, and I think made it more exciting for early stage companies to begin thinking about model innovation as one of their core capabilities.
That's a great comment, Melissa, actually. Were you going to say something, man?
Yeah, Melissa, I think you're right, but I think part of it is we saw a lot of people, like especially on the fintech side, everyone from like neobanks to LOSs to like everyone in the supply chain rushing to be like, I'm going to distribute PPP loans. And it's like, that's not a business model. All of that's gone now. So therefore, like, and I think there is the short term and then there is the changing of the revenue and the business model. But I think we saw a lot of it in the market, people changing their entire production to do COVID testing, or people, PE firms that were taking one company and said, you're now trying to work on a vaccine or a rapid test. And I think there's, having been a founder before, there's the importance of having a pivot on a dime, but also knowing, is this a short-term pivot, a midterm, or a long-term pivot? And we saw a lot of businesses fail because, a year from now, there are going to be vaccines, there are going to be rapid tests. So will those models work and have to repivot again? Same thing like the fintechs that were jumping on the PPP bandwagon. We went from PPP to R&D tax credits. So therefore, that was really, really, the snapshot of that might have been a little bit too short-lived. But I think for a lot of the founders who are on these types of events, one of the things that they have to realize that as investors, we're not just looking at trends, we're actually looking at all of your competitors. For us, like when we look at something, we're not just looking at one company, we're looking at 5 or 6 at exactly the same time. And then from there, we're getting to see which is the winner in the horse race and which is the team that can pivot, that, will go beyond a trend to also be able to find, I think there's been a lot of words on the value creation, but also on the clear value proposition to the paying customer. I think it's, it's easier to see it from the consumer. I think it's much harder to see what will those trends be from the B2B customer.
Yeah, I think this is because I'm not unicorn hunting anymore. I'm not looking for the winner take all in the winner take all market, right? So I agree with you. Like there's
and
definitely.
Melissa, so that you know, like a fund like ours, we're looking for targets for early acquisition. I'm looking for targets by year 5 and 7. You know, there are enough people to play unicorn hunters. I'm looking for targets for early acquisition.
Right, and I'm looking to build companies. So I think that yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And the other downside risk of the opportunity to reinvent yourself is that you reinvent yourself too much and you lose sight of what you're actually good at, and value creation becomes replaced by tactical opportunities, right? And I think that's like one of the saddest things to see, right? It's like when a company takes themselves and puts themselves into a temporary pretzel, only to find out that the value creation there was more of a tactical opportunity and not really like a lasting thing that they could build upon. So I think that's a really good point. And in these moments, if there ever was a temptation or a time to get distracted or to go down the rabbit hole, right? It's happening right now in spades. So I think it's a really good point to make.
I want to add to Melissa. That's a very good point, Melissa. I think it's going back to the why. You know, when we speak to our clients, we go back to our mission statement, the mission, the vision, the values. You got to constantly ask that why. Why are you here? Who you're serving? What's the ultimate purpose of creating a business? So if you stick to the values as to why you created that business in the first place, and you stick to your mission statement, everything else will come to play. You can always, you know, when you pivot, you want to pivot to asking the question, what problem are you solving? And are you solving any problem whatsoever? So you don't want to pivot just to pivot for the sake of pivot. You want to pivot to provide a solution. And then with that solution, it is to be hoped that you're able to provide other products and services. So our ultimate goal is to get back to the fundamentals, get back to why you started your business, and keep asking the question, why? Why? And we tend to, when we have our conversations with our founders, that's one of the key areas that I look at. I like to see if the founders and the team is thinking in that magnitude, because they're not just thinking short term and midterm and long term. They're thinking their ultimate purpose for doing their business. And times are going to be tough because we want them to go through the business life cycle. We know that there are going to be times where they're going to lose money. There's going to be times they're going to gain money through revenues. But then at the same time, we want them to understand that you're here because these are the particular values that you have at your firm. And that's actually very important, because at times, as an investor, we're not just providing the capital, we're also providing them guidance and mentorship. So there could be times where they need help with corporate partnerships, and those corporate partnerships gives them the additional revenue cash flow that is needed for the next round. So I always go back to the fundamentals, go back to the why. Something I learned a long time ago in Japan, stick to the core principles as to why you do business, which is to serve your customers, your stakeholders, your investors. And if you stick to the core principles, then you're able to manage your cash flow, you're able to manage your balance sheet, keep things in order. And it's just core values, basically.
Yeah, I'd echo what a lot of folks here said. I mean, for us, we're an impact fund, so we're looking at long-term problems, and how those are not really going to be a fad. The different ways that people think about solving them might change, and so we're definitely looking for experienced founders who can pivot, who know their space well, but who also have a sense of a mission, Ken, like you were saying, who are committed to solving that problem and adapting in whatever way they need to do that. And so, I'll give you a couple examples. I mean, I focus on the future of work. So obviously, ed tech right now is hot. Everyone is stuck at home trying to learn or work online. So in a sense, that's a fad, but that's also going to be a long-term issue. And, I think if you look at higher education in the US, like the university model is definitely starting to suffer. And it's been, an issue over several years, but it's been accelerated recently. The question now is what's going to be effective for people to learn in an alternate way that's more affordable, accessible. And I think there's a lot of different ways that that's happening, but we're also all on video conference all day and probably sick to death of it. So I don't know if the perfect solution exists yet. And we're kind of always trying to look at efficacy and then also access. One thing we're looking at is, are there a group of consumers that have been left out in the past that are now getting access? So what's a great way to have, remote learning for folks who maybe aren't as connected? Access to internet is still a problem for a lot of people. And thinking about who's trying to solve that problem and seeing how that evolves.
Mm-hmm. No, that's great. So, well, since we're on the topic of founders, like I feel that the discussion is going a bit a bit more micro. How about each of you share with the audience, because there are a lot of founders here, and between the five, between me included, we probably see over thousands of startup companies. So what do you think is sort of the most important factors that enables the company to essentially succeed? And what characteristics do you look for in that in the founder? And that really impress you, that gives you that kind of the take it up. So Eric, you want to start?
Yeah, I'll talk to that. So since we invest in early stage companies, we're very founder driven, right? We don't have a lot of data to go on in terms of traction and so on. So it's you're looking at the product, you're looking at founders, the market opportunity and so on. But ultimately, I think we do lean and have a bias towards looking at the founders and the characteristics of the founders. And things such as having conviction, having grit, and being able to go through tough times. Really important is coachability and an ability to learn, having a learning mindset, right? Not that you find some issues or figure out that your business isn't working, you continue hitting the wall, right? You got to figure out how to go around the wall. Also, in terms of that learning ability and openness to adjust is also, are you willing to take feedback from your investors, right? And coaches and mentees as well. And how do you adapt to that? Also, as founders, for you to take that feedback, you may get 10 different opinions. It's for you to situationalize that, right? And synthesize and then make the right decision. I think the other thing, and I think all those characteristics came to the fore in terms of looking at good founders during the pandemic, right? And they became even more important. I think one other criteria that became really important is, are you able to make tough decisions? And I think, for instance, this was probably the first time that a lot of first-time founders have had to lay employees off. And that's a really difficult decision, really difficult time. And that's a decision that ultimately lies with you as a founder. And I've seen a lot of founders this past year make those tough decisions very quickly, right, to adjust. But I think ultimately, at times, that was the right decision to make, and they're in a better spot now, and they're able to hire those employees back at this point. So I think being able to make quick decisions, adapting, and conviction and a learning mindset is really important from my perspective.
Mm-hmm. And Rashmi, like in terms of because I know you talked about impact, and feel free to jump in. Like in terms of like the bigger areas such as diversity, gender equality, and social impact. Is there something that you look in the company that deciding nudge towards one direction or not?
Yeah, so we, in terms of promoting diversity, a quarter of our fund is dedicated to Black founders. And then at the seed stage, we committed early on that we were going to invest only in women or minority founders in an effort to address the racial and gender funding gap that startups face. But more importantly, I think we're also looking at founders who have some sense of a mission, a broader mission than just building a successful business. Oftentimes, these founders are doing that because of a personal experience or because that they've realized is a common problem. And so, that can also affect groups of people who were excluded or are underserved that we're looking for. In terms of also with, we're investing in companies throughout the US, we're trying to get out of the sort of trap of just investing in companies in California or near New York City, and really trying to look all over the country because there's so many markets in the country. There's great founders and there's just not a lot of capital flowing to them. So we see that as another opportunity as well. And we're looking for founders who, from the start are thinking about the mission and integrate it fully into their business. So unlike other impact funds, which often have their methodology really thought out and have their metrics, pre-planned, we're investing in a variety of sectors and a variety of stages. We're really thinking more about how committed is this founder to a mission. If it's a fintech and they're targeting the underbanked, how committed are they to making sure that in the end, they're not going to sell out and charge lower income consumers more fees, because that's what some of their investors want. We want to make sure they always have that mission in mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then actually speaking of global, I thought that was very appropriate for our topic today, because we all seen that despite the certain separation and isolation of the physical borders caused by COVID, the pandemic actually served as a catalyst to a much more interconnected world. And today's event is living proof. So what does global market, global projects play in your respective investment theme?
Go. So for us, we believe that there's a huge opportunity, especially because of fintech, not just investing in your typical Silicon Valley founder. I think, Rashmi, you said exactly it. There's so much capital that goes to the Valley. There's so much capital that goes to New York. But for us, we looked at it as, how do we find amazing opportunities in areas that aren't just, very arm's reach? Traditionally, venture is local, it's arm reach, it's who you can touch, and that's it. So for us at Mendoza Ventures, our mission is to invest in these founders regardless of where they are. So we're currently, our early stage portfolio is invested across 3 countries and across 4 states in the US. The goal of it is finding amazing founders that, where we're seeing not just amazing talent, amazing opportunities, but at the same time, have market share in another market that then can come to the US, can come to Europe, can come to the UK, can come to LATAM. And I think that's an exciting part of where we are, that with sort of this now Zoom world, that you can reach out to co-investors that may not just be down the street that you want to have a coffee to, founders that are not just, in the local accelerator. So we get pipeline of companies as close to Boston to as far as Hong Kong, as far as Europe. And, even for us, our makeup of limited partners are people that are local, but also, an investor in Norway, an investor in out of Ireland, out of Australia, to be able to tap into the network of amazing talent that's out there to find these opportunities. And so for us, it's one of the strategies that we had done post-pandemic was to find local co-investors in these geographies, so that we didn't have to hop on a plane to Toronto or to the Valley or to London, but find co-investors that were there, that we trusted, that knew our methodology, worked with us really well. And that worked for us because in the pandemic, when we couldn't hop on a plane and borders were closed, that we had local co-investors that were actually looking after our companies and these founders. And so that's, I think, the amazing piece of having set up a strategy to work internationally, that then during the pandemic really, paid off in spades for us. So I think there's a huge opportunity, as Rashmi said, to find amazing founders. And also for us, 75% of our portfolio is led by a CEO that's either an immigrant, minority, or female. And it is a lot more work to find these opportunities. But at the same time, by looking at founders that we know that have performance, that can produce results, there's a huge missed opportunity for these types of underrepresented founders to find capital. And so that's one of the things that, though we focus on, high return sectors, we're also looking at these founders that are underrepresented, but we know are performing.
Anyone else have anything to add in terms of going global?
Yeah, I like to join in actually for the global aspect. Most of our founders, one of the aspects that we tend to look at is the ability for our founders to look at their strategy for a global marketplace. And here's the key reason why. When we look at our portfolio, we realized about 2 years ago, our portfolio didn't have enough women. So we spend more time concentrating on women founders. That's both women founders here in the US as well as in Europe and Africa and those places. So we spend a lot of time with trying to look at incubators and accelerators that really have a good mix of women founders, but also women founders that have the businesses that are able to scale globally. And when we say businesses that are able to scale globally, those businesses tend to be like SaaS types of businesses where they can actually sell their products to corporations in Europe and Africa, as well as here in the US. So when we look at global is always a part of what we do as a firm, because we feel that that was an opportunity for those companies to really diversify their cash flows and to diversify their revenues. But most importantly, it gives them a chance to increase their valuation. At the same time, it gives them a chance to partner with particular firms overseas so they could segment those marketplaces. So globalization for us was very key in terms of what we do as a criteria. But most importantly, we wanted to make sure that we were really hitting the social impact. We know that a lot of people are looking at ESG investing, but they really weren't paying too much attention to the social impact side. So we spend a lot of time with making sure that that S is really being captured in the types of founders that we have in the portfolio.
I'll just jump in here. I mean, Citi is a global bank. Our impact fund, is right now focused on the US, and we're all hopeful that one day we'll go global. In the meantime, our corporate venture arm, Citi Ventures, is one of the teams that's working on this fund, and they are investing globally. And we have colleagues all around the world who we hope that we could tap into instead of like the local investor networks that others might be using. So, but right now we're focused on the US and we're all stuck at home. So I don't know that we'll be doing anything.
Just to jump in, I just pull it back to the US side for a second, because I think the trends there are similar, right? So when we as investors used to look at, I'm in Boston, right? And like Adrian said, we tend to be very myopic in terms of looking at companies within our region, within arm's reach, aside from funds like Melissa's. I think that's all changing too, right? And we are starting to look at companies outside of Boston's a major center, but at the same time, very small, right? You tend to see the same companies over and over again in certain sectors. So I think it's valuable from the investor perspective to look outside at other locations, and whether it's Nashville or Austin or Cleveland, Pittsburgh, et cetera. There's some amazing companies in those locations, and I think that's valuable long term in terms of diversification, and then being able to allocate capital to other locations within the US as well. On the flip side, I think we as investors don't expect companies to have their employees in our locations anymore either. So you're starting to see this migration from Silicon Valley to these other locations such as Austin, Nashville, and so on. So you're starting to see a lot more diversification in terms of that remote workforce. So I think longer term helps these other regions to grow, and at the same time offers more flexibility to access talent for those companies.
I just want to add to Eric. I also think it helps the investors too. I mean, one of the biggest secret that I learned in global investing, and I give you a prime example, Vancouver was a key spot for us for a lot of our firms in the pipeline. And Vancouver was really, really good in terms of kind of getting that flow that was going from Silicon Valley all the way through Seattle to Vancouver. So we saw a lot of SaaS types of companies coming out of Vancouver, but the key notion for us was Toronto. Toronto was a nice secret for us because at that time we were not doing as much in the Toronto area, but we were turned off from that from one of the fund managers down in Australia. So if we didn't have an open mind to work with fund managers in Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, we would never had that opportunity in Toronto. So it helps us as an investor if we were to do a syndicate where we can look in our pipeline to work with these investors around the globe that have similar investment strategies to come together and to invest in those firms. I think it makes it a lot easier to have those conversations. It's something that I've been doing for quite some time. And if I didn't have those conversations or those relationships, I would never have the opportunity to look in those geographical locations. So I think it helps investors also in terms of what our criteria are, because it gives us another set of eyes to share that portfolio with other investors in other locations. And then again, we share information as to what they see here in the US, but we also ascertain information in terms of what they see out in those particular locations around the globe.
Exactly, Ken, and that's why I think that's actually one of the key reason why we help we partner with a wholesale investor to host this conference. Is we think that not only the founders needs to reach their the investors, but also even among investors at different region, in different industries, have a lot to share and collaborate. So I can't believe the time is almost up now. So how about for each of us, maybe if you can give the founders out there that's participating in this event and that's listening, give a couple words of encouragement, what you think they ought to do. So a word of advice from each of you, maybe. And again, starting from Eric, maybe.
Yeah, I would say, just pulling it back in general, I think that this last year has been a tremendous, like Melissa said, tremendous acceleration of a lot of trends, right? And I think founders can take advantage of that. I think there's a lot of positive, a lot of good things coming at us in 2021, a lot of opportunities to innovate, to take advantage of the situation, to build new businesses, new companies, et cetera. I think as we go back to normal, the opportunities will increase even more, right? And I think it's been somewhat restrained last year. I think, yes, the capital has been out there, but I think there are going to be tremendous opportunities in a lot of sectors, and also those sectors which have been depressed last year, right? I think travel, hospitality, sports, et cetera, that'll all come back towards the end of this year. And I think it'll come back with a bang. I think people are, for instance, aching to go back to travel, right? They're aching to go back onto the road, and so on. So I think those sectors are really interesting today as well for innovation and investments.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, definitely. We have the travel bucket list already. Can't wait. So how about Melissa?
Yeah, I think probably of everything I've learned through the years, and it just holds true today, is don't get too drunk on the venture Kool-Aid, right? It's what you need to do is figure out who you are, what kind of company you want to build, who you want to serve, and then think dynamically about what the right capital is to fuel you on that journey. There's no good or bad capital. There's just capital used in the wrong way. And I think right now we're starting to break free from that myopic obsession with that homogenous venture narrative. And we're seeing an incredible disruption in the capital markets with all kinds of capital, good and bad, flooding the market right now, equity and otherwise. And I think it's a really important time to see that the value of the templates that we've created, I think we've reached max utility. And now we're like, there's this risk that all founders just try to force themselves into this cookie cutter where we say, this is what investors want. So do this template, follow this path, fit into this box. And I think that there's some utility in recognizing that there are templatized things that can really add a lot of value to you as you're building your business, but recognize that those templates weren't made for you, and they're never going to serve you the way that they really never served anyone particularly well, but they're not made for you. And so really develop a discerning sensibility around that, and find mentors that that can help you customize that narrative for you and for your journey. And while venture as a category now, I think, has diversified in really exciting ways, and just know that that there's so many ways to choose your own adventure, and there's many ways to build the business you want to build. And the biggest risk right now is that we bequeath unto a new generation of entrepreneurs patterns and mores and mythologies that really won't serve them. So I think it's an incredible time to start thinking about rewriting the future. And so don't be too held back by all the things that we say and all the bloviating that all the investors do about pattern matching and what they look for. And look for your people. Look for the people who resonate with you and around you and for you, and leave the other stuff behind.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, that's great. Keep being you. So Rashmi?
Yeah, I mean, I'd really echo a lot of what Melissa said. You know, I've been focusing a lot more on women and minority founders. And so, you know, venture capital is just usually inaccessible, honestly, because it's been such a clubby sort of area. I think that's changed a little bit this last year. I think there are a lot more funds that are rethinking how they're sourcing founders and making commitments. And we'll have to see if that lasts, if that changes any behavior or not. But in the meantime, I think there are other forms of financing and other people who are, you know, like Melissa, who are thinking about other ways that might fit someone's business model a bit better. So, you know, it is more accessible, I think, now than maybe it's been in the past few years, and that's a plus. At the same time, I think Melissa, you'd made the point that last year, you know, the funding to women dropped. So it still remains to be seen. But I think there's, you know, definitely an effort. You know, I know that also it's coming from, you know, asset managers. So I know like Yale University, they were saying when they're looking at fund managers, they're looking to make sure they have more diverse teams. So I think it's being driven now by investors themselves and, you know, asset owners, that you're going to start to see a different change. And just demographically in the US, I mean, we're going to be a majority minority country. This is really starting to matter, especially with younger generations. They really are thoughtful about where their money is being held and what it's being used for. So I think this is the beginning of a trend that's going to continue.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that, you know, on the panel we have equal representation here. I was looking. So Ken?
Yeah, I agree with Rashmi 100%. I think the key is to be open to different types of financing. You know, keep your mind open to not just the traditional venture financing. We definitely see some moves towards the digital asset space. I would not be surprised if the venture financing community becomes more digital. So where people start to use security token offerings as a way to raise capital. So I would hope that people keep an open mind. That's happening already, at least with the advent of blockchain and the advent of cryptocurrencies and crypto assets and so forth. So I would say to the founders, don't get too hard on the matrix. Focus back on the basics of why you have established your business. Get back to looking at managing your cash flow, your cash flow statement. I think that's very critical, because if you're able to manage your cash flow, then you're able to make some critical decisions around how you invest, how you manage operations, how you manage finance. So get back to the fundamentals as to why you do business. Also, in terms of mentorship, that's very important. Get involved into the right incubators and accelerators that actually is going to help you to develop a nice story. Your line for business is not finished yet. So you still have a long way to write a book. So don't feel down. And if you get an opportunity, look on the story behind Nikola Tesla. I think Nikola Tesla was very key in terms of how to look at innovation, but also look at innovation with a purpose.
Absolutely. So last but not least, Adrian.
Thanks, guys. You know, having been a founder before, and I'm probably one of the few founders that's on this panel that's now in VC, I've lived through multiple dot-com booms, for everything from having started my first business in 1999 to, two venture-backed startups starting in 2009. So I've seen different cycles of funding, different cycles of the market go up and down. And I think, having had that experience where I raised capital for the first time in 2009, right after the mortgage crisis, where there was very, very difficult to raise capital. We are at an amazing time right now where, one, there is a lot of sources of capital. Two, the market has changed socially. The number of Black and brown and female funds in venture that have come to the market in just the last 6 months to a year is breathtaking, because venture has been traditionally white, and there's now new venture firms where minority founders like myself, when I first raised money, being Latino, there were no VCs like myself, and now there are. And I think that's an exciting time to be able to see faces that look similar like you now being there on the capital allocator side, now being there on the VC side. And also the model has changed. 3 years ago to 5 years ago, we didn't have an ability to do crowdfunding. Last month, Backstage Capital raised money on Republic on a crowdfunding platform. So I think the old school models of the expectations of venture. And as a founder, you now have more avenues, whether it's crowdfunding, a whole new generation of venture funds that are Black and brown, female-led, that are looking to deploy to diverse founders, where that wasn't there, 3 years ago, where there was only a handful of us, diverse fund managers that were in the market. I think it's time as a founder to be able to find the right fit of capital for you. That, not only, we like to say capital it's easy to find, it's whether it's helpful. And I think that's something across this panel that's come out, is to make sure that when you're getting that capital, there's a lot of value add to help you. Because again, there is, I think Melissa said there was a lot of capital sloshing around looking for a home. And I think we will see in the next 2 to 3 years what that means for the market. I'm an optimist, and I believe that that's going to create a whole new amazing market here in the UCRES and abroad, of a new generation of entrepreneurs, because having been through multiple recessions, the best companies are built during a recession. When you can rub two sticks together and build an amazing company. And even, rolling the clock a year ago when I was in the Valley in January of 2020, even the investors there were starting to talk about, well, we got burnt by the WeWork situation. How do we start looking at, businesses that actually have positive cash flow, that are now being, that not just have revenue, but are profitable. And so I think the market is starting to change, and I'm hopeful that, with more conversations like this, and, a fantastic representation of people on these panels, that more founders are open to building businesses that might not come from traditional sources.
Oh, that's a great conclusion, Adrian. And myself included, with a minority founder. So I think it's been an absolute honor to have everybody. It's a great discussion. I hope let's not stop the discussion here. Let's continue to get connected, collaborate with each other. And again, I thank everybody for your time. And I sincerely hope the light is at the end of the tunnel now. So I sincerely hope we'll see each other again soon. And perhaps, in your city or in my city physically, we'll continue that great tradition.
Successful entrepreneur Jay Giraud is our next keynote speaker for today. He is providing us with the invaluable first-hand insights about the founder's journey and what it really takes to succeed.
So my name is Jay Giraud, founder at Damon Motors. Damon was founded in 2017 after a rather eye-opening experience I had in Jakarta, Indonesia, which is a city of 22 million people who ride motorcycles every day. And as much as you could probably imagine, the sheer volume of traffic, of people, of congestion on the road in any of those kinds of countries, could be Mexico City, it could be Rio de Janeiro, it could be Kuala Lumpur, cities in Malaysia, Taiwan, obviously many cities in China, and many parts of the world where congestion is a real problem. I had myself an experience of riding a motorcycle among these 22 million people in Jakarta, and was finding myself having to dodge motorcycles and dodge bicyclists and dodge big trucks and dump trucks and buses and things like that. And I thought, wow, this is not the kind of experience I expected. It was totally overwhelming. And you have to know that I was looking at this problem of sheer congestion from the point of view of who I declared myself to be in life. And who I am is transportation transformed. I made that declaration in 2003, at the tail end of my career as a professional snowboarder, and realized that the world is not sustainable in the way that it's going, and it would be a worthwhile life of mine if I dedicated it to helping get the world off oil. After 4 years of researching all forms of alternative energy, from hydrogen to electrification, E85 ethanol, solar and wind, and all those different forms of alternative energy generation and consumption, I concluded that the best way forward for the world was for people to dramatically increase their relationship to themselves as energy producers or energy consumers. Mostly, of course, we are energy consumers in the world. And I came to that conclusion because I saw over the last 100 years, if you look at the growth of the human population, it very accurately mirrors the growth of energy consumption. And of course, the growth of energy consumption came when we stopped using things like steam and started using things like oil. And oil, of course, being converted to energy, to electricity, or coal to electricity, and all these forms of massive, dense energy creation that we're able to get out of the earth. So, of course, we have to do something about that. And electrification seemed to be the most efficient way to convert people's use of energy. And of course, the thing that we use the most besides energy in our home is energy in our cars. So in 2008, I founded a company called Rev Technologies. We built electric pickup trucks and SUVs. We shipped these vehicles to the US military, to US utility companies and municipalities. And we built an internet system where all of the vehicles could be cloud connected. And we could not only charge these energies from the power grid, but we could reverse the energy flow back into the power grid or into buildings and other military systems around these vehicles that needed energy at any given point in time. This had a profound effect on the consumption of diesel fuel on a military base, or on the ability to increase the balance and absorption of solar and wind on a given city's power grid throughout the United States. So that's a little bit about me and why I was looking at this situation in Jakarta in the summer of 2016 as one that needs to be transformed. And as somebody who says, I'm going to dedicate my life to transforming transportation, and in front of me here are 22 million motorcycles all over the road, consuming fuel, of course, and people are avoiding each other and trying not to get into an accident. I thought this is rather incredible. This is 15 years later from when I made that personal declaration. And I don't think anybody's dealing with the motorcycle problem the way, say, Tesla is dealing with the car problem. And if you look at the adoption of technology in the motorcycle space, it lags cars by a solid 20 years. Of course, every average consumer on a motorcycle is certainly concerned about emissions and noise, but they're much more concerned about the personal safety. Now, in North America and in Europe, perhaps, much of us who use motorcycles, we use them for fun. We take on that level of risk in exchange for the thrill of adventure and excitement. But for the vast majority of the world, 1.5 billion people, the motorcycle is sure, it's fun, but it's actually a necessity as well. It's an economic necessity for every individual and every family member to get from A to B safely in order to get from home to the factory that they work in or whatever kind of work they do. And the motorcycle companies that we know of today are not doing anything about the problem of emissions and safety for 1.5 billion daily commuters. I learned that motorcycling represents the largest form of transportation in the world. At 44% of commuter miles traveled worldwide, they're conducted on two wheels. So this became a pretty profound problem, the intersection of safety and the elimination of emissions. And to think about that problem, we had to start to think about the complete reinvention of the motorcycle itself. Now, when you introduce new technologies, of course, you probably know that it takes, economies of scale to get to anything wide enough and large enough to make a real, meaningful, lasting difference in the world. And new technology is expensive, so you don't have economies of scale at the start. And so that's really the reason why over my shoulders here are two very high-end, very high-performance electric motorcycle prototypes that we developed, very much like Tesla. These are our halo bikes. We start at our tip of the spear that's going to carry in the kind of technology that we can one day proliferate down into the mass market of low-cost, high-volume motorcycles, so that we can not just make recreational motorcycling safer, but make transportation safer for hundreds of millions of people one day. So that's a very quick tidbit on the foundation of Damon and why I founded Damon. And where does that take me? Well, I guess it takes me to fundraising, because none of it's possible without the enrollment of hundreds of investors who get behind an idea to make something important better, or safer, or easier, or more fun. It could be an entertainment company. It doesn't matter what it is. If you want to start something, you've got to raise money. And raising money may be the hardest thing I've ever had to do in any of my startups in my career. And it sort of gets easier with time, but not really. You can have a great track record. You can have exits under your belt. You can be a been there, done that founder and CEO. But every single new idea you bring to investors necessarily is scrutinized by those investors who want to know you know what you're doing, that you have a market, that you have protectable technology, that you can create and maintain a defensible moat between you and your competitors, that your market's not a sunsetting market. It could be something that's nearing the end of its life cycle. And there's just an endless list of criteria you have to meet to satisfy investor demand. And all those things make sense, right? If you were an investor, you'd be thinking the same way. But none of that really matters if you don't have momentum. There are a few, investors, or maybe people well, who are willing to put some money behind you because they like you and they believe in your idea and they love your passion per se. But that doesn't, by itself, that doesn't create momentum. You have to get very good at somehow getting the rock to roll down the hill and creating a kind of feeling of this company is taking off with or without those investors that you're in talks with, or you find yourself dragging your feet for a long time. And so as an entrepreneur, if you're an entrepreneur or a startup founder on this presentation, I'd say your perseverance matters more than anything else. And that may take more sacrifice than you're willing to make, may take more of your time, more of those hours that you'd like to sleep, and live a normal life, and get some exercise and see your friends and all of that. But none of that matters if you're going to make it. Your perseverance is more important than anything, I think. And some people say, well, it's important to maintain life balance. Well, balance is what you call it. For some people, balance is sinking themselves entirely into a company because they believe in the mission that they're out to cause change for, more than they believe in seeing their friends, or more than they believe in going to the gym. Although you should make sure you go to the gym. So I've been hard at work at Damon for the last 4 years. I've been hard at work at my previous startups, Rev Technologies, and then Mogio, which is a very successful company. It's the #1 connected car platform for consumers in the world, distributed in 11 countries by 9 carriers worldwide. And for me, balance is sinking myself into something I believe in, and putting endless hard work into it, and feeling like I'm making a difference in the world, and that maybe I'll get to leave something behind that will last longer than I do. So when you're working on your investor pitch, and you're working on on creating that unstoppable momentum to attract investor capital into the company, you have to know that every single day is one tiny foot in front of another, and it really feels like you're not going anywhere sometimes. And many of you who probably had a startup in 2020, you know exactly what I'm talking about. 2020 being easily the hardest year I've ever had for fundraising and building momentum with a startup. And each day didn't feel like we were making much progress. But when I look back on the year, I'm absolutely blown away at the progress we did make. What felt like forever, suddenly a year, when you look back on it, feels like it went by quickly. And here we are at Damon with an order book exceeding $20 million in orders for this motorcycle here. Credit card backed orders. We amassed over 1 billion media impressions. We won 7 awards for the best of automotive innovation, from Rob Report to Popular Science to the best of CNET, the best of Digital Trends, the best of CES, and a couple of others. We grew our management team by 2x. We grew the company staff by 2x. We tripled the size of our patent portfolio. And none of it felt like things were moving fast enough. And none of it felt like we had real momentum. But, a year seems like a long time when you're in it, but when it's passed, it's suddenly, the sum total of things is pretty incredible. So maybe make sure you slow down and enjoy your small wins along the way. And you got to learn how to really carry all of those and be public about them and make as much noise as you can and tell your story with all those key metrics as often as you can. And anytime a metric changes by 1%, make sure that you update your slides and you constantly, update your investors that things are moving along. And so creating that momentum that you need to fundraise has a lot, if not everything, to do with your ability to communicate frequently and powerfully and tell your story and wear your achievements proudly and outwardly to that investor community that you're communicating with. You can definitely do it too much. So don't, overwhelm investors, but make sure that you're constantly following up and you manage a pipe that allows you to be, to not let people slip through the cracks, because you never know which person is going to make a tremendous difference in bringing a network of people and suddenly creating that groundswell momentum. So very soon you'll hear about a board member of ours we just added. He's an old friend of mine. I've known him for 13 years building startups in Vancouver. He recently moved back to Vancouver. I had no idea he was going to bring in the lead investor to our round that recently got us, well, I'm not going to mention it yet because the press release isn't out, but a huge funding round done by a lead investor who collectively, these guys brought in a network behind them who absolutely loved the story. They loved what we were trying to do for the world. They're social impact investors. And after turning over every single rock there was to turn over in 2020, or at least it seemed like we did, suddenly we had that momentum we were looking for. And all of the aggregate increases in our social media following, in our order book, in our patent portfolio, and our management team, and so on, led somewhere. It got us to that momentum that we needed. And of course, now we're just off to the races and already doubled our team size again since then. So it's a little bit about fundraising and a little bit about perseverance and a little bit about communication. And all those things matter a lot. And a little bit about balance, if you want to call it that, balance in whatever areas of life matter to you to be balanced in. And you've got to build your advisors and you got to build your board members, and you're going to be getting a lot of advice from a lot of people. If you're managing a list of shareholders that could be 100 people long, and everybody's got lots and lots of experience and lots of things to say, it's important to really have a clear vision and a clear strategy for that vision. If you don't, every bit of good advice will sound like advice you should take. I cannot emphasize this one enough. There's a lot of great advice. It's always great advice. That doesn't mean it's right. And, for example, in the automotive space, it looks like a huge hill to climb to beat Ford or to beat Tesla or to beat some big company in the automotive space. And therefore you should do it underneath one of their wings, have a big brother. It's what investors like to say. You should have a big brother, a big strategic partner. I could not disagree more. These big companies, Tesla is a different one. We'll leave them aside, but big automotive players, be they Yamaha or Ford or General Motors or Citroën or whoever, they have such extraordinarily large bureaucracies that as much as they want to do big things, besides write a check into your company, which would be great, they cannot help but put their hands in the pie and make your product roadmap their product roadmap. And their product roadmap is necessarily an incremental one, but you're not going to win the game of disrupting anything by being incremental. So, there might be a time when you've got 1,000 vehicles on the road or 1,000 of your products on the road, but rarely does a big strategic partner who's doing things the old way, extremely rarely, does it make sense for you to take their money or to take their support. The vast majority of investors will tell you should, and the vast majority of investors will tell you that makes sense. Investors want their money, their investor money to be de-risked. And Ford on your slide deck looks like a great way to de-risk your business, but it's de-risking the early days, but it's creating massive risk when you try to get to market. And so you're going to have to be pretty crystal clear on what your vision is and what your strategy is, and maybe more importantly, what your strategy isn't, in order to know how and when to say no to good advice, in order to know how and when to say no to what looks like good partners, especially those strategic partners. There is, sometimes in some companies, there's a right time and place to take a strategic partner. Usually it's not before you're in the market. So when it comes to, building up your social influence around you, your professional influence around you, you've got to communicate with advisors and shareholders a lot. And it's really key to listen to them, because if anything, they force you to evaluate things again and again and again and again. And sometimes it helps you crystallize and firm up your vision and your strategy. And sometimes it helps you pivot it. But you got to know the difference between when to do one and when to do the other. So boy, what else? There's some good questions here about building up a business. What were the critical things that I did right? Turning points from startup to exponential growth. I don't know if we've achieved exponential growth yet. We got a long way to go before we get to exponential growth. Maybe when we're at 100,000 vehicles on the road, I would say we have exponential growth. And when it's doubling every year, we're not there yet. Critical things that we did right. There are, in the motorcycle world, and probably very true for the car world, there's a lot of companies right now. Many of you might be buying stock in SPACs and following the EV space, the electric vehicle or the hydrogen vehicle space. And there's just a lot of products out there. There was a generation about 13 years ago when I was in electric vehicles, and a lot of the startups coming out had pretty radical looking vehicles, and everybody wants to be the future of something. Well, the general public who buys cars and motorbikes and any product, and the people that are creating them are pretty miles apart. Great designers can come up with really exciting things. But the one of the things we did right is we did not make our motorcycle too futuristic looking. That orange bike is a Honda from 2017, and the yellow bike is a Damon motorcycle, is a Hypersport, and they have, their silhouette is very similar. Their look is a bit different, but the silhouette is very similar. So one of the things we definitely did right, which is absolutely why we have a $20 million order book today, is we made a motorcycle look familiar with the bikes you can buy today. It's not trying to be too far out there and too far-fetched or too odd or weird. It's familiar and it's friendly and it's approachable to people that buy sport bikes. So that's a really key thing. You can get to your Cybertruck one day, but Tesla didn't start there either. Tesla started with a Lotus vehicle that came from Lotus, so it was already a familiar-looking roadster. And then their Tesla S, well, that could have been Aston Martin if you put an Aston Martin badge on it. It wasn't too futuristic to be something that people can't relate to. But by the time Tesla got to their fifth vehicle, the Cybertruck, you can hate it, you can love it. I hate it and I love it. But it's something that they have earned the right to push the envelope on design now. They didn't start there. So I think that's a really important thing when you're coming up with new products, that you want to capture as much market share as you can, or you're not going anywhere. And so make your designs a little bit risque, but make them familiar and friendly too. What else? What are the biggest gains learning from 2020? Biggest opportunities looking out to 2021. The biggest gain from 2020 was staying alive during 2020. I don't mean that literally, pardon me. I mean that keeping the company afloat, keeping the company running. There's certainly hard times. I think twice in 2020, everybody at Damon took a pay cut to make sure we made ends meet, that we could keep the lights on, literally, that we could get to the events we needed to get to before things were locked down here in Canada, that we could continue to invest in PR and marketing and pushing to our next prototype, no matter what it took. And it took an incredible amount of enrollment. I talked a lot about communication earlier. Communicating with your staff matters as much as it does to communicate with the outside world, and making sure your staff understand why you're changing tack here and changing tack there, and pausing this and focusing on that, turning down some of this so that you can do more of that. And making sure your employees are strapped into the roller coaster ride, and that they believe in it and they understand why you're doing all these twists and turns to get to where you need to go. Because you're not going to get into 2021, for example, without them. So I'd say one of the biggest learnings from 2021 was you have to apply that perseverance that crystal clear and focused communication strategy, not just to shareholders and advisors and investors, but to your employees as well. I don't know, probably 120% of my time is spent doing communications with people, and just, tweaking people's focus on this, tweaking the strategy over there a little bit. So that's a key factor to it all. So yeah, we are in Canada, and I've built 7 startups in Canada. And there have been many moments in my previous startups when my investors or, employees are asking, when are we going to move to Silicon Valley? I'm really, really glad that we never did. I'm really glad. Sure, there's a lot of good things about Silicon Valley, but there's a lot of things that are not good about it as well. And one of the things that I think I learned in Canada is, because it is hard to fundraise when you're outside of the Valley, especially in a small country like this, learning again, perseverance, learning to be really frugal with your dollars, knowing how to apply ingenuity and creativity in the absence of money, which often is just thrown around when people raise humongous seed rounds and humongous Series A rounds in the Valley. They have too much money and not enough creativity and grit to get things done. So Canada has pretty good advantages as a startup. We have pretty significant grant funding programs, R&D rebates, and tax incentives in the country. No trade tariffs for manufacturing and exporting out of here. Canada is a big manufacturing country, and it's a great R&D place as well. It's got incredibly loyal talent, tons of clean tech manufacturing and clean tech R&D, telematics R&D talent, a lot of great engineering, not a lot of great marketing know-how. So you might want to import some of that. But aside from the capital raising challenges, I'd say this is a great place to create a company, and I'm glad I've kept Damon inside Canada. So it's great talking to everybody here. I hope this has been somewhat enlightening and helpful, and I'd be happy to chat with anyone if they want to reach out. Damon Motorcycles is DAMON.com. Please follow us on Facebook or Damon Motorcycles on Instagram. And if you want to reach out to me, I'm JAY@Damon.com. It's been a great time chatting with you guys at Emergence 2021, and I hope to hear from you soon. Thank you very much.